they're showing up on time. Like a win rate based off of what
time you're playing. Yeah.
What does your evening look like versus your like midnight to 4 a.m.
My morning is always much better.
Really?
Yeah, always.
Oh, because my mornings are the result of a bad night bleeding into the morning, and so my morning's like atrocious in terms of win rate.
Explain mornings.
Mornings,
Noon,
I mean
like 12, 11, or 6, 7 in the morning?
I'm talking like 6, 7.
Oh
okay,
no
way,
gosh.
yes.
Okay, well, my nights are lose, and then it's one more we have to win.
Yes,
we can't end on a
awesome.
loss, and then, in the morning there's like a win or two there, so that's how it works
That's
for
a
me.
classic.
That's very familiar.
So Opinion and Fnatic, they are both representing Southeast Asia, and only one team will be able to move forward to represent the region.
And
What is it looking like?
You can't really be that happy if you're, if you're an SCA fan. Obviously, if you come from SCA, you're happy because both of your teams are playing right now. However, one of them needs to go home. So it's a bittersweet match for most of these viewers.
Yeah, I guess looking at the upper bracket, so they fell to North America, which there's no shame in falling to North America because everybody's going to fall to North America. But yeah, Fnatic ends up going down to lower bracket, and T1 did not really set the world on fire in the wild cards, so that representation was kind of underwhelming.
Yeah, also T1 plagued by stand-in issues as well, right? So that was a little bit of a problem for them. But hey, if Neon could do it, no excuses. Just find the right synergy.
Sure, but I'm sure there are a lot of TNC apologists who are like, we could have done better than that, man. Why didn't we qualify in the TPC?
How do you think Obi Neon is doing compared to their first stand-in? Their first stand-in was Rappy, and now we have Death from Singapore, who's a Singapore local representing. How do you think their performance has changed, or has it changed at all?
It definitely has changed. Like, you can see the difference, and it changed for the better because they had a very rough couple of days before Death started standing in.
Yeah, unfortunately, we confiscated mainstream privileges from Neon after their less than stellar day one group stage, and so we were like, we just wrote Neon off, and we were like, oh, let's get some Thunder Predator games on the main stage, and then Neon started doing really well on day two, so I didn't get a chance to watch too much. I can only go based off the statistics, which is that they did much better at day two group stage with Death. The hero pool, it seems, of Death and Rappy seem pretty similar.
Yep.
So I don't think they have to change too many strategies.
Play hard, Rappy and Death, they can pretty much always switch up heroes.
Yeah.
Or could, at least. So you can see very similar picks, and
oh, you gotta ban Io now. There's no way.
Me the most when it comes to picking Io and Dead Prophet, and both of these heroes right now are in the pool, so they will get one or the other. Puck is also still left, so it's hell now. If you're a drafter on the side of Fnatic, okay, so DP has been played a lot on 5 and on offlane.
Yeah.
But it's pretty difficult to it's hell now. If you're a drafter on the side of Fnatic, okay, so DP has been played a lot on 5 and on offlane.
Yeah.
But it's pretty difficult to continue drafting for Fnatic from now on, because these two heroes are extremely flexible.
Remaining.
You can play them anywhere.
Even Neon playing it on Debil a little bit, so this is a three different roles that they can flex the Death Prophet on.
And the biggest issue is these two heroes usually have different counters on that mid lane. So you can't pick.
Yeah, because like part of me was like, oh, is it really hell to just pick a DK versus the puck? But then they'll just send the Death Prophet
Exactly.
mid, and she'll be like, great.
Now the Monkey King, actually, even this from Fnatic could be sent mid, like if puck is there. But that's a big if. If puck is there, Monkey can do pretty well. But usually what we've seen is if the matchup is good, we're just going to switch lanes around, not by secret, until we get the favorable matchup.
I hope that that's a trend that continues. I hope that, because during group stage and wildcards, I saw lanes being more static than I'm used to seeing. And
yeah, that's true.
Yesterday, Secret kind of... That's why it felt so uncomfortable for Thunder Predator, probably, is because even after playing all those group stage games, no one was really mixing up the lanes on them in the game.
Secrets came back and reinvented Dota, like literally yesterday. They came back, they played a tri-lane, and then they started switching up lanes like it's 2018.
They brought Enchantress back also.
Enchantress back. It's played a lot in the DPC NA, but... In CIS as well, somewhat. You can see Virtus Pro playing it last night too, but it's not a popular pick here at the Major, definitely. Alchemist banned out, Phoenix banned out, Beastmaster by OB Neon. Yeah, Phoenix, it's a hero, I believe, in the group stage and the wildcard that had the highest win rate, and then it plummeted a little bit afterwards.
Yeah.
Beastmaster, pretty strong. Same goes with the Alchemist. You don't really want to play against Alch plus Monkey King, as it's pretty much the best combination at the moment. Alchemist Void Spirit is probably on the same level.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
Yeah, but Moon actually didn't play that much Void Spirit during the DPC.
Phoenix currently has 32 games played with a win rate of 66%.
That's pretty good for a hero that's consistently first-phased.
The thing is, you can't necessarily rely on win rates to know if a hero is that strong or not, most of the time, because you have to also consider which teams are playing it versus which teams they're playing it, because if a team that you expect to win plays a hero all the time, the stats are going to be skewed a little bit.
Yeah, that's why Phoenix in Chinese teams' hands I find to be much more intimidating than Phoenix in other regions' hands.
Okay, some Lion. This is pretty much Fnatic trying to answer everything a little bit. The Burst versus DP is pretty good. The Catch versus Puck is extremely nice to have. And OB Neon instantly answered that line with an Abaddon.
So can you explain to me how Abaddon is a response to Lion? Is it because of the Aphotic Shield?
Yeah. Pretty much that. It's very simple. Of course, you have to be careful a little bit, not dropping too low and get fingered before having your ulti up. But
yeah, but if it's a support line and I'm absorbing the finger from Lion, I'm generally okay with that.
Yeah, you're still kind of dying, giving him damage, but you're like, okay, take me if you must. Just don't take my teammates.
Yeah, and also if this Earth Spirit ends up building a vessel, that's another purge that you can put on your Death Prophet, the Aphotic Shield, to make sure that she can siphon away.
Is this Darkseer, by the way, for Fnatic? Not something that we've seen them play, but...
Oh yeah, they banned Oracle.
They banned Oracle. They have Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
It could be.
That's a good call. I would totally be down for that.
Was the Oracle ban specific for OB Neon's position 5?
No, they don't play that much Oracle. They do play it.
On occasion, yeah. But
this should be Abaddon.
But it's such like a weird second phase ban unless you're going for something that you're like, I don't want to get purged in the lane. Yeah. So yeah, I'm on board with the Darkseer.
It's Oracle overall is really strong with that Prophet as well. So there's that, right? Like historically, this combination was my favorite one. Either that Prophet Oracle, Monkey King Oracle, or let's say Troll Oracle. Those heroes are extremely potent together, and man, Fnatic is burning through their time.
They still have 2 picks to go, and they're almost out of reserve time.
Radiant team back.
Okay, Mars and Earth Spirit.
An instant pick from OB Neon to pick up Nature's Prophet.
Okay, so I guess this bumps Death Prophet down to support, because I think Debiel has generally been playing the Nature's Prophet on Neon. Could be offlane Prophet.
Could be some crazy offlane Prophet,
which I guess
which they played. and that
Against
Prophet safe lane.
Mars in the lane, Nature's Prophet is not really
10
that strong
seconds
because you're just going to get all your treants
Radiant
rebuked.
team ban.
So maybe that Prophet safe lane,
Turn to
Nature's
ban.
Prophet off lane, and they round it up with mid. Also, it's very simple for them to just put Puck mid. That Prophet, they can't really put Puck mid because that Prophet would then be 5, and Abaddon has no place in this game. You could put
Well, they
that
do
Prophet like.
Puck mid,
10
Dead Prophet
seconds
safe
remaining.
lane, Nature's Prophet off lane.
I feel like this is the first
5
draft
seconds
so far in
remaining.
the whole tournament in which I
Radiant
can't
team
have
pick.
at least somewhat
maybe
of
it's
a
a
lead.
bad in one position, like how Secret were doing it. Anything's possible.
Yeah, it is really, but versus Monkey it can be a bit problematic as well.
I'm not expecting that. Void Spirit Invoker banned out,
10
and
seconds
Tiny
remaining.
banned out last by Fnatic.
Just peculiar,
5
maybe
seconds
something that
remaining.
like I've been watching these players practice different heroes in pubs recently too. I haven't really seen Tiny.
Fnatic's turn to pick.
I think Tiny was picked a couple of times in.
Okay, all right. So this should be your Nature's Prophet now on the offlane. I believe that Prophet safe lane,
Puck mid.
Puck mid, Abaddon 5, and X4.
Yeah.
That's pretty much how it is.
How is the team looking
10
in terms of
seconds
strength?
remaining.
It's super well rounded, and they got like a
5
lot of the
seconds remaining.
meta heroes. They didn't have to like go down to comfort, and so I'm pretty impressed with Neon's draft.
It's hard to counter this Puck on mid lane because they can just switch it up, put Puck on side lane.
You may
Yeah,
now
and they go with the
select
Lycan.
your
They go with
heroes.
something completely different. I like this. This should be Lycan on the mid, I believe, for Fnatic.
Raven,
no, Raven
picks up
actually
the
playing
Lycan.
it. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So where is Monkey going then? Is it mid lane Monkey? Yeah.
Yeah.
Masara soft lane. All right. Two drafts that are so SCA and that just full chaos. You can't really read them until the end. Death playing the Dead Prophet. So offlane Dead Prophet, safe lane Nature's Prophet versus the Mars, and mid lane Puck. A little bit of a switch up.
Yeah, so then I guess if it was the offlane Prophet, it would have been versus the Lycan.
Yep.
That seems pretty good.
Lycan has some pretty sick matchups on the mid lane. Like, you get too much regen, you have two wolves to last it with, you can't really contest him, but as he's on the safe lane, you switch things up a little bit, you put Dead Prophet there.
Yeah, but why not put Nature's Prophet there?
I'm not really sure. Their whole draft looks very wonky. Sometimes in SCA you get hit by drafts that are completely genius. Sometimes you can't really read them completely.
I mean, like, I like all the heroes, I just don't know about where they're going.
Yeah.
So, with that being said, is this wonky draft going to take it? Or
I'm not sold. I like the draft. I like the Dead Prophet core. They got Dead Prophet and Puck cores, which is really strong right now in the meta. They have Nature's Prophet safe lane, which I do not like that much. It's not like the matchups are even that great for him.
Nope,
And-
listen to him.
Yeah. And because of that, I'm going to go with Fnatic. I think what they got was a little bit easier to read. It's very standard. You have the strongest carry pretty much right now in Monkey King, played on the mid lane.
Yeah.
That's true. But Lycan as well, who's going to be able to cut the backlines. I think I'm favoring
Okay.
That's a lot of talk just to say Fnatic, top DPC SCA. Obviously, they're going to be Neon.
well, I
Fair.
think coming from the FGC, I like the phrase "pick a top tier." I like
Pick a top
what
tier.
Obi Neon has picked, so I'm going to go with Obi Neon Tsunami.
Let's do it. Put me in.
Sure.
All right, Obi Neon versus Fnatic. Let's go into the first game of the first series of the day. Take it away, Black and B-Cop.
All right, let's take it away. Fnatic against Neon should be a fun one. This was a good matchup when we were back doing DPC SEA, and I'm ready to see it once again. Obviously, a couple changes for Neon, but I have faith in them. Black, I hope you have faith in them as well. I know you have in the past, but I'm waiting to hear what you got to say about this one.
It's, in the group stage, they did not really convince me, my man. But, they've recently shown a little power surge since Death came as a stand-in for them. So, Hopefully they can do it, but as the panel already said, the draft is looking, yeah, a little rough. Let's put it that way. It can work. They need to snowball real hard, but it's not going to be easy.
I got faith in Yopaj.
I know you do. I mean, he's a fantastic player, but he's had let's say, not the best tournament individually, unfortunately.
Right. And I think we see that from Yopaj every now and then, where it's just like, I have all this faith in him, and sometimes he underperforms. I think it's also when I juice him up a little bit, and I'm just like, yeah, Yopaj is going to have the game of his life. I feel like I've done that a couple times to guys, where I'm just like, this is his good hero, and then all of a sudden I just get proven pretty horribly wrong. But I've seen him play well. I've tweeted at him Yopaj got a couple times during the DPC season, but we'll see how he does here. Hopefully something to look forward to. It's Puck against Monkey King. Is it a matchup that you think he's going to be benefiting in? Because we've seen Moon do work in the past.
Yeah, it's a pretty even matchup. Like, it's a 5-5 matchup, I would say. Monkey King can't really get Harris out of the lane here because of his high armor. Puck should also be just able to get his levels as well as farm, and then just rotate once level 6 hits. As usual, as we always see from Pucks, that obnoxious, super strong Dream Coil.
Yeah, that Dream Coil always a pain, especially once you pick up that Ags, if that's in the agenda for him. We'll see
eventually,
how it goes.
For sure.
Jabs pulling this lane all the way through in between the tier 2 and the tier 3, and Abaddon's going to completely follow all the way through. Taking a look up towards top, though, play hard over there as we'll see how that matchup goes. Any matchups that really just kind of stand out at you? Like maybe this Death Prophet now in the off lane, and you're seeing the Nature's Prophet in the safe lane.
I mean, the Death Prophet Lycan matchup is really tough for Lycan until he gets his Necro and level 6, simply because DP is hitting very hard. The Spirit Siphon deals a ton of damage against his high HP heroes. So it should be a tough lane for Lycan, but once he hits 6 with those Necros, then it turns around. Then suddenly DP is the hero that is really scared of the Lycan.
What do you think is the counter here, and who do you think isn't safe? Because we've seen a lot of times, actually thinking of both SEA and China when we were doing it for the leagues, we've seen both sides of the Lycan pros and cons, right? Like, we've seen Lycan who can chase down heroes, but we've seen Lycan who's also unsure of what he wants to do, uses that ult, runs in, doesn't do anything, and then it just doesn't feel like that hero that's got all this farm, that has this Necro book, is really producing much for the team.
Yeah, Lycan is a pretty hit or miss here, and we've only really seen SEA teams pick it up. And as you said, you know, a couple of times they misuse the ultimate. Suddenly you just use those for 2 minutes, you can't do a whole lot. And it's really a very punishing ability to misuse. So we'll have to see how Fnatic does it. Like, Raven is one of the best Lycans, of course, in this scene, so I'm sure he'll be doing just fine, but it's not as easy as it used to be. And it's not as popular as it used to be either. As I said, only SEA teams are really picking it. All the other regions are kind of straying away from it.
Yeah, because we were seeing it go from like the 1 to the 3. Sometimes it was like in that 3, picking up Ags if it wanted to work with something else. Is this maybe a Fnatic lineup that's more dependent on what Moon's going to do more than Raven?
I mean, Moon is... like, they picked the Lycan pretty late, and they just picked it because it's really damn good against the whole lineup. There's not a single hero that counters Lycan in this game. So I think in a game like this, he's going to go absolutely ham, which we have seen in the past as well. Once he gets his Necro 3, the Yule Scepter is going to be useless, can't save you for both Puck and DP because you can just purge it off. It's just going to be very tough to deal with in this game.
We'll have to see how it moves out, as Playhard just taking a little bit of harassment there from the line.
Mars,
Got
though,
Jabs looking over towards mid.
Yeah. Just healing, salving up, no problem for him. What I really want to point out here is Mars is struggling a ton. Only sitting at 6 CS as the offlaner here. Masteros having a horrendous laning phase. Very low level, very low farm. Be very tough for him to recover here.
Yeah, and it's not really something that we've seen from Masaros in the league, or during the league time. Because when he was playing during the DPC league, he was my standout for Fnatic, really.
Yeah, they always set him up for success. Or usually they do, at least. This game, however, it's not the easiest lane. Prophet and Abaddon, 2 very strong laners. He's sitting at 1,000 net worth, bottom 3 right now. As you said, not something we're used to seeing.
Yeah, they don't really sack his lane too much. Like, I guess someone who reminds me of getting their lane kind of, their off lane sack like that is like Chalice. He used to have problems when his lane used to get sacked. Ooh. Trying to swipe that bounty rune. Jab's not in time. Play hard picks it up.
Very close. Resulting in 3 bounty runes for Radiant here. And I would agree, like Masaros, he can play from behind, but he's really at his strongest when he's ahead in the game and can start snowballing, making plays. We haven't really seen him playing from behind too many times in the DPC League, at least.
And Jabs comes over mid. They've got vision to him, and
Tough kill, though. Very tough kill.
yeah, not the easiest to pick up there. Do have that level 6 though for the puck, so Dream Coil available. We'll see if he rotates to a lane or tries to make something happen over mid with a rotation from a support. They do have the Abaddon coming over. Not really sure that's enough to make something happen, unless maybe they turn it on Jabs expecting a rotation.
I think they need the Nature's Prophet as well. Of course, with global presence is always a very good asset here. Rune fight. Oh, the Abaddon actually takes it away from his puck. That's feels bad, man. But yeah, like there will be a lot of damage potential here once the Nature's Prophet is level 6. With that Wrath, with that Coil, we'll have to see which lane they will prioritize on trying to kill, really. Because Monkey King is having a very good time, so it could be a good kill. Actually, beat bottom.
And he's going over towards bottom. He's looking over for Debil. Comes in, has Masaros right to his side. The spear will land, and they should be able to get the kill to the Nature's Prophet. Moon gets first blood. That's good to come off the lane and land that first blood, which hasn't been claimed up to this point.
Yeah, a very passive game so far, and Monkey King, good rotation there. Because, as we said, Masaros is really struggling. This kill is gonna give him a little bit of time to catch back up. Lycan already picking up his Necro as well, so his power timing is there as well. No shapeshift yet though. Still needs a couple of creeps for that.
Trying to get everything he can. Playhard really hasn't, I haven't really felt his presence, but Nature comes in, and all of a sudden they're going to go over mid, looking over for DJ. Hex plays onto the puck, but they've got enough damage with Debil coming in.
Be careful here.
Through from Moon. They've also got Jabs. Boulder Smash comes through. The speed. Oh, no. They're not going to let the sun come out from Playhard. They're going to look over as the Exorcism gets used here by Death.
No mana though.
Onto Moon. They got nothing out of that mid rotation, and they're going to push these 2 heroes away. Fnatic really unable to make something happen from trying to turn that around, and that's with the missed impale from this Nyx Assassin.
Be really careful here. The Master Arena could potentially turn this whole fight around. Def also TPing in without any mana though. He used Exorcism, but he didn't have any mana to follow up with the Spirit Siphon, so unfortunately, or maybe the Exorcism will still result in the tower here, going very aggressively. Mars has Arena though.
Close to get in the tower.
They don't feel comfortable fighting. Nice pickup here by Neon.
Roll over hits Playhard. Grabs the double damage. Still trying to land this stun. He's got Yopaj over to the side, but DJ with a 2-man stun.
No coil available.
Getting his mana drained, and I mean he's got no mana to work with at the moment. And Moon's going to come in and try and clean up these 2 supports. Looks over at Playhard. Spike Carapace. I don't know if that's going to matter. It looks like he's still dead to rights. They'll land the stun, and DJ gets the kill onto this Nyx Assassin. I will say, all things considered, Neon's doing a decent job. Ooh.
Wow.
January.
So much damage coming out here. Man, Moon is playing this Monkey King from the mid lane so perfectly here, being very active. He's not farming a whole lot, you know, but he's just being very active around the map, killing people, keeping his position at top 3 net worth. Making so much space for his Lycan. Absolutely loving it.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Lycan. Now Necro 2 finished already.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Needing about 700 gold to finish that Necro 3, which is really like the massive power spike of that hero.
Dire's top
Monkey
tower
King.
has fallen.
Invading the enemy jungle a little bit. Not too much going on here. This is a pretty passive farming game, which is kind of benefiting.
Gun's coming out. Pencil strike on it too. There's the Arena Spear hits onto Yopaj. Should be able to get the kill onto this puck.
Good pickup here. DP, no ult available. Spirit Siphon healing him up a lot though. Nice impale. But he should be able to get away. Nice save there by General. DP is such a hard hero to bring down, especially with an Abaddon covering him. Edge Prophet. Sounding really well here. Almost has his Witchblade. Actually prioritizing Witchblade over Orchid. See how that pans out for him. I guess there isn't a whole lot of heroes this game. Oh, Jam's going in with a huge rolling boulder here. Monkey King being affected by the Dream Coil. Dominating spree for the Monkey King. Monkey King in trouble here. DP doing a whole lot of damage with that exorcism. But just being out on the heroes. But they lost both the Monkey King as well as the Mars. Very good fight here for the Radiant. On the back of a very farmed Death Prophet. Death, one of the best Death Prophet players in the scene. And he's doing a very good job as a stand-in here for Neon. Who came in as a replacement, I believe, for Rappy. The easiest shoes to fill. Very good job for himself here. We are still maintaining a 1,000 gold lead here in Radiant, but I feel like they need to get ahead a little bit more than this. Like Monkey King, as well as Lycan and Mars, they scale very well into the late game. So just being ahead 1,000 gold might not necessarily be enough.
Invisibility.
Vendetta being used, potentially setting up for a pickoff here. Dream Coil available on 5. Also Invis Rune on Puck. So Nyx and Puck are now an assassin squad. See if they find anyone here. Monkey King potentially in danger. Chooses to farm that next wave. Might be in trouble. I feel like if he was a little bit more patient, you know, perhaps... I feel like he was about to jump in, let's put it that way.
Got that sixth sense thinking that they'd catch someone.
Oh, level 3 Necro here, like node available as well.
They're going to go with the Dream Coil. That's going to get on the DJ. Avoids the stun that rolls in as well as the finger. They get the kill there on a play hard. They'll look over a Yopaj. Over Smash lands, slowing him down. Looking for the Geomagnetic Grip. That's not going to silence up this Puck just yet. Really not much by Raven at the moment.
Nice spear.
Lock down this Puck. Great spear coming in from Asaros. They get the kill as they use the Magnetize. They're going to continue for more. Januel uses that ult. It looks like this Abaddon is going to drop too. So 3 heroes dead. Raven at the beginning didn't look like he was getting a lot out of this first shapeshift coming over mid, but I mean right there, all of a sudden spear lands from Asaros. It locks up the Puck. That gives them 2, and then from there, I mean they're able to kill off the Abaddon too.
AC is too cold. They're freezing. Wow, they're being assassinated by a contraption in their room. Is Neon actually the enemy? Or is it the AC? We'll have to find out shortly, as Fnatic is apparently just freezing to death. No, but really, like, very well played here by, like we said, there's not a whole lot of counters, you know. Even though the shapeshift didn't look too promising at first, he never really dropped in health. The Necro Warriors, after the perfect spear from Masros, just completely eating up the Radiant lineup here. And it's not gonna get easier, you know. Like, Dire scales a whole lot better than Radiant does into this late game. And they're very even in terms of net worth. After this tower, probably even leading on the Fnatic side. Gonna be a tough ask for Neon in this game.
This is where you talked about how it might snowball out of control. Is this like that moment that we just watched?
Potentially. I feel like 1 or 2 more fights for Fnatic that end up this way. DP as well as the Prophet just won't be able to fight back anymore against this Lycan. It has too much damage output at the moment. It's a very good timing as well in the Necro 3, going straight into an AC. As soon as that AC hits, and he gets higher levels in the Howl, that's minus... How much armor is that actually? Minus 13 armor on everybody, which is just not something they can really deal with at this point. They need AC, they need Shiva's Guard, but they're so far away from it.
It's too cold for AC though. Can't go in that AC if it's too cold.
Yeah, like, how is it balanced? They have an automatic Shiva's Guard already. Reviewing the game here. Mid tower should be falling without any contest here.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Monkey King going straight into BKB. I love that. Just to be able to frontline for his team. Masaros going into the Blink Dagger. Still pretty poor on the Mars, but somewhat getting back into the game. He'll just be the one to initiate for his team, and that's all he has to do this game. 1,000 gold away from that Blink Dagger.
Which is really going to help with that initiation. Usually you see that from Masaros earlier because, like we said, his lane doesn't usually get sacrificed the way it did. But I don't think it's the biggest deal if they can keep the map open. DJ coming in and lands that stun onto the Nyx Assassin. They're bringing over a couple of heroes here from Neon. Won't be able to catch anything just yet. And you can see Raven sitting back, waiting maybe for them to initiate on the Lion to maybe turn it around and go for it. But he didn't have shapeshift, so would have been tough to commit.
Right. Yeah, Lycan without shapeshift does not feel like the same hero at all. Cooldown is very long. Still 20 seconds. And as soon as that's up again, they're probably going to be looking to take the next fight. Potentially even the next tower. Because Lycan at this point is unstoppable. Like, he needs to get coiled, and they need to be on top of him with the Exorcism to really deal with him. But even then, you know, the Necro Warriors, they can just kill a hero or two during that duration.
Yeah, so strong, and he's getting quite a bit of farm. He's about to surpass this Nature's Prophet.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah. I mean, Lycan is just one of those heroes, you know, if you pick it really late and they have no answer to it. It has always been that way. It's just a pretty cheesy hero, and sometimes you can just win your games. Have to see if that's the case this time around as well. Perfectly set up for him, though. They're just going for the bot tower now. Raven is closing in scarily fast on that AC, which is his next power spike. He just needs another 2,000 gold. It will be completed already. Hyperstone already picked up.
And he only needs another 2,000 gold. At this moment, it doesn't feel like there's a way to stop him unless everything is really used on top of this Lycan. I just don't see how they stop him for the moment. Is there something that, like, when you see Nature's Prophets, you're thinking maybe he can push a different lane, kind of put some pressure on to Fnatic, but does Veal really have that option at the moment?
It's very scary against both Monkey King, Earth Spirit, and the Lion. Potentially even a Mars, you know. There's so many heroes that can just pick him off. So he has to play very carefully here until he gets his BKB, which he is still quite far away because he went for the Maelstrom first. Witchblade into Maelstrom, into BKB.
Structures are fortified.
Your right-click kind of build, as expected. But no Orchid. That is the most surprising thing. Usually Prophets always go Orchid, but this game, as I said before, there's not really a good target to Orchid, so it makes sense he's foregoing that. Top tower under a lot of pressure, but Fnatic is already pushing bottom, so it might just result in a trade here.
Which isn't the worst thing for Neon overall, but they could have gotten it without the trade. That would have felt better. Playhard does have vision on Moon, but not really much they can do. They still commit to take that tower, and they didn't lose there. So not a complete trade just yet. Maybe Fnatic commit to it and look for more, because I think if Raven's the one showing and you don't really have vision of everybody else, you can't look to defend that, right?
Right, and Necro also ran out at the same time, so Fnatic's push potential, of course, is like pretty much all the Lycan. They might be looking to defend this tower here. Play hard.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Just want to D-ward. A little suspicious, that roll. Maybe just trying to scare them, you know? Doing it again, just to D-ward.
Deny? Yeah, well, there it is.
Yeah, that's such a bully move. I hate it.
But with that vision, obviously, you see the Earth Spirit, you realize that it's not just the Lycan down there. You already knew that Moon was down there. They couldn't defend the tier 2, and ultimately it does become a trade.
Yeah, it's just... I feel Radiant is not comfortable right now, fighting into this Lycan at all. As I said, even if they throw everything on the Lycan and kill him, there's still 4 more heroes to worry about, you know? So even if you kill that Lycan, he's gonna deal a ton of damage anyways, and then you have to deal with the rest of the team, which potentially, you already blew your entire load on the Lycan. Can't deal with them anymore.
This is a big moment as they're going to get the Hex out onto the Abaddon. Maybe not who they wanted to find, as they had the Blink Dagger available onto the Mars. He goes to the back lines. Denwell getting chased here by Moon, at least, with the Balance Strike coming through, and then there's the kill onto this Abaddon.
Catching one here at least. Nyx Assassin with the Tranquil Boots as well as Vendetta. Very fast. Master was just barely not catching him. And there was the Blink Dagger reveal. So now Neon knows, and it didn't really yield any results.
And that was a
itemizing into the Eul's Scepter. Not the biggest fan of Eul's and DP this game, because of course you Eul's yourself, Lycan can just purge it down immediately, and it might potentially just be almost 3k gold down the drain. It doesn't really add to your survivability. Would have much rather liked to see perhaps just a fast BKB, you know, to counteract that. And we'll see if it pays off for him or not.
That Eul's might not be the right choice, and well, they got to itemize now knowing that this Blink Dagger is available for the Mars. It wasn't exactly the biggest reveal that we've ever seen with the Mars getting a Blink Dagger. They only get the kill onto the Abaddon, which I know they were talking about on the panel. If things get used on a support Abaddon, that's fine at the end of the day. If things get revealed, if there's a finger used, it's fine.
Exactly. Icon already finished up his AC now. This is going to be so scary to fight into.
The sentry gets placed down and Misaros gets spotted for a moment. Play hard. That sentry gets taken out immediately, but it was an interesting move that I thought maybe could turn into more.
I feel like Neon is too timid, to be honest. Like, they're going to get outscaled and they're not really trying to pressure Fnatic at all. Like, just holding like a couple of 100 gold lead at this point is not enough. Lycan with his finished AC, he's going to absolutely destroy this team fight.
They have the Wolves scouting, so this is just becoming a bit of an issue. They've got the roll as well in the arena. The Spike Carapace hits onto both these heroes. They've got themselves a two-man coil and the stun hitting from Play Hard. They'll use that Wukong. They get the kill to Jabs. They'll take up this Earth Spirit first. Earth Spike lands onto the Nyx Assassin. They've got Puck in their sights, but I'm not sure they've got Puck in their hands. The Death will come over and look for more, but so far, only a kill on the Jabs, which I think Neon, at the end of the day, they were the ones who got jumped on that. They get out unscathed. They should be happy with that.
I feel like both sides, like Fnatic especially, they definitely wanted to get way more out of this. They used Shapeshift, Wukongs, and Arena. You couldn't get anything done here. Very well played by Neon. Using their spells perfectly, just to kind of stop Fnatic. Now, Lycan ran in, but he didn't really have a target because there was just no stuns coming out from Fnatic. So Lycan, if you know, you can just run away from him if there's no disables being thrown out on you. And of course, this exorcism is always a huge fight into.
Balance strikes, spear landing, and they've got the Earth Spike with a finger. It's just nothing you can do at that point.
Yeah. But again, it's just a support kill. At least he's getting some finger stacks. It's the second one. I was actually surprised that Lycan didn't do more that last fight. Like, I was hyping up, you know, he's gonna destroy that whole team fight. He runs in, didn't even hit a single time.
Yeah, he kind of did what we were talking about and alluding to in the beginning of the game, where sometimes when you use that ult, you just can't find your opening, or you overthink your opening, I would say.
Yeah, it's a very delicate kind of fear, you know, like, it sounds easy on paper, like you use ult, you right-click people, but if you right-click a little bit too deep, like you chase a little bit too deep, suddenly you're just in trouble, you'll die, and your whole advantage is just gone. So you have to be really careful with how you play your hand as Lycanthrope. Profit?
To a 2k lead for Neon, too. Wow.
Look at the Profit.
This Profit's getting huge.
Super huge. Yeah. He's going to the AC next to cancel out the AC of the Lycan. Once that's up, he should be feeling quite comfortable just man-fighting the Lycan. Wow.
See how much he can get done. Yeah, that BKB, 10-second BKB, which is something that they were trying to wait for, and then, of course, Fnatic were the ones who came into the triangle and initiated on them, which I think, as long as Dabila didn't die there, which he didn't, they were in an okay spot. Roll over on the Hard Spike Carapace. There's the impale.
Easy disengage.
Nothing more. Boulder smash, not going to land, but there's the Arena come through on a play hard. He doesn't have the Spike Carapace to work with anymore, but we'll get the out-of-body shield. Now the Spike Carapace comes off cooldown. That's going to hit onto both this line as well as the Marth. They've got the Dream going down on a 2 as they'll come in, roll to the back lines, get themselves the ult from Jabs. The Ballast Strike on the Wukong's command is used, and they'll lose Januel, but 2 heroes dead on both sides. Now Radiant, they got to think, do they want to go back in?
The Lycan just can't fight the Prophet right now, which is very surprising to me. Every time he tries to go in, the Beal just stands there and hits him in the face, and Lycan is like, oh my god, you're dealing way too much damage, and runs away like a little puppy.
tail between his legs and everything, and he's just going to run away. And again, it's not the shapeshift that you're really expecting from a Lycan. Again, though, and something I thought might happen, I feel like Moon's doing a little bit more in these fights, or way more in these fights than Raven's doing at the moment.
Yeah, like it feels like it really needs to be BKB at this point, to be honest. Like, there's too much magic damage coming out from the Witchblade as well as Maelstrom for the Lycan to handle right now. And now they're just popping Exorcism to go into the Roche Pit. They don't really have ults to contest this. Maybe Earth Spirit gets a sneaky steal on it, though. Turns it up for it. Nope, not happening.
Exorcism moving forward, they'll look over, Lion getting caught here, and yeah, you can see that damage coming in. Dreamcoil used, Lycan caught.
Yes, no BKB.
And they're going to get the spear out on a Januel, but it's not really going to do anything. They get the kill there on a Yopaj. They'll look over as Lycan's getting low. They get the kill on a Raven. They're going to look for more. As BKB is being used by Moon, getting at least the first life out of the hands of the Nature's Prophet, TPing away as Moon, and he'll get out in time. Looking for the roll, but there's the Yules coming in and out onto the Earth's Ferret as spear lands from his Saros. And will push the Radiant away.
Well, potentially Lycan is regretting now not getting that BKB before the AC. Because this Nature's Prophet, this coil, the stuns are just too much to handle for Raven right now. And it feels like all the fights are on the back of Moon right now. He's the one dealing all the damage. Playhawk getting caught out. Cutting the tree though. But that was actually the Earth Spirit cutting the tree. Could just be another easy kill.
Finger hits, Boundless Strike, and they're going to get the kill here on the Play Hard. Your hero's near as Sprout's using on him Saros. He's down to about half health. They're still trying to chase, maybe get the Yules out. Unfortunately, just can't catch up.
Nature's Prophet is 5k net worth ahead almost, or 4k rather, off that Lycan now. Debil is filthy rich. He finished his own AC now. It's actually ridiculous. Like, his level of farm is out of this world. Lycan, he needs to finish his BKB ASAP. They need to prioritize at finishing it now, because otherwise he will not be able to fight against this Puck, against this Prophet. There's too much magic damage coming out now for this Lycan to handle.
Radiant are scanning.
We see the Lion finish up Avalanche. Yep, 4k lead indeed. Coil on 2 here.
Coil on it too, but he doesn't really have any help just yet. They're going to bring over Deville. He's TPing in. They've got the silence out onto the Lycan, who's going to be forced to use that shapeshift to try and run. Instead, they'll focus their attention on the DJ, maybe realizing that they can't catch that Lycan and get the kill there onto the Lion. So Dagon's the finishing blow.
Yeah, and Lycan old news defensively, as you said. 80 seconds without it, meaning that Neon can do pretty much whatever they want now. Exorcism is back off cooldown. Looks like they just want to pressure the bottom tier 2 tower. Core items coming up here. 600 gold until Mars finishes his BKB, or 1k gold rather. They need their BKBs now so badly. Like, they absolutely cannot fight without them. Monkey King, the only one that has his BKB. Mars trying to potentially set up a pickoff here. No one showing since they're all bottom. Easy tower for Neon.
Under attack.
And they should not result in a trade. Next assassin TPing top under Vendetta. Gonna try to set up a kill. Potentially the Monkey King. Farming under vision. Ooh, in trouble here.
Yo, over a little bit to the side, but Playhard, he lands the stun, and they have caught Moon. Good catch. That's Playhard being in the right spot. Landing a perfect stun to set up Neon.
I said earlier that they don't really have good heroes against Lycan, but the way this game has gone, Lycan doesn't feel like a hero that can really fight them anymore. He finishes BKB now, so we'll have to see how much of a difference that makes, but his Nature's Prophet is really, really strong right now. Going to a Gleipnir as well, just to counteract the summons of the Lycan a little bit. But I feel like once Lycan finishes his bash or slash Abyssal Blade, he should be able to easily kill the Nature's Prophet.
So let's see how are they going to turn this around, Buck. This is we thought it was going to be a snowball out of control for Fnatic. Come in, Boulder Smash, Spear. Okay, they're going after this Abaddon, but again, I think this is not the hero that you really want to focus on. Gonna go after Masaros. Look at the damage coming in onto the Mars. Japs goes onto the backlines and again is trying to use that Magnetize to get a kill here on a death. They'll lose Januel. Abaddon's the one they get, but they need to get more out of this if they want to feel confident about coming into the rest of this game. And right now, play hard. He'll fall too. That's 2 kills here for Moon. Exorcism was used. It doesn't really get that much. A 2-for-1 so far, but the lead extending for Neon.
Yeah, just killing
This
two
is
supports,
not what I was
losing their core. It's looking scary. It's looking scary. But again, I think like real late game, minute 40 plus, this Monkey King and Lycan should be too much to handle. Like even though the Prophet and Death Prophet are doing a lot of work right now, and the Puck as well, they will slowly be falling off.
So, oh God, I keep looking back over at Debil's farm. Hey, he's 5K ahead of the Lycan. And they were neck and neck for a long time. He's got the Gleipnir, he's got the AC, he's actually massive.
Yeah, he's filthy rich. Like he's also quite tanky now with the items he has. I still believe though, if Lycan, there's just a problem. Lycan can never get on top of him because they're always securing him so well in the back line that Lycan just doesn't get the chance to eat him.
It's Lycan, the shapeshifts haven't exactly felt effective.
Like the last 4 or 5 shapeshifts haven't really resulted in a whole lot, unfortunately for him.
Getting taken away here, but they're ready for this, and they're going to go on to Masaros. They've got the stun, there's the dag, and the Hex is out onto the Puck. Can they get the kill here? They're going to look over as they use the finger, but the end is going to be popped, so they end up staying alive. The Gluttony used onto DJ. They get the kill there onto the Lion, and they get 2. They place the vision down, they're ready to protect it, and once that vision is attempted to be taken away by Fnatic, both Masaros as well as this Lion of DJ, they both die, and it's just Neon ready again.
Joe Pyle, who's like a really sick player there. He jumps in, coil, breaks the coil immediately. Makes his in a little bit of trouble here. Left.
Yeah, they've found play hard,
and he's dead.
Yeah,
Gold for me.
Did you see
it's not an easy
the headband usage? Like he coiled him, headbanded the Mars immediately, and it just broke the coil right away. He pretty much solo killed the Mars from full health on the back of that psychic headband. Psychic blast.
That's the combo that you think about pulling off. Well, maybe not you. I think about pulling off in my dreams. You could probably pull that off eyes closed.
Yeah, it's pretty simple. Like you just blink in coil and push him, and then it's gonna be broken. Like you have to precisely put down your coil, of course, so he's somewhat at the corner of it, so you can actually push him out of it. But it's like not the hardest thing to do if you're a veteran Puck player. But it's still a very important thing to know how to do, because obviously the item was just recently added. A lot of potential for a hero like Puck.
Radiant are scanning.
Now 5-man smoke up here. This is really the moment. Like they need to just win a fight.
Yeah,
Skadi picked up on Monkey
this
King.
has to be the fight that they win.
Yeah,
Dire
and they
are
have all the
scanning.
tools to do so. Like if Monkey gets on top of Prophet, Prophet is in trouble, and if Lycan gets on top of him, he's also in trouble.
Smoke breaks, and there's the blink out of the backlines again going to Januel, but he's not over on a Death. Death is duels up into the air, and will use that exorcism. They'll use the Dream Probe, but the beacon gets popped.
Death in trouble!
Finally going after the Death Prophet. Can they get the kill on a Death? They finally drop this Death Prophet. They look over at Januel, but Moon ends up dead! Oh dear, they lose the Monkey King pretty early on into this fight. Januel is still standing, Raven gone, and that goes horribly for Fnatic. That is not what they wanted. They will lose Jabs too, and Neon. Wow.
Monkey died without using Wukongs, without using BKB. The Nature's Prophet is dealing way too much damage. Masaros caught.
Masaros, he's caught, and I'm not sure he's getting out of this one. They're going to stick with him and use that deck to finish him off. 4 heroes dead on Fnatic. I'm going to say a couple things here. That was a great fight from Neon. Look at where Tabila is in farm. He is so strong at the moment. And Fnatic, a team that was supposed to snowball, has not done so. And apparently it's summertime because the snow is melted and there's no chance of that snowball coming back into fruition.
Yeah, just look at the Monkey King here. Like, I don't know why there was no BKB or ult coming out, but he just got stunned before. Just too much damage coming out from the Puck that was never really controlled either. DP buying back, and now they're just gonna get a free top Rex, potentially even a free mid Rex as well. Okay, choosing to play conservatively.
You look at that replay, and Playhard and Genuel were doing so much with a sliver of health. That was insane.
Yeah, like this fight, I feel like could have gone very differently if, you know, just like one spell misses, one, like anything on the Monkey King misses. He gets his BKB off, his Wukong off. Suddenly, Nature's Prophet is in a little bit of trouble, you know. The way the fight went, he was unmatched the entire fight, just hitting freely, dealing so much damage. I think the fight recap showed like 5,000 damage. Way too humongous here, like 9,000 gold ahead of the Lycan at this point. It's getting kind of silly.
Man, it really is getting silly. It's just crazy how Neon have really played this game and played it perfectly to a T. 14k ahead. I was worried that maybe Yopaj would struggle a little bit, but it feels like even in this game, he's been picture perfect. He's going into the E-Blade, so we saw in that last fight, obviously, puts the Dream Coil onto the Lycan, pops the BKB, snaps, and immediately goes after the fight, but this may not be...
Oh, he missed his coil. Might potentially be an opening here for Dire to find a good team fight.
Yeah, this is now no Dream Coil, no way to lock down these heroes on Fnatic who don't have that BKB. However, it looks like, knowing that they're behind this much, they're trying to stay conservative, or at least stay by Roche and find an opportunity to go in.
Yeah, I keep hyping up this Monkey King and Lycan, the power spikes and stuff, you know, but it's just never happening. Like, every time they pick up a new item, it just seems to be rendered ineffective.
Yeah. They have not found the proper medication to alleviate the pain that Neon's putting on them.
Definitely not. Yeah, it's gonna be a problem. But all it takes, really, for the Fnatic lineup is just to win one fight. You know, they win the next fight, they get Roshan, suddenly they're back in the game again. Game is gonna be even. But can they do that? Like, the last 3-4 team fights was all Neon. And they're smoked up here again. Vendetta pop.
We'll
right
so
by
careful.
Each other. Monkey King can't die first.
Primal Spring nearby. Silence doesn't land on the moon. That was close.
Regeneration.
Used, and that's going to snap immediately out of the Earth Sphere with the BKB pop by Masaros. So go after this Nyx Assassin. They'll get the kill here on a play hard with that Radiant Retreat, knowing that this isn't their fight to take or try and win. But Cat Januel, though, on the roll, maybe turn this around. Exorcism used, the Kibby going after this Death Prophet. Death turning around, has the Spirit Siphon out. Balance Strike lands, and now the damage coming in, but they've got themselves the Shivas as well as that Yules. He's surviving for now. Wukong's isn't going to be enough, but the right click's coming through. He's surviving for a little bit longer, but it's not going to be enough. They get the kill on Death as well as Januel. They get the kill onto this Lion. So 3 for 1 with the buyback being committed from Abaddon. Radiant wanted to go out, but then they rethought that idea and jumped back in. I'm not sure if that's what they wanted to do with confidence on this.
Yeah, and DP bought back in the last fight. Masaros in trouble.
Yeah, that Titan just does so much damage, and they can keep up with him.
Oh, a nice dodge.
The TP? Oh, he gets out. Well done.
Yeah, and the Death Prophet is dead for 50. They know he has no buyback. There could potentially be a Roshan attempt for the Dire side if they're feeling brave enough. Because I feel like if DP is back up, they're just going to be the ones taking the Roshan. So maybe Fnatic can snatch it away from them. Masaros again. It's fine.
Man, he needs to be careful.
Yeah. If he gets Psychic Headbanded and snaps the coil, he can die very fast. This team fight was pretty uneventful, to be honest. Like, Nyx Assassin getting picked off straight away, the fight being a 4v5, and then Lycan trying to chase the DP. But DP lived for so long on the back of the Spirit Siphon. You can just see it here. He's almost taking no damage whatsoever while siphoning to the, or while being siphoned to the Lycan. Goes down at the very end there, but not before dealing a whole lot of damage himself.
Do you think that they should have just tried to leave? Like, is there a way that Death just gets, you know, commit to going behind the tier 2 tower and get out of there? Because then you're not going to die. I'm not sure if really 4v5, the thought process should have been turn around or at least try and fight this. I know they've won a lot of fights coming into that moment, but maybe that's a little bit of overconfidence that causes them to lose that last time.
Yeah, potentially. Although his death there is, you know, it stings a little bit. It's not the worst. Like, they didn't lose any objective because of it or whatever. And his respawn timer is now reset. So at least he won't be dead for like over 100 seconds the next time he dies. always gotta look at the positives, right?
Well, try to, of course, yeah.
Yeah, try to. That is the key word here. Nature's Prophet with that
Radiant's
butterfly.
middle tower is under attack.
Very scary right now. And he has one more slot to replace, that Witchblade. Probably with a Satanic. I feel like once this Nature's Prophet has a Satanic, it's going to be incredibly hard for
Radiant's
Fnatic to take him down.
has been killed.
However, Monkey King, level 23, once that big ring comes out, you're not going to feel comfortable fighting in that, even as Nature's Prophet here. Roshan up, pinging it out. Exorcism potentially will be used here.
Scanning.
They're close by. I think Neon knows they need to go after somebody to try and lock down this Rosh. And who they're going to go after is going to be the Zerg Spear, but the Spear lands on a play hard. He's going to get the Aphotic Shield to be broken away from the side of the arena. They get the kill there on the Jabs. They'll look over with a finger and get the kill on a play hard, so they end up trading 1-for-1 with the buyback being used by Jabs with the Balance Strike hitting out of Januel. He's invis for the moment, but they do have vision on him. Geomagnetic
chase.
the roll coming in. The borrowed time is popped. Gleipnir thrown over. Won't land, and they'll get the kill on a DJ. Or won't land onto the line. They'll get the kill on a DJ as they look over, and now Yopaj and Disc trying to stay alive. Ooh, this is a little bit not great for Fnatic if they get caught any longer.
Big miss.
Balance Strike doesn't land. Good force staff.
That was a huge miss.
Roll in. A Geomagnetic Grip, and they're going to try and go after this Nyx Assassin. Dead for 90. And they've used Exorcism to go after Roche.
And that's 2 heroes dead without buyback. They can't fight the 3-5.
Whoa.
And Exorcism has been, as you said, also expanded. Oh my god, this could be a huge moment for Fnatic. No, Aeon is ready.
After Yopaj. He's going to die if he's not too careful, and this is looking bad for him. Spear pushes the Death Prophet onto the high ground, and Death is away from his team, but the damage coming up from this Nature's Prophet is going to be enough. They get the kill on the Jab, they look over Moon, he's got the BKB going, and the right goes coming through onto Defil. He's hexed up, hit up into the air with the stun, and they'll get
He's not dying.
Defil's still hidden away, he's got the help from the Death Prophet, they'll take out Defil finally, but he's going to buy back, and you know he's TPing into the fight. They've got the arena tower, the Glove here being used, they look over at Raven, they've stunned up this Monkey King because the arena came in and took out the trees, but now Death, he's dead, and the Nature's Prophet goes back.
Oh, I just actually realized Jopai dying there in the background to that Magnetize. I was waiting the entire time for the puck to come back, but he couldn't because it was taken out by the Earth Spirit. Huge fight here for Fnatic. Aegis Cheese now picked up. Gold lead down to 9k. And as I said, like they're getting these items online to really deal with this Nature's Prophet. But you saw how long he stayed alive regardless of like 4 heroes being on top of him. It was ridiculous. But the Basher is now out of Monkey King. Abyssal Blade is going to be out soon. Nullifier out on Lycan as well. It's getting scarier and scarier for this Nature's Prophet. As well as the Puck and DP really, because Aeon Disc and Yules, Ghost Scepter won't save you anymore with that Nullifier now.
Look at the damage in this replay that he was doing, and once the BKB runs out, the ways to control him.
Just not dying. Like, it took them so long to finally take him out. And I feel like as though, you know, if he had that Satanic there instead of a Hurricane Pike, he would have crushed that fight really damn hard. Like, I'm not sure why he went back for a Hurricane Pike. It's not usually a 6th item that you see.
That up. Now the Ags for Yopaj. I'm a little worried that I know he feels strong and he's got the E-Blade, but I would have liked to see that Ags maybe earlier.
Yeah, he's going in all in on the damage route with that E-Blade Dagon 5. Which, you know, if you're feeling yourself, you can do that. But yes, Axe is generally like the safer pickup. It just, you know, doesn't allow Fnatic to play the way they want to with those BKBs. Nature's Prophet has to be a little careful now.
He could do. I'm worried about if he goes down again.
Oh, he has no buyback.
It feels like it's Fnatic's game.
Like Fnatic wins one team fight and they're gonna win this game. They have so much building damage on the backs that Monkey King and Lycanthrope.
Dire are scanning.
See Neon feeling a little bit of desperation, trying to put some pressure on over bottom. They want to force these heroes of Fnatic back.
They have to be careful. They have no buybacks. They're fighting into Aegis Cheese. Okay, good disengage. Well done by them. Alright, that looked a little bit scary for a while there.
That's actually perfect. Exactly what they wanted to do, right?
Yeah,
Get them
force
all
them
back, get
no
out
casualties.
unscathed.
But now, Fnatic, very angry, smoking out, seeing if they can get something in return. It's kind of funny to just see the Nature's Prophet not even walking anymore. He's just TPing everywhere, even if it's just like 200 range. Oh, Jopaj!
X!
They have Nullify on him!
Jopaj! Shift. Can he get out of here? He's looking to leave, and now finger used, but he's not out of the hands of himself just yet. The stun's going to land from Lear. They've got the damage coming in from Death. Again, on the front lines, with Tabio coming in, and have enough to X out on the Death. They're
taking a lot of damage.
Sides, and I think he's not going to make his way out of this one. Oh dear, this is going horrible for Death.
Nature's Prophet in trouble! Taken down, no bite on him. DP bounced back into the fight. Monkey King putting out a lot of pain here. DP without exorcism is not nearly as scary. Jopaj is now the main damage dealer here. Can he kill all the heroes of Fnatic? You have to be so careful if you get caught out there. And bad getting killed by the Monkey King. Oh, Dagon E by combo. He still has the Aegis, of course. Spear off the mark.
Back alive, and now they've got the silence onto the Monkey King. They're going to try and chase. Oh, this is aggressive coming out from Jopaj. He knows he needs to get something done. Illusory Orb
He has
all the
Rapier
way
Monkey,
onto the
be
Monkey
careful.
King. Does he jaunt? Oh dear, E-Blade goes up into the air. Maybe a little bit of miscommunication, but they've got the stun out
drops
onto the
the
Monkey
Rapier.
King. They will get that kill. The Rapier's on the deck, and they look over at Masaros, who needs to leave the arena. He's trying to pull off that Dream Coil into the headband snap once again, but they've got the dagger. They get the kill into Masaros. Everybody dying except for Raven alive right now on Fnatic. Jopaj, he really gets that done, and the Divine Rapier is picked up by Death.
Ultimately, this puck item build paying off tremendously. Like, there's E-Blade, Dagon coming out repeatedly. Just too much to handle for Fnatic. Dealing way too much damage. Now Death with the Rapier. A little bit spooky. Like, if they can't end the game now, he is a target that dies very easily. I think they're just going to try to end it here. Go for the throne potentially.
Need to recognize buybacks if they can. There's not a lot of time until the Earth Spirit and the Lion are back up. But still a lot of time here for the Mars and the Monkey King if they maybe want to, especially in 20 seconds. They could just go tier 4s.
I'm a little surprised they didn't go for the throne here. Like, they know that they bought back. Like, the gold getting popped. They want to get the Rapier back. They want to get the Rapier back. They're taking a lot of damage.
Drop it down. Rapier picked up by the Lycan, and now he looks over to play hard. DJ gone. Can they get anything out of this? They've got Nabil coming back into the fight, right? After Nature comes in, and Fury is showing up. Do they have the damage?
Rapier on the Prophet.
There's the kill on a Raven. And now you've got the Rapier on the Nature's Prophet. Lycan's in for 94, and the throne getting taken out.
And this game is all but over now. Lycan bought back. We'll have to see if he can defend it by himself. Doesn't look very likely. So much damage coming out from his Prophet now with the Rapier. Don't think they can defend this. 10 seconds left until they respawn.
So either. Look at the damage just coming out on the jabs. They land the Glen here. That comes in on a Raven, and he will fall again. The throne is exposed. He is called, and Neon will take game number 1 over Fnatic.
Loaded out of that box here.
So impressive.
I did not expect them to win with this really wonky lineup. Offlane DP, carry Prophet, mid puck. Works out perfectly. Nature's Prophet, way too fat to handle for Fnatic. What a game here by Neon. Now, they were asleep in the group stage, but here on the main stage they seem to be, they're ready to play.
Yeah, exactly where they need to be, taking game 1 over Fnatic. And you could see Fnatic still shocked in their seats. They haven't moved. I mean, Neon was happy. They got up, they put their shoes back on, and they were out of there. And, I mean, they got to think, like, what do we do next? And to break that down, to make it a little bit easier for everybody to understand, especially myself, because I feel like I never understand anything, is the amazing panel. Back over to you guys.
Nature's Prophet later on. Same with the Dead Prophet. Monkey King as well. Late game should be yours. But they buy this Rapier, they get the kill, they lose, I believe, one hero, and then they continue fighting. And it's instead of running back, playing it a bit safe, saving that.
Yeah, I can't even tell if it's like cockiness or just like them misreading their own game or something.
I think it's cockiness and also misreading, because Nature's Prophet is dead here and he's like the main not the main damage dealer, but the main right clicker.
Yeah,
They do have damage though. You have Prophet, you have a Dead Prophet that is, and Puck, and here it is. He loses the Rapier. Don't get me wrong, Neon was still quite ahead throughout the game, net worth-wise, but it never felt like the win condition was theirs.
Yeah, the strongest carries in the game should have been on Dire.
Monkey
It
and
should have been on Fnatic, exactly. It's not even like they only had one of them. I feel like Death Prophet and Nature's Prophet would both get out-carried by both of the Fnatic carries.
Yeah, this here as well, for me, is kind of a mistake. They're trying to initiate, but yeah, I can see it, because Nature's Prophet is coming back to life and you want to fight before he is there, but also you're fighting 3 versus 4, so it's just a fun game to watch, really, from Fnatic and from Neon. Fnatic definitely stunned.
No, yeah, they were shook sitting in the booth like that, and I oftentimes whenever the Southeast Asian representative, the top Southeast Asian representative, comes to international events, it's very, very feast or famine, and Fnatic now losing 3 games in a row on main stage is a terrible look. And so, if anything, I think the Neon fans are like, oh, okay, fine, we'll carry the torch for Southeast Asia now.
And it's Neon with stand-ins. Stand-ins on stand-ins.
You keep
switching
saying
to
stand-ins, but
roles.
I'm saying you sign this entire roster right now, because they are doing better than ever before.
It feels bad for, the guys that
Rabi and
couldn't make
Natsumi,
it, yeah.
they're looking at this and they're like, oh boy, this is going to be awkward.
Scam
How
or
do
the build.
you lose to tower damage that much when you have a Lycan on your team?
Okay, you're playing versus that Prophet and Nature's Prophet.
Still.
That's probably why. But Scam or the Devil 2000, even before he was the driving force of this team, of Neon, he is the brain, the brawl, the muscle, everything. He's the one that drafts, that says how it's supposed to be going and whatnot. And now he's also the carry, and I guess it's working out.
Yes, Sumi, you had said on, I guess yesterday, you were saying it's most common for captains to be on support roles.
Yeah.
Because you're like, why are all our casters supports? And you were like, well, I guess, like, you guys are better at talking to people, so the captains must be good supports also. Dude's doing it from the 1 position. It's incredibly impressive to see.
Do you think that means that he has a higher level of skill to be able to captain and play carry at
Dude,
the
he's
same time?
captain, he's microing his treants at the same time. This man's a supercomputer in the brain.
I think it was amazing to see the gold swing in that game. You could see in the top bar that it was going back and forth 12K, because that's the value of the divine rapier, and it went through a lot of hands. It went from Nature's Prophet to Monkey King to Death Prophet to Lycan, and ended up in Nature's Prophet hands in the very end. It definitely turned a lot of battles.
Yeah, it was like maybe not the most crisp, the most clean game of Dota.
Really?
Maybe
You thought
not.
so?
I
don't
think
know.
I've seen. Maybe I think I've seen some cleaner games,
I
but
guess.
definitely at this major, top 3 when it comes to fun.
For sure.
100%.
We're here for entertainment, if nothing else. You're not here to learn, right?
Yeah, of course.
So did that game go the way that you thought it would?
I don't think that game went
I don't think
the way anyone thought. Yeah.
No. I'm trying. I guess the laning phase the laning phase followed some rules at the minimum. Although the Mars got shut down way harder than I was expecting. I thought Mars was going to do a little bit better, and they said it during the cast that Masaros has been kind of the anchor for Fnatic more often than not.
Yeah, he's the anchor if he has a good start. If he gets a good lane, then he really.
But they usually do set him up for success.
Exactly. This time around, they didn't even know what lanes they're going into, and they did get some benefits of it, because Monkey was playing into a Puck, which is favorited for the Monkey King. But because of that, they sacked the Mars, and it didn't look really that great throughout the game. He had a couple of really clutch saves with the arenas, but it wasn't what you expect from him overall.
There was a lot of action in that game, but let's take a quick look at this game's MVP.
Sure. I mean, Lizard said it. The man's captaining, he's carrying.
I would share it between him and Yopaj as well. Yopaj was on point on his puck. But yeah, the Build 2000 definitely played a really, really good Prophet game.
And this is of all the flex potential of Prophet, I think we saw no one play it mid, which has kind of died off a little bit. We're seeing it as support, not really that common. During the DPC, we would see some Prophet support. These days, I feel like it's kind of falling off. Generally, always in the offlane, but Neon content to give it a one-position farm priority.
Wait, who played it? Was it PSG? Yeah, it was PSG LGD that played it on carry as well, with the Techies game, with Xingqiu playing Techies. So yeah,
I don't really count that.
Okay, so one of the things that I have to say is we didn't count it as well because we were looking at, okay, Techies 4, Nature's Prophet, safe lane, these guys are clowning. But when you see Nature's Prophet do as well as here,
Yeah.
maybe they actually had a plan there.
And they ended up, that was the game that they picked Magnus for Nothing to Say also, I think. And then he ended up picking it again against VP.
No, they played Magnus before on mid. So.
Yeah, and so it was, it seemed questionable, but there was some foundational security behind all of that. And so, yeah, Nature's Prophet, one position, maybe on the rise.
Yeah.
Well, Obi Neon had a fantastic game that game. They have, per one esports fantasy, Fnatic has over an 80% odd to win the game.
Imagine trying matchup. You never know what's going to happen there.
Especially when you consider that they had a 3-game series in the DPC SCA as well, so it didn't really go one way or the other really quickly. SCA, like any team can put up a fight and win.
Well, these games are hard to predict, as Lizard and Tsunami have mentioned, but if you think that you are a prediction god, you can win part of the prize pool of over $3,000 in Steam vouchers. If you enter the One Esports Fantasy, you can get your picks in now for the Singapore Major. Get those picks in before the match starts, because you can't do it once the match starts. But we will be back with more Dota 2 Game 2 after this.
memorize the choreography. Playoffs or grand finals, get ready.
So
You're
the
doing
shop-
it for the 4-4?
Yeah, exactly.
Grand
the
finals.
Shopee 4-4 Mega Shopping
Wait,
Day.
is grand
but-
finals on 4-4?
Yeah.
Oh snap! Okay, then you know the Shopee 4-4 Mega Shopping Day. We will all do it, right? Right? Right?
We'll talk about
I
it.
think
we'll
that the
talk about
panelists should speak for themselves.
My bad.
But yeah, it looks like you volunteered to do it.
I'm born to win.
So, game 2. And this game means a lot for Fnatic, right? Because at this point, this is their tournament life. If they don't take this next game, they're going home.
Yeah, probably some techies picked from them, you know.
No, God, please.
Oh my goodness.
We've seen it before, but probably not. Not
They're
this
good
time
at
around.
Dota. Just like, why are they doing all this weird stuff? Why are they building rapiers so early?
I just want them to, you know, pick something very similar like in that first game. I don't think there was anything wrong with the draft. Just execute a little bit better, a little bit calmer. They do not look like a team that was... Yeah, I said that in the DPC SEA, they ended the series in 3 games, so Neon did take one away from Fnatic, but Fnatic always felt like the stronger team. In this game, deficit, but they made it work, so I'm not sure what that... Okay, Wisp, never mind.
Oh, I don't need to analyze
They'll let
any more of this.
they'll
Oh
let
no!
go.
Analysis over.
It's done.
Everybody is going to predict it'll be Neon because they have Io, who is very frequently unseen. Was seen a lot during Wildcard, but ever since then,
Perma-banned.
ever since Core Io made its debut in the tournament,
They-
it disappeared because it was first ban,
Yeah,
first phase ban.
they have to have some plan behind this because you're about to get eliminated. You're not supposed to be letting the hero that's highly contested by every single team.
There's no way that Tusk is a higher priority ban than
Yeah.
Io. Come on.
No, I'm saying that he's not a higher priority ban, but...
Oh, no. Yeah,
They-
I'm agreeing
yeah,
with you.
they're-
They better
they're-
have a plan for it. That's why I'm looking at Fnatic and I'm like, why? Why would they do this in their tournament lives on the hand?
Puck, of course, like you pick Void Spirit,
Oh man!
you pick Void Spirit, of course you're going to go with the Puck. But they do get the Alchemist for
Alchemist.
themselves. Okay, this is a very strong combination on both teams. One thing that I have to mention, however, though, even though Puck is good versus Void Spirit throughout the game, I don't like the core composition of Io, Safelane, and Puck mid that much.
Why is
Usually-
that?
Because usually you either want mid laner that's a bulky frontliner that can right click as well, Dragon Knight, perhaps a Monkey King, or something that deals damage over time, such as that Prophet as well. That's also pretty tanky. And then you can have this 1-2 combination that's unkillable in the mid game.
Could they go for something like an offlaner like Underlord to combo with the Puck ulti and then deal that damage over time that you're looking for?
Perhaps not the Underlord, but you're looking at the right direction. Maybe something like a Slardar, Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, I mean,
That-
what you're asking for, I'm with you, but they don't need that from the mid lane. They can get that from the off lane. Or EG playing it, where RTZ was playing it, and he wasn't giving out Aghanim Scepters to anyone.
Yeah, he was right clicking.
I am not a factory.
This
I
is-
am.
Dire team ban.
Or EG playing it, where RTZ was playing it, and he wasn't giving out Aghanim Scepters to anyone.
Yeah, he was right clicking.
I am not a factory.
This
I
is-
am the sole proprietor of this industry.
That's something that's possible from Fnatic as well. They could also roll the Alchemist as a
Raven.
safe lane, yeah, Raven.
Dire team
And you can see that they're also preparing for maybe a possibility of Io being a support with the Troll ban. But if you're looking at SCA, Io was 99% core.
Turn to
Wait,
pick.
It's just-
Beal already played plenty of
Yeah.
it. He was one of the first ones that made me encourage that this was a thing, and then Ame kind of carried the torch after that. And since then, I've been convinced that Core IO is the only thing that is permaban worthy in every single team, every single draft.
One of the things that works well against Io
10
because he's
seconds
always
remaining.
connected to someone is Grimstroke. You get that soul bind, you
5
connect them
seconds
yourself as
remaining.
well, and if you get a nice combination. Right now they don't have any, Alchemists kinda need, but not that great. They could get something that can utilize that Soulbind a little bit better, perhaps. Overall, a nice Grimstroke game. Nice thing that they stole it away from Earth Spirit too. And now they steal the Elder Titan as well. Yeah. Okay, they definitely have prepared for their Wisp. You can see the reasoning behind every single pick. Elder Titan usually paired with the IO, right, Neil?
Yeah, but this is... I can see the reasoning to taking it away from Neon, but what's Fnatic's strategy here? So... I'm leaning safe lane Alchemist. Going to be supported by an Elder Titan. As much as I consider Elder Titan to be a lane bully, it's still you already have shown your safe lane duo, and Neon are going to last pick an offlaner that can abuse that.
Yeah, Neon is actually switching things up. It looks like this might be. It still could be IO mid lane, but it looks like support because this is going back to Alliance and the way they played IO plus Weaver, which didn't work out for Alliance. Which doesn't necessarily mean that it's a bad strategy overall.
I'm trying to think if there's an off-lane Weaver. Because like I said, you do know the safe lane duo probably, Alchemist and ET.
Off-lane Weaver is a thing that can work, but it's not my favorite, and it didn't really work well throughout all the DPC leagues.
The only reason I'm saying is because I want it to be a core IO.
Yeah,
because support IO has a 0% win rate.
Actually,
it does.
When eHome got a new coach, they started drafting so much better. They opened up with IO and Weaver. They put Weaver on the offlane, and then IO as, I believe, something like 1.
10 seconds
so
remaining.
It's possible.
It's possible. I've seen it before.
5 seconds
they lost
remaining.
that game. So.
Who would they have to pick to be able to force IO into that core role, core position?
You mean Fnatic or Neon?
Neon. If they want IO to be a carry, then who would they even pick here?
They would last pick a support because they're missing their 5 position.
So they're either depending on if they pick a carry or a support, that will determine.
Or if they pick an offlaner support, because they have Fnatic's banning out Beastmaster, so they're expecting it to be a 1 position Weaver, a 5 IO, and
4 Earth Spirits. But don't be fooled by opinions for 4 picks because. They can be very flexible. Historically, these heroes throughout the SCA DPC have went everywhere, so they can still mix things up and adjust accordingly. Weaver versus Alchemist is not that bad for Weaver actually later on in the game. Once you get that Skadi, a couple of items, you can take him down. That's the point.
Yeah, especially with a puck on your team also. I think Alchemist...
Who does Fnatic need to round out their draft?
That's also a question. Is Alchemist going to be offlane or is Alchemist going to be the safe lane? You can't really say for sure. Like Neil said, he would like the Alchemist to be safe lane. I wouldn't mind an offlane Alchemist because if you give Axe to Void Spirit early on, he destroys this game. He's playing versus Puck, Weaver, Earth Spirit. All these heroes have mobility spells that they really, really need.
Yeah, but most of the carries that you would give a Scepter to are banned. There's no Monkey King, there's no Gyro, there's no Jug.
Fanatics
Big Bloodseeker hold. Okay, Clockwork.
I guess Terrorblade wouldn't be bad for...
Man, Opinion is really keeping us so open.
Yeah, I have no idea where these heroes are going.
Their Clockwork was played on offlane, on position 5, on position 4, everything is just... Like, here you go, we drafted 5 heroes. Now
Good luck.
Good luck, you guess where we're going.
I do think the safe lane combo, if it is a core IO, Clockwork IO seems like a pretty great lane with a core IO.
It is. I've seen it before as well. It's pretty legit.
And then the offlane duo would be Weaver and Earthspirit, which is also tough for 2 melee heroes to deal with between the Alchemist and the ET. If it's safe lane Alchemist, still don't know. Fnatic don't even know, probably yet.
This is something else. I actually even don't like the Clockwork on offlane versus Elder Titan overall. Elder Titan, Clock, he likes to come close and personal. Elder Titan is the same.
To come close and personal.
And it depends if you're fighting around creeps or not. Like, Centaur offlane for Fnatic.
That's the best offlaner you could come up with?
It's comfort zone. Masaru's played it before, and they really like the Centaur.
You're against Cogs and Coil, though.
Yep. It's offlane Puck, it seems like.
Support.
Oh, no, Debil, why'd you pick the Weaver, dog? Is it a misclick? No, Hanwell. No, don't pick the IO.
It's Yopaj with the Earth Spirit mid again.
Oh, yeah, that's also true. But I don't care. They didn't do core IO. It's 0% win rate on support.
Oh, man.
Why you gotta do me like that, Neon?
So, Tsunami, does this affect who you're going to predict now? Because at
No,
first
of
you're like,
course not.
all right, everybody, Io's picked, game set, let's go.
Does
But
100% win rate versus a 0% win rate influence my prediction? We saw China in this tournament on multiple occasions try to run. Doesn't work. I don't really know if it's been figured out. It's just not that great. Give Weaver enough of a steroid to solo carry the game, and he will have to be solo. Mid laners and Earth Spirit.
Yep. I mean, I agree with you. That's how it looked, at least. I'm still saying that combination is strong. It wasn't executed properly. Will OB Neon execute it properly? They have a very wonky draft. Fnatic, again, they're way more straightforward, have something very easy to execute, but also have their weaknesses. You're playing Void Spirit into offlane Puck.
Yeah.
Puck will do well because he doesn't even have to match up against you in the lane.
all right, let's do some quick predictions. I'll go first. I think Fnatic will take this one. I really like the carry Alk.
I'm going with Sumi. Like, I'm staying right there. She always gets it right. Like, right or wrong.
I would rely on her, but I'm going to rely on 0% win rate IO support. I'm going Fnatic also.
All right, keeping it spicy, let's get started with game 2. Will Fnatic be able to bring it back and bring it to 1-1 and avoid getting eliminated? Or will OB Neon take it 2-0? Let's go over to Black and MLP to find out.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game 2 between Fnatic and Neon. It is, of course, MLP Dota, joined by Black. Black, good morning again, sir. How are you doing today?
Good morning, sir. I am doing quite okay. I had a weird breakfast, though. Some weird, what seems to be like a 2-week-old kind of bread. But it's fine. I'm feeling okay. It wasn't poisoned. So I'm ready to go. Game 2, get some good Dota on the way.
Excellent to hear. Nothing wrong with a bit of stale bread, Black. Sometimes that's what you need to help you out. Well, very exciting matchup. Fnatic versus Neon. I mean, game 1, Neon pulling it off. I was watching very carefully, and of course, Yopaj on the puck pulling through for the team. Game 2 with these drafts, Black. What are you thinking? Who do you think came out on top?
You should have known better.
This Alchemist, as the panel already said, is looking very scary, and I'm not convinced by support IOs anymore either. So I'm liking Fnatic's draft quite a bit. Hopefully they can, get to a 1-1, and then we get a nice old-fashioned game 3. Which, of course, if I'm doing the statistics here, the team that wins or loses game 1 and wins game 2 statistically usually wins game 3. Why is that, MLP?
Well, Black, I've got to correct you. No,
Okay.
I've got to correct you, sir. This is SCA, sir. This is a classic matchup. I noticed you haven't been calling it this, but this is what we call a rambula. Right? Filipino versus Filipino match. Arambulan. Pronounce it properly, sir. Don't embarrass us.
Arambulan.
Right? Thank you very much, Black. Very hyped, the Filipino versus Filipino matchup. Obviously not full Filipino squads, but it won't matter. We'll still call it that anyway. And I don't think those statistics are correct, Black. Right? This is SCA. Anything can happen. It's complete chaos. It's a bit of a fiesta. And speaking of, Mr. Scam was dropping extremely low up in the top lane already. Looks like he does manage to get away, but another thing I wanted to ask you, Black. This support IO, 0% win rate, do you have confidence in it?
No. I absolutely despise it. Core IO just seems to be way better. Because if you play it as a core, it seems that all the weaknesses the hero has, just by nature, are simply taken care of because of itemization. Yeah, not a big fan of support IO. At all. Looking at the lanes, Alchemist already sitting at 8. Yes, he's completely farming down. You would just be expected against the Puck block where they can't really punch them at all. He's going to get a really good battle free timing and then probably just snowball from there. Which is going to be so incredibly difficult to deal with.
It's going to be very hard to deal with if Raven could just free farm this whole time. I mean, you've got to play hard on the puck and the clockwork, but I always say this about POS 3 clockwork. It feels very unneeded, right? Because you could just run the POS 4 clockwork and it basically does the same job. And now there's really just no pressure. Like, Raven's just going to have the freest time of his life.
Yeah, I mean, even POS 5 clockwork does the same thing. As you said, I'm also not a big fan of that clock. I think both supports in general, like Puck, IO, just seems so underwhelming together. Like, where's the synergy? Where's the combo? Like, what are you doing? You know?
Tough.
It is. But game 1, the draft looked really wonky too, and they made it work somehow, so Neon, definitely not out of the game by any means. Maybe they have some sort of game knowledge that we don't. But so far, all 3 lanes are looking pretty tough.
That they are. And I'm even looking at that mid lane, Yopaj and this mid-Earth Spirit. Obviously one of my favorite heroes to see in that mid lane. Yopaj, he makes it work and he makes it look fantastic. But it doesn't look like an easy game, especially up against the Void Spirit matchup. Kind of hard to actually contest Moon on this laning phase, but so far Yopaj kind of keeping up in terms of CS, but he is 6 CS behind.
Right. And it's just all about what you can do once to level 6, right? Who's gonna get a better rotation going? Is it the Earth Spirit or the Void Spirit? Void Spirit, I feel like, is a little bit easier to pull it off. Laning phase, definitely going favor of Fnatic quite heavily. Like, look at this Weaver, only sitting at 9 CS. Centaur already at 18. Not the start they were hoping for with this lineup.
It's going to be very hard to catch up to Boot, especially because you have the Arc on the other side, so they're going to be able to be online much faster. And you're seeing they're trying to harass a little bit onto Jabs and Masaros, but of course they don't really care. Masaros, he already has the Ring of Health up, so he's got that plenty of regen coming in. Very free game so far. All 3 cores on the side of Fnatic to top the CS board. Briefcase is coming out. Play hard, he's going to be alright.
Briefcase?
No, he's still going. Play hard. Careful, sir. That is a very hard briefcase. Yopaj. Lock is there. Play hard. Oh, he goes down to the end. DJ, he gets it, but the roll is out from Yopaj. They'll get the trade. But Briefcase always wins.
Briefcase always wins. He got just clapped in the back of his head. Takes him back to high school, man.
What happened to you in high school, Black?
We can't talk about that here.
My goodness. Might explain a lot.
Not my proudest days.
So I'm with you. I'll tell you what, I got hit in the head with the guitar once, Black, believe it or not. Top lane, Masaros. Inkswell out, Januel. You're going to be alright. In fact, Masaros now the one to drop quite low. Skem's going to have a go at this, and they do get it. Now Jabs. I mean, a spot of danger. Yopaj going to roll in, but is off the mark. It shouldn't really matter. Jabs, he can run, but he can't run far. Skem is going to chase him down and get the kill. A double kill now for the Weaver. And you know, they were having a bad laning stage, but you give a couple kills over to Skem like this, he's going to catch up real fast.
Yeah, Weaver definitely here that needs to counter the laning phase swinging, and a double kill is definitely going to help him. Still looking quite rough on the CS, but overall, you know, was very much needed for his recovery. Alchemist though, still completely free farming, sitting comfortably 600 gold ahead of the Weaver already, and it's just gonna get more and more out of control.
Death's hanging around. Like, it's very hard for the Clockwork to do anything about this. He's sitting there in the lane. He's got to secure his own CS, looking like he's going for the Hood of Defiance, but yeah, Raven still continues to free farm. Very concerning stuff for Neon. Even the cogs can be quite dangerous to put down because Raven can farm those up. Death has to be careful.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we'll have to see how they deal with this Alchemist. I assume... Well, no, he's not going to Vessel. Oh yeah, okay, Yopaj is going to Vessel. So as soon as that Vessel is online, they really need to start putting the hurt onto this Alchemist. Because that is going to be their timing to really take him down. Before that, I feel like they don't have enough damage to kill him. Unless Weaver gets Beetles on him, a ton of minus armor, and they just slowly and surely kill him. But so far, Raven looking super comfortable.
Mid lane, 45 and 14 so far in terms of CS, and net worth right behind his Alk, having a very good game. Itemization for Moon, you think maybe just Yules into Ags, perhaps, on this Void Spirit?
Yeah, pretty cookie cutter. Phase boots, Yules, Ags. Most likely to see that item build. I mean, it's the most standard item for a reason. Gives you a good setup, gives you a good save against the silences. Top lane, Weaver.
He's going to be alright. Masseros, you need to be careful. Yopaj, great rotation again. Magnetized pop, and Masseros, he is slowly but surely going to die to the magnetization of the Earth Spirit. Very nice rotation again, and I suppose that goes back to why this hero can be played mid-black. It's very effective at closing the gap extremely fast.
Yeah, you get high levels, you have a lot of damage potential. With that magnetized for that, what did you call it? Magnetization. I don't know if that's an actual word in the dictionary or not, but it sounds pretty epic.
Pretend it is.
Pretending. But yeah, it's a ton of damage coming out and good rotations here by Yopaj so far.
Good. We're on to death. Barry sold out. 8th the Remnant going to be off the mark. Inkswell, nice Cox push back death. Plays it perfectly. Playhard was coming in to try and help out. In fact, speaking of helping, Yopaj right behind with the Invis rune, and Moon wants to simulate away. Just fine, they won't commit. Neon, they are still looking pretty good, considering the circumstances, considering the fact that this Alk is still free farming. It is only a 1k net worth lead right now for Fnatic. In fact, Io, mid lane, Genuel does die to Moon. Yopaj wasn't able to really help out.
And now it's up to 2k lead already. So the thing is, Neon are really the ones under pressure here. Like, they need to start making things happen, and they need to start making them happen soon.
BJ, danger, death. Again, Barry's all going to really lock this Elder Titan in. He's going to try and stop, but even with the creep wave, it's going to be no good. He will continue to find kills.
Radiant's bottom tower.
But Alchemist is still completely untouched. And this is the scary part about an Alchemist. He is closing in on his Belfiry timing incredibly fast. He's getting a good spawn here too with those golems. A ton of gold coming out from those. He's already 1700 ahead of the Weaver.
Auto smash Yopaj trying to roll out, but he does connect onto Moon. Now Inkswell is there. Genuel, he's going to try and help. He doesn't really have that much healing yet. Yopaj is still alive. Now a great Cox out death. He will save the day. Jabs clapped up with the clockwork. He'll die. Skem is also around. Oh, that is a fantastic Cox by death.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Saving his Earth Spirit and killing the Grimstroke. Unfortunately, not enough damage to kill.
Oh, DJ,
a little bit of trouble here.
Needs to bring out the briefcase again, but it's not looking that loaded. Plenty of control. He'll turn on to play hard. Spaceship.
Briefcase?
Get it in time? No. No
Not
briefcase
enough.
this time.
Like, he got briefcase, but this time, as you said, it was not heavy enough. Didn't get the job done.
Moon keeps going. They found Death this time, and Death, he's not that tanky yet. He's going to try and run. Stick charges, Cogs out. Stroke of Fate, the raindrops will save the day. Skem, he'll show up, but there's your Astral Step.
Why did you make an enemy of him?
Skem, so low level and so low farm though. He's not scared of him at all here on his Void Spirit. Only sitting a 4.2k net worth. Alchemist retreated back to his golden triangle. So damn close to his Battle Fury. In fact, it's already flying out to him. Minute 10 Battle Fury. Let's go. Why not?
Nice. King's Balance.
He's filthy rich.
Roll, Dream Coil, bot lane. They caught out the Grimstroke into the kick, and God, I love that combo. Kick him right out of that leash. Now Moon is actually quite surrounded.
Get out of here.
Got an Astral Step, but the silence is in. Yopaj now rolling in with the Magnetize, and he's silenced. Burn, dissimulate, is it going to be enough? He'll survive. Astral Step to the free line, but he's going to die anyway. They at least get Genuel. They stunned up the Earth Spirit, but Yopaj, he's not done yet. With Skem, they'll go right on to DJ. The Order Titan is in trouble while Death, he will hold Masseros back. Stampede doesn't look great. He gets pushed away. The hook shot to control. Masseros still in danger. Gets Inkswell onto Genuel. Rather play hard. A big hoot stomp, but it really won't matter. Yopaj kicks him to the curb. A triple kill out for the Earth Spirit. 6-11 already for Neon.
Decent trade though for Fnatic still. They got 2 heroes, lost 3. And you saw, even though Neon won the team fight, the gold advantage is increasing for Fnatic because this Alchemist, with this Battle Fury, is farming insanely fast. Now up to 5k gold already. And he's just 3k gold ahead of the Weaver already. It is absolutely ridiculous. He's gonna have item timings like no tomorrow.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You a big fan of the Alchemist, Black? As a carry player, do you Do you enjoy this hero, or do you think it's just completely busted and you'd rather see it just gone?
I mean, it's not like super fun to play. I mean, I'm not going to complain about it, you know, it's boring, but it wins you games because it just gives you like a great winning condition. Like, you can just see how Fnatic is playing, just make space for him and you win. That's like the most simple winning condition you can get in Dota.
Yeah, get on the clock here. Inkswell gonna land, roll in your punch. You want to try and protect the Earth, but not gonna be pretty big, but Playhard is there with the Dream Claw into the kick, but the stop. DJ barely saved the day, or maybe not. 8th the Remnant Moon, he will make it out, but Yapage, he's gonna chase. He will chase Moon down and get the guide roll. Oh, he hits the bullseye and he all chats him. That's the way. Good on you, Yapage. Mid lane, Masseros, he'll avoid the roll.
Arcane Rune, by the way. 2 seconds rolling boulder cooldown.
Don't say that out loud. I don't want any nerfs. I'm a big fan of this hero, Black, please. We've had enough nerfs over the years. Arcane Rune's fine.
By the way he's playing him, he might need a nerf, to be honest. But then again, he's the only guy in SCA that can make it look like this, so probably doesn't need a nerf.
Thank you, Black.
What might need a nerf is this Alchemist farming power, because he almost has Saint Joshua completed just like 3 minutes after completing his Battle Fury.
I agree. I think Alchemist is a pretty darn strong hero. Raven still free farming. He has not been touched. Level 12, 10k net worth lead. You pointed out the Battle Fury, the SNY coming out soon. Into the BKB, and once the BKB's up, it's going to be extremely challenging to deal with Raven in the middle of the team fight. You've got so much magic damage, but he won't care with the BKB, and quite frankly, Scam on the Weaver, he's not dealing that much damage yet.
Yeah, and he's also going into the Maelstrom, of course, which is another source of magic damage. This BKB, he's gonna feel like an absolute god on this Alchemist. Vessel will be dispelled, everything they can throw at him, doesn't matter, the only stun they have is gonna be that hook shot. But, yeah, like he's
top lane. Masseros kicked out again off the coil, but they got a great stomp out from DJ. Here comes the chase.
He's gonna be alive?
Masseros, he's gonna make it.
He is.
He's out.
Right? Not enough damage coming out here. Like, I'm really surprised he got out of there with the Vessel charges and everything on him. But really tanky with the Vanguard sitting at 2,000 health. More space for the Alchemist.
No, not Raven. Not like he was short on space, but you may as well get a bit more. Keep going. BKB next. Give it a few minutes perhaps, and suddenly Raven will join these team fights. Neon.
7k gold in now, by the way. You look away for a minute. It's another 2,000 gold increase.
I do like the Death is at least rushing the Aghanim Scepter on the Clockwork. I think that might be the way to play up against this Alch. You're going to have a way of getting through the BKB with the hook shot. The double comms is very effective. And speaking of Death, hook shot off the mark. Jabs. Nice juke. Will avoid that hook and instant death. Death will have to retreat.
Let me ask you a question, though.
Yes.
Okay. When I say damage, where does it come from Dire side?
I agree. That's my main issue. In fact, speaking of, they might have their chance to show us now. Raven gonna run away. He's not ready yet, but Skem is gonna chase him down. The regen might be a little bit too high. Yapage will continue to roll through, and they'll find DJ instead. Roll, not quite on target, but it won't matter. They should be able to get this. The Raven now gonna turn around with the stun out, and the
big double stun.
Masseros controls them up. Jabs, he lets them know about it. You should have known better. It's the pump. They've got another play hard. He's gone, and Fnatic, suddenly they'll get Raven involved. A triple kill on the Elf.
So when you said they might be about to show us, you meant the lack of damage, right? Not that they actually have damage.
Correct.
Because that's what it looked like. They managed to kill a support, but all the other 4 heroes is full health. They just have nothing in the tank at all.
Absolutely nothing.
This is looking really scary, man. Alchemist
is under attack.
Is so close to his BKB already. In fact, he already has it. Sorry, my bad. How? Okay, no problem.
It's a turbo game for Raven. Hook shot, death, con, battery sold, everything being thrown out, but there's your Stampede. Raven is dropping a little bit lower, but not quite low enough. Yopaj spun out again out of Raven. Earthspinner coming in with the hoof stomp.
Radiant's courier has been
Oh, goodness me, this is looking bad. Neon do not have an answer, at least right now. Death, he's still trying to run. Raven, he's going to be on the chase. Have a drink, he says. Death, going to get stunned up, and another kill out for the Alchemist. Not looking great for this guy's
Managed to
side.
kill his teammates a whole lot, but if Alchemist is this unchecked, you know, like how there's like this philosophy, yeah, just ignore the Alchemist, kill all his teammates the entire time, he can't win alone. His teammates aren't even behind the net worth, and he is doubling the Weaver's net worth at this point. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. You cannot leave an Alchemist alone for this long, and this shows exactly why. Like, this is the prime example of Alchemist game.
Literally, yeah. Fnatic playing it perfectly so far. See if Neon can find themselves an answer. I mean, I'm trying to look for one myself. Just very difficult to... not much, I'll tell you that. It's, not really much going on. I'm digging.
Now Hyperstone up already, on its way to AC. And they're just feeling very confident to go to the Roach Pit. Could potentially be a turnaround fight for Neon. Like, he doesn't have his AC yet, so he's not having the biggest amount of armor. The Beatles could potentially put him into the negative, in which he then can die to the physical damage. But they're not even contesting on Dire here. They're like, alright, you take it. What potential is the first deal, though?
I think you have to, right? Because you can barely kill Raven once. How are you going to kill him a second time? You may as well try for the steal if you want this clockwork. Roshan is getting low. Death is still around, trying to keep his distance. Now we'll scout out again.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Moon in position to block. Will actually break his own smoke, but the Aegis is down now at Moon. He's found a very nice target. Death really has no way out. That'll be another for the books. Fnatic, say thank you very much for that one.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking for some silver linings here for Neon, but I can't really find a whole lot. Weaver finishes St. Yasha, I guess, which is nice, but Alchemist almost has his AC, you know, like the next tier of items already. Although the Weaver's getting his farm up a little bit, doesn't really look like he can match the Alchemist at all.
What would you do, Black? If you were Scam right now on the Weaver, what would you be doing?
I mean, there's not really a whole lot he can do concerning item builds. Oh, the Remnant just off the mark, so they're gonna get the outpost. Like, his itemization is good. It is, but he's just too far behind, because Alchemist is just Alchemist. I don't know what to say. I don't know how to get back into this game. it's so tough.
Mid lane, Masteros looking for that initiation, does get the hoof stomp. Great coordination by Fnatic.
Yeah, usually I would say they have to find pickoff with the puck, but he doesn't even have his blink dagger yet. In fact, he's really far away from it. Yopaj, 1,000 gold until he has his BKB. Item timings are coming out, it's just...
Jules out onto the Weaver. They've got Scam. Stomp won't be there in time. They're still chasing him down. Masteros, he gets the stun off. Now the death. It might be too late. Januoli's trying to help. He will not be able to, though. The IO has no healing going on. Fnatic will just clean them up again. They found Death now. And he could try to run, but there's no way in hell he's getting out. Fnatic, they're running down mid.
Death found Death.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Terrible.
They're fighting without the Alchemist, you know?
Dire's middle tower
Like, they won
is
without the hero that has 21k net worth. Like, this is how bad the game is looking for Neon here.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Fnatic know it. They know how far ahead they are. Neon, they'll at least glyph up and defend the high ground for a little bit. But this net worth lead only going to increase as time goes on. Fnatic in full control of this game, and yeah, I gotta admit, Black, I still haven't found that answer.
Yeah, I'm still looking for it myself. Alchemist now hit 1,000 GPM, so yeah, maybe trying to set some
Dire's
records.
bottom tower is under attack.
Why not? 1,000 GPM sounds nice.
Yeah. Weaver is sitting at about 500 himself, which is by no means bad, but it's not Alchemist.
No.
Dire's
Sort of
bottom
back in the
tower
day.
is
Imagine
falling.
every time you spend money, or like you get salary or whatever, it just gets increased by nothing. Like you just make more money out of nowhere. How cool is that song?
Sounds like a scenario that happened recently in the share market, but we won't talk about that too much. Raven, gonna go onto the high ground, see a free tower.
Yeah, so how do you stop this Alchemist now? This is potentially the last fight for Neon here. See what they can do.
Asteros, another great initiation. He's down from mid-earth spirit. Yapaj's gonna die. Scam, he's come in. So will Genuine, but Asteros, he's so confident. Move's gonna move in. They'll find another. It's not even close. They got Genuine on the IO now. Buyback's committed, but this could be the last team fight. They are trying their best, but there's your soulbind. Raven's in. He's already killed Playhard a second time. On to death, they'll get the clockwork. There are no buybacks.
Yep.
Fnatic,
and this
they're
was-
going for 3, I think.
This was a 5-0 fight. No one is even coming close to dying on the Radiant side. It's just way too tanky on all the heroes. It looks really silly. Like, yeah. I think we're just waiting for the magic ladders here. G and G. No, Neon probably kind of digesting the loss, kind of thinking about what to do next.
Scam, he's trying to creep skin, magnetize your punch. He's going to jump in and try and fight this one out right onto Masaros. But he's going to be worried about Raven. Raven's just hitting him this whole time. The BKB not helping him out at all. Now they've caught the IO though. Genuel, he's gone, and your punch will die again. Scam, he kills Jazz with the GG's called. They've had enough.
Yeah, unfortunately this game was super one-sided. More than 1k GPM advantage per minute. Alchemist, filthy rich, also sitting at a good 1k GPM mark. There's just absolutely nothing you can do. Like, you let him farm as uncontested as he did, no chance. There was once a... mark. There's just absolutely nothing you can do. Like, you let him farm as uncontested as he did, no chance. Like, there was once a very smart man said if it's an Alchemist game, it's an Alchemist game. And this was an Alchemist game.
I do agree. It certainly was an Alchemist game. Black, let's head over to the panel and see what they had to think about this second game.
A very alchemist game indeed, gentlemen. There's really not much more to say than that, huh?
There's one ex-pro player that we always talk about on the panel when there's ex-pro player, pro player that we always talk about on the panel when it's an Alchemist game.
That's true. We need to explain the context for this. A lot of newcomers, like we said, a lot of anime people are coming into this. A lot of new player experience people. Cinderin has famously said, at the end of a draft, you can't look at a normal draft with an alchemist in it, because if an alchemist is in the game, then it's an alchemist game. It completely changed the
What if
entire
there's a
face
puck
of
in the game? Is
Dota
it a puck
analysis.
game?
No, that's
For-
the thing.
for the
You'd
puck
think
player,
so.
though.
You'd think so, but that's what wise Cinderin has blessed us Dota plebs knowledge with. And what I will try to bless upon these players is stop picking support IO. If you have the IO in your draft, then it is a core IO game.
Yeah,
If the IO's in the game, it should be a core IO game, is what I will try to say.
But
Yep.
God said in the green room while we were
I don't
watching
care
this
what God
match.
said. God doesn't know anything.
And this was again. Let me be the voice of reason. 0% IO win rate still, though, always in games such as this one, in which no matter what you have, this Alchemist will win the game 16 minutes in if you don't contest him, if you don't pressure him. We were probably one of the best cores to pressure a hero early on. pressure a carry, but they just couldn't do it because the wall from Fnatic, the other 4 were just way too strong and stable, prevented them from reaching the triangle, prevented them from actually ever interfering with Alchemist's farm. He was playing a turbo game, and what was the word? Yeah, in the first game we had a Rumbulan. Is that right? Yeah.
Wait, what?
In the second one, however, it wasn't really. It was
A Rumblon?
yeah.
I was told that is the equivalent of Divai.
It was
Oh.
the SCA equivalent
I have
of the Vi game in which 2 heads are just bashing, clashing.
Okay.
Yeah, but this time around it was just straightforward 7-0-6 victory for the Alchemist team, in which they never truly felt pressured.
Also, for as much as we're talking about Alchemist, I was not convinced on Centaur being a final pick, and then Masaros was just quadruple edging people with the Soulbind from Grimstroke. So these heroes that I thought were originally picked to take it out of the hands of the IO draft, like the Grimstroke mainly, it's just like you said, the Soulbind is just like, oh, I'll just pick this Grimstroke anyway. It was just good. Fnatic knew what they were doing on those heroes, the ET as well. The team fights looked surgical, and I was super impressed.
I'm just also thinking, what are these 2 teams going to pan out next, and what goes into the last game, because it can go any way, really. You can see that the skill discrepancy isn't really high, and they're really close. So
One thing I'm definitely expecting to see is for that Alchemist band to be going out first, because Alchemist, Raven, is our MVP for this match. I mean, whenever he appeared, the enemies disappeared.
Yeah,
or
first
the
visit,
creeps.
May have to put AA back on the menu. This was something that was seen a lot. You'd see a lot of AA bans in wildcards and group stage, and then Alchemist kind of fell off, and so by proxy AA fell off. But
yeah, in the Chinese region, Ancient Apparition was picked quite a bit as a way of preventing Alchemists and Morphlings from coming into the game, but yeah, not really a popular support in SCA. Not really sure if it would have mattered that much, considering how far ahead he was.
oh no, it wouldn't have mattered, because who was the actual support that they ended up using on Neon?
That guy, that small ball of light, didn't work out. Yeah. I mean, if you're going to go and pick a 0% win rate hero, then
But that's what this is what
yeah,
God said.
explain
All right,
what
we
God
have to
said.
put some respect on God's name, because he gave us the stats in the green room during the last game. Io has been played as support and had 1 win, and it was Alliance versus Obi Neon. So it's
And it was with the Weaver as well.
It's with Weaver Io, so maybe Obi Neon saw it
Alliance
and lost to it and said, "Hey, it worked."
Yeah, let's take this strat from this team that isn't in the tournament anymore. That sounds like a great idea.
Oh my gosh, you're harsh.
Play Quora.
You just Tsunami is
I love
going.
how he
is
took
going
this
after
role
that.
that I usually have. You know, I like flaming heroes or things like that, but he's very harsh towards Wisp. I mean, I'm a little bit biased. I love the hero. I played it quite a bit on the support role as well, so because of that,
So
I'm
you
kinda,
also lose a lot.
I also lose a lot, definitely. but I still enjoy playing it. However, it definitely should be played as a core right now. It's much stronger.
Well, if you lose a lot, then you know what you know what your teammates can do. They can put you in a Toomey backpack and carry you on the go. We are able to have great games thanks to Toomey, take performance to the next level. And between Lizard and Tsunami is the Tahoe Finch backpack, designed for freedom of movement and maximum utility for gamers on the go.
It's so flexible. I think I could fit inside, actually. Yeah.
Look at this freedom of
Tsunami
movement.
can put you in the backpack and take you on the go.
I'm a gamer on the go.
All right, well, follow Toomey on at Toomey Travel to explore more about elevating life on the move. We will be back with Game 3 after this short break. Whoa.
Singapore is.
Well, some of them don't even have to get out.
That's true,
If
actually.
it happens, they can just chill,
Death
go back
is just
home.
like, all right, I'll just go down the street. It's no big deal.
Imagine just having a major in your backyard. Like, it's
Yeah,
the dream.
I
literally.
know.
Have you ever had a major even close to your backyard?
Nope, never.
I mean, close is relative for you. Americans have to go super far for basically every single tournament.
Yeah, that's true. Like, there were some in Europe, I suppose. So
Kiev Major, all the Kiev tournaments are like how far away from you?
It's pretty far, actually. The Kiev isn't that close to Bosnia.
Okay, how
Like,
about...
for a flight, I need to like spend 12 hours with layovers and whatnot. So
Oh, jeez, okay.
yeah,
Never
it's-
mind then.
Even though it's not that far, there's just not a straight connection. So
How long was our flight here? Like 18
Give or
hours
take,
nonstop?
yes. It's okay. We at least had, well, no, actually, we didn't have the LA Major. JK. It didn't happen.
almost.
Almost.
Boston?
One day, perhaps the Sarajevo. Is that how you pronounce it?
Yeah, you're close enough. Sadly, I don't think we probably have the infrastructure by now to support it, but
Let's make it happen.
it would be cool. It would be cool.
TI
A different place.
Sarajevo.
100%.
Fnatic versus OB Neon, gentlemen. It all comes down to this last game. Tensions must be really high. It looks like Fnatic might have pulled out their
A game.
comfort pick
Yeah.
with the heroes that they picked this time. But do they have anything left?
Wow, of course they do. They're a seasoned team, veterans of the scene. They have many different strategies that they can employ against Neon, but for me, it all comes down to, will Neon pick a support wisp or will they not? Because if they do, I'm jumping the hate train. It's
All aboard, Lizard!
Yep.
I am the conductor, and
It
I'll
doesn't
give you
look
a
that
free
way.
ticket, my friend.
Now, there's a reason. When I was talking about IO coming into the tournament, when we were talking about it, it was mostly as a core. You can see the adjustment OB Neon, they ban out the Alchemist. I like it. We'll see if Fnatic actually let that wisp go through, because if Neon takes it and plays it as a core, it can be very problematic for
But
Fnatic.
will they?
Now that
If
Alchemist is
Alchemist
banned,
was the answer, I'm not sure if Fnatic was like, oh, Alchemist is how we beat a potential core IO, and no, Neon was also like, oh yeah, I guess that's how they railroaded us into turning it into a support.
Yep, because Alchemist comes online a little bit too fast, and because of that, IO might be a difficult core to play against.
Maybe.
But
I would rather find out as a core rather than finding out as a support, though. But I won't keep harping. Oh, they banned it.
Nope, no IO, everybody.
Yep.
Okay, fine.
So
We're
we
not-
have
We're not seeing them. Are we gonna see Puck first pick?
possibly, there's Puck, there's Dead Prophet as well still in the pool. I would value perhaps Dead Prophet a bit higher, but Neon, so far it looks like Puck is their favorite. They go with Death Prophet. Okay.
You mentioned this earlier in the first game that Death Prophet is great against Puck, so when they pick DP, then
It's I wouldn't say it's like a hard counter or anything such, but
Thing, but once Puck gets the Aghanim's Dream Coil, then Pango's roll just stays in place. He does a little thing, but once Puck gets the Aghanim's Dream Coil, then Pango's roll just stays in place. He does a little burnout, not allowed to move because rooted through spell immunity. Which is another reason why Grimstroke, which Fnatic also played in the last game, is
And they
another
could pick
popular
it.
counter against
10 seconds
Pango. These
remaining.
Aghanim Scepter piercing leashes will
Yep.
keep him in place.
they could just
5
pick
seconds
they
remaining.
could just pick the Grimstroke once again here. It wouldn't be that bad. Like overall, like why not a support versus a Pango? You can perhaps save it for the second stage, but most likely if you do, it will get banned.
it'll
out.
get banned
Yeah.
out.
Although also Fnatic played
team
Bloodseeker on Raven, so that's another thing that they really need for the Pango.
They instead
Fnatic's
of going
turn to
all
ban.
into countering the Pangolier, they move back and make their draft look a little bit better. There's already a combination here. Puck Dream Coil plus the Egg. We've seen it from Gambit and from some other teams. It's very strong.
Does this mean that
10
OB Neon will
seconds
then
remaining.
move to try to pick someone who can right-click that egg?
5
Almost
seconds
certainly.
remaining.
There's a lot of heroes though, right? Neil, what's your favorite? Jug, Ursa, Troll?
I'm not Ursa, or I'm off the Ursa. I haven't seen enough of the hero.
Big fan of Jug so far. Jug's
Dire
performance
team
in the
ban.
tournament has done pretty well. We've seen some
Fnatic's
great
turn
games.
to ban.
Monkey King ban.
Yeah, this Phoenix plus Puck plus Monkey King circles. Remember, the first day, Sumi, we were all about the circles. And it would definitely fit Fnatic's draft.
Why do you think they went for a Phoenix?
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
It's still possible to pick an ET. Phoenix is maybe higher rated,
Fnatic's
more likely
turn
to be
ban.
banned. ET banned actually now.
Yeah, like if it was, because that was one of the things that you were like, oh, Death Prophet or Puck is first pick. And if I'm thinking back to the China drafts, and all, like, it's usually going to be like Phoenix or Tusk that's first pick. And so the interesting shift in prioritization
Fnatic's
between
turn
SEA
to
and
pick.
China.
It's still pretty
Dire
damn
team
strong.
pick.
You have Puck plus Phoenix, your team fight is really good, and now you combo it with a frontline carry as Wraith King. It can be difficult for him to lane versus Pango if they get a good position for that combos, but you just go to the jungle and you just exit it with a Radiance.
10
You own
seconds
everyone.
remaining. Turn to
Fnatic's bans are so weird. They don't target like any traditional carries. And so I think Troll is still great for Neon. I think the Jug is still great for Neon.
I mean, how do you ban traditional carries versus Neon when they're not playing them?
It's true.
They played that Prophet safe
10
lane, Io
seconds
safe lane,
remaining.
That's,
next
oh yeah,
Prophet
that's true. I
safe
didn't even
lane.
think that. Yeah, this Death Prophet could very well be Debil's hero.
5 seconds remaining.
That Prophet overall versus Wraith King feels kind of alright later on in the
Yeah.
game. Once you get that Shivas and whatnot, you're too fast for him. That Prophet just feels so strong no matter what. Abaddon is a peculiar pick though. Not something I expected from OB Neon.
Yeah.
Is that to protect against Wraith King?
Nope, there is no exact reasoning why. The Oracle is banned out, so they take that Abaddon perhaps to save the Death Prophet a little bit. It is a position 5 that became much
Dire team
stronger
pick.
throughout the tournament.
Clockwork!
But when I say much stronger, I mean higher rated, because
Yeah.
everyone started copying Lanham, and it's been very popular in China region for a while.
Fnatic taking Clockwork this time. I do believe it was OB Neon that picked Clock last game.
Yep.
10 seconds
It
remaining.
was indeed OB Neon that played it.
Is that more to
5
like
seconds remaining.
to initiate with? So Clock will initiate with his hook shot, and then Puck will follow it up with the coil, and
The
then
Phoenix egg.
the egg, and
Yeah, you have the cogs and the egg, which is pretty nice. This could also be your position 4 Clockwork. Even position 5 Clockwork is something that Fnatic actually plays a lot, so a variety of options for them here.
technically cogs are in a circle. It's another circle.
It's true.
Yep.
Very irritating. Pango team fights if he keeps bumping into the car.
It can be very bad for your own team as well if you give
Oh,
him,
guy, if he jumps in, starts pinballing.
you just I'm the kind of a player that if I'm playing Clock or Tusk and I'm playing versus Pango, he's always gonna benefit from them somehow. You know, he's gonna bounce off of them, kill 2 of my cores,
True.
and I'm gonna get pinged after.
Get the sick angles.
Yep. Okay, so OB Neon, they need their position 1, most likely, and, well, that Prophet can be flexed, but perhaps a mid laner too. You can see that Fnatic also do not know in which way they're going, so
Yeah.
they're banning
Dire
out a little
team
bit of
ban.
everything.
The sack!
Oh my god, alright, I don't want to say this, but I was thinking this in my mind that Leshrac would be picked.
Wow.
Damn it.
Give me-
I should have said it.
Okay,
Oh,
give me the
man.
reasoning.
I was thinking that if Death Prophet is not going to go mid, they could send Leshrac mid, and then they could kind of do like a
Fnatic's
little bit
turn
of a
to
push
ban.
comp because they push really
Okay.
hard with Exorcism
Yeah.
and Leshrac ulti as well.
Edict.
That's what I was.
yeah.
And
You were so close to me.
Yes,
They were
sorry.
so close.
And
Everything was good.
Leshraca's death has been played a lot by Death during this tournament so far.
Oh,
10
yeah.
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
no real lockdown so far from OB Neon is something that I don't like. A
5
reliable
seconds
lockdown, I
remaining.
should say. Later on, you can get Yules and Lash Earth Splitter with the Yules is nice. Pango with the Rolling Thunder and Blink is nice.
Dire
But you need
team
to get
ban.
there. Meanwhile, on Fnatic, Dream Coil, Hookshot, it's all only level dependent spells and lockdowns that are inherently in your team, so can be a little bit scary for Neon. And you said that plays it a lot. That means offlane Lash, mid lane Death Prophet, Tango 4 for play hard.
It have to be mid lane Death Prophet. Could still be in
Could be
Debil's
safe,
hands.
yeah.
Seconds remaining.
But yeah, I would prefer it to be mid.
I just like when Yopaj is playing these heroes that are very flashy, because the skill ceiling on him is incredibly high. Like, you can play these Quops, Pucks, Earth Spirit mid lane.
Mm-hmm.
He was destroying that last game as well, but it worked.
I'm with Sumi. I think you kind of go all in on the push idea here for Neon.
So who would that be then?
If they want to pick a one position,
there's a Lycan.
I still think Troll is good.
Yep, not bad, definitely.
Lycan's also good, yeah.
The last pick is Yopaj. Yopaj's hero?
Probably.
Maybe even the Bills. There's a Jug still in the pool, which is a hero that works well versus the Egg.
Mm-hmm.
Fnatic's
Is very helpful with the push because of the healing ward, so if you really want to go that way, you could. I still see the same issue for them. They have very low amount of catch versus Puck.
So what about Fnatic? Who are they going to round out their team? They have some great team fight. They have some great initiation, honestly.
It's most likely Masaros' last hero, and Neon is banning out the Sense, so they're expecting the same thing. Troll banned out by Fnatic. Would be pretty sick for them. Leaves Jug possibly the best option.
Void
Nope. It's Neon, man.
So it is Debil Death Prophet.
Yep. Be Yopaj Void Spirit. So Death Prophet and Lash can be a bit flexed, but should be Lash on the side lane, I think, and Death Prophet mid.
Pipe builder for Fnatic.
Yeah, just when you look at OB Neon, they do have some mixed damage, but... By the way, I saw even Pango being played on safe lane in SCA as a carry, so possibilities are endless.
If the last hero is from Masaros, there...
Tide's banned
he
out.
plays a lot. Tide banned out.
Yeah,
Night
Centaur
Stalker.
banned out.
Timbersaw?
Actually, Night Stalker wouldn't be that bad at all.
That would be cool.
Timber that they play can be a little bit hard. They have a lot of magic damage, but is a possibility.
Mars is banned out, right?
Yes, it was very early banned.
What about Night Stalker?
I like Night Stalker actually quite a bit.
It's a perfect pick here.
Our friend Davian?
You may now select
Zen?
your
Yeah, it
game.
gives them this. Wait, no, they have tons of. Oh yeah, it was the other team that didn't have the stuns. Oh wow, this is
Lots of circles from
lots of
Team
circles.
Fnatic.
Sandstorm counts as a circle for sure.
Yeah, Sentkin gives you...
And Epicenter?
Epicenter also.
It gives you a lot of burst damage in the mid game, not only the initiation with the stun. I don't think they needed another initiating hero.
That's why I hope he builds auras. I hope the Sand King is their utility team fighting.
I would love to see utility from him, I agree. Still, no matter what, I feel like Neon has got their own thing going. It's definitely fully in their comfort zone, but Fnatic once again looks like a team that drafted the Dota draft. It's something normal that you can read and you can see the win condition.
Well, we have one team that kind of centers around team fight and another team that might do a push kind of strategy.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see who sets the tempo. I think I will go with Fnatic for this. They'll take the last game. They have the momentum now. It's swung in their direction.
Thank God I won't be wrong with my prediction. I'll be following my fellow host. I'm going with Fnatic as well.
Are you going to keep it spicy or are you going to be right?
Oh, you're gonna do me like that? Then I'm definitely going to other way. Give me Neon, I guess, for the spice. I'm gonna be right in the same.
Should be the analyst panel a little bit. Should we be? And Neon does have stuff going on. Their full comfort zone. A lot of very
I think
flashy
this is the
heroes.
most even draft between the two games.
Let's see how this even draft works out. Game 3, loser goes home. Fnatic versus OB Neon. Take it away, Black and MLP.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our third game of this BO3 between Fnatic and Neon and Black. This is the one that matters, of course. Winner of this goes through to the next round. Loser has to go home. Straight off the bat, sir, I'm going to ask you the hard question. Who came out with the better draft in your opinion?
Well, this is veterans versus the new guys on the block, and unfortunately for the new guys, I do have to say I quite prefer Fnatic's draft this game.
Uh-oh.
It's, again, Neon, they always draft this kind of all-in team fight kind of style, but it's a very risky style nonetheless. It works sometimes, other times it doesn't. It's just a more solid draft overall on the Fnatic side.
30 seconds to battle.
Tend to agree with you on that, I must admit. Moon and Yapash mid lane gonna say hello to each other. Bit of a love tap there from Moon. That'll be it. No wards being scattered out quite yet.
Yeah, it's gonna be like so hard for them to shut down this Wraith King completely, and once he gets like 3-4 items, I feel like I've been saying that a lot in the past couple of days, but it never really happens. Like his Wraith King gets really strong, suddenly the team fights don't go in his favor anyway. So maybe Neon is onto something here, you know, that I'm not fully aware of yet. But from my experience, this should be going into Fnatic's favor, at least in the early game.
So this whole
It does seem that way. Neon, they are one of those very unique teams in that way that they draft these interesting drafts that nobody understands, and then you assume they can't win with it, but then they make it happen anyway. Something tells me this could be one of those games, but we'll wait and see as the laning stage does begin. See that mid lane, Yapaj up against Moon again on the puck. I'd say this time around, Yapaj, he has a much better hero for that mid matchup on the Void Spirit, and I'd say he should also have even more impact than last game on the Void Spirit.
Yeah, better matchup, but come mid-game, it's going to be quite tough to fight against the puck. But as you said, there's definitely a lot of room for rotations here once he reaches level 6. The side lanes aren't super strong until they all get their levels up. Phoenix as well as Clock very level dependent, so I would guess that Jopaj is going to do a lot of work here early in the game.
What about those power runes, that 4-minute mark, it seems, between these two?
Yeah. Which the 50-50s have been going into the favor of Moon so far, in this series at least. So he seems to be a little bit more blessed by Gaben. Maybe he did his morning prayers. Offered him I don't know what you offer Gaben. I guess some $10 bills? $100 bills?
No, just throw your wallet in. Just your wallet.
Your whole wallet? Alright.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Maybe like a gold bar?
Yeah, I mean, whatever you have. Just whatever. Just anything. Get it out there.
Gaben, I don't have money, but would you accept my $9,000 Rolex watch? And suddenly the watch just disappears. Your offering has been accepted. And you get all the runes.
Love you, Gaben.
Who doesn't?
Everybody does. He's the greatest.
Exactly. Like, even people that don't play Dota love Gaben. Everybody loves Gaben.
Everybody. Top lane, like Skem on that pos 1, Leshrak. So far, not having too bad of a time. Saros, only sitting at 1 CS on the Sand King. That was now double it to 2. This position 1 Leshrak, though, it's been a while since I've seen it. How powerful is it?
It can snowball pretty damn hard, DJ. Getting a little bit low here. But yeah, it can snowball really hard in the mid-game. Laning phase is pretty strong since you're a range hero. With a stun and a lot of damage potential with that Diabolic Edict. So I always liked it quite a bit. It's just once those BKBs come out, you just don't do anything for quite a while. Which is why Leshrak carry... You know, sometimes we see it, especially Liquid as a team that picks it sometimes, and it works really well for them. But it's a really risky carry to pick, because it's not really a carry in that sense.
Bot lane, play hard. Not Jabs. Jabs really slowing him down with those fire spirits, and like you said, Black, he just dives away. Looks like he's just going to run all the way back to the fountain to boot. He's not actually going to commit the salve, rather just hold on to it and TP back into lane.
Yeah, I mean, he was very close to base anyways, so it's not the longest walk. And he'll be able to deliver some much needed items for the Wraith King as well. We can already see Death Prophet here on the off lane, completely free farming, out CSing everybody on the board. And I don't know why people keep giving away Death Prophet. I feel like this hero currently is just absolutely bonkers. It just does everything. And it's really scary, and it never gets banned, seemingly.
Does not. In the hands of Death Summer, a very dangerous hero. We've seen it many times so far from him. Always effective, and every time we think he's dead, those Spirit Siphons get started, and suddenly things just kind of turn around. So, see if that's going to be the case this game. He's farming extremely well, like you mentioned, and that's already a great start for him. I took the very fast use of the run. Be quite detrimental for Fnatic as time does go on.
Like an amazing laning phase here for Neon. They're already 1k ahead without first blood happening anywhere, which means they're getting the better out of the lanes by far. Raven dropping a little low. Still has Magic Stick to work with though. He is not very comfortable down here.
Masaros is in the
a lot of damage.
Stun is going to land. He did not juke it out. He's got the Lightning Storm to boot, but it won't be enough damage. So he does force Masaros away. For Masaros, he does at least have a salve and a hold.
I'll take your tribute.
Also be able to get Bounty Rune here to get back to full health again. I'm a little scared here for Fnatic. They don't manage to find some good rotations with that puck, because the side lanes are not going very well for them right now. Sand King is suffering, so is Wraith King. Puck has a lot of work to do.
Speaking of the Wraith King, Raven trying to stun to play hard. Icarus dive to boot, slowing play hard down, and this should be a kill on the Pengon. They will get it. Raven actually able to take the kill with the skeletons. The jabs just allowing the skeletons to hit away and feeding the kill over to his carry.
Yeah, the good old Skelly Bros with 350 movement speed and like 35 damage, hitting like a truck. And if you have no way of running away or dealing with them, they can definitely just decimate you in the lane. It happened there, and this is much, much needed for the Wraith King. He is still sitting very low in the CS department, but that first blood is certainly going to help him out.
Quite a slow
lane.
Haste Rune activated. Quite a line though.
Go for this. That's a big amount of damage. Moon is in big trouble. He is going to ferry fire and jabs. He's going to be there to save the day. Close call.
TP rotation here. Jade going very aggro. They have to be careful though. This Edict in this jungle kind of scenario can be really deadly. Level 3 Edict as well can easily solo kill any of those heroes.
distortions in the void.
Radiant structures.
He's going to back out. He's going to start roaming through the river, maybe into the mid lane. All lanes pretty quiet right now. We don't really see too many big rotations happening. It does seem like both teams are very happy to just secure their own farm, at least for now, and confident to move into the mid game. But we do look back at Death.
What happened mid game? What happened in the mid lane MLP? Puck is behind 900 gold. He's losing the lane hardcore.
I told you. Moon, he's in danger. Yopaj again going to make the dive in. He does have one step charge. But that's the one thing. You can never count Yopaj out. He's just one of those players. No matter what the matchup is, he somehow makes it work.
I feel like Yopaj is a very hot or cold player. Like sometimes he just absolutely crushes the game. Other times you don't really feel his impact too much. But this game seems to be one of those games where he's just on. And he's going to make this game very difficult for Fnatic. Already leading 2k gold, even though they suffered first blood.
Good news for Fnatic. This time around, they won't have the Alchemist to go back to either. Raven's going to do it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, this time no gold hacks. You'll have to farm creeps in a more balanced fashion.
Somewhat balanced. You know, skeletons are still kind of broken.
That is true, that is true. There's some sort of double void step here.
They are going in again onto Moon. They love going after this puck, and this time they will be able to secure. Yopaj taking the kill himself from the Void Spirit, and well, now I guess they could stick around and pressure the mid-tier 1. They do have Skem around on the Lash.
They have a ward on Raven. You can see him very clearly here, rotating in on the Pangolier as well.
Raven, he's going to try back and look at the damage output. He does not have Reincarnate. Now he does. He skills it up. DJ going to try and help out by blocking the way, but Yopaj, he's not done. He jumps in with the DD rune. Won't be able to hold down Raven. But that's going to be about it. But you can see Neon, they're getting warmed up now. Feeling confident. So this is that point where I get very scared for Fnatic, because I know these boys on Neon. This is when it starts.
Warmed up, you say? I feel like more they're like on overdrive already. They're absolutely crushing his laning phase, up by 3k gold. They're not giving Fnatic any space to work with whatsoever. Like, so far has been a pretty flawless game from Neon. The young boys on the block making it look pretty easy here against Fnatic so far.
See if they can keep it up though, Black. So plenty of time to go in this game 3, and again a lot on the line for both teams. Very important victory for either side. And get it. Good bot lane, Death. Just pushing the tier 2 tower. He already used the exorcism for the tier 1. Just goes to show you how confident he is to just run down that bot lane and just start hitting towers. It's looking like a pretty simple game thus far for the Dire. There's nothing going on here from Fnatic.
Scanning.
Yeah, just win lane, out farm, and build on your advantage. Leshruck has his boots of travels now, so he's going to be able to join the fight pretty much globally. Void Spirit, itemizing for that, Yule Scepter probably into the Aghanim's after that. And also DP finished her hood already, itemizing into Yule's as well. It's going to be so hard to bring down for the Radiant here. Most of the damage is magical. Coupled with a Spirit Siphon and hood active, he should not be dying anytime.
Moon, I'm wondering what itemization he's going for on the puck. 3 null talismans for now. Queued up either.
Like, he doesn't even have boots yet. He has been really shut down in the laning phase, and any sort of item, whether it's Travels or Blink Dagger, is pretty far away. Still 2,000 gold away if you choose to go for Blink.
Here's the group up in mid lane. Neon, they want to start the push. They very well can do so with that 80.
Radiant structures.
Death not even going to pop his ulti.
Damage output on that tower is way too strong. Catapult alive as well with the Abaddon here. And no danger of dying whatsoever. Raving pop.
They are going to go. Horror strike out from Masaros, but Raven is still in pretty massive danger. They've kind of left him behind. Now the X is going to come in depth. He is barely going to help. No, never mind. Raven is dead. They even get the egg. Masaros, he will try to go for the epicenter, but Death, he will not die. He is death itself. Moon goes down. Yapaj, what an Aether Remnant out onto the Sand King. Mid-Burrow strike. He'll try to Sandstorm, but they have the dust. There they go.
Mid lane was almost dying on Clockwork as well, but he gets away, so not a full team wipe, but a fantastic performance he went here. Taking a 4-0 fight, taking the tower on top of that, now up by 5k gold. They're making this early game lineup work perfectly.
Really is perfect. 5k net worth lead at 12 minutes in. Very impressive stuff.
We haven't seen anything from the puck yet. No movement around really. 0-2-0. A hero that throughout this entire tournament and even the DPC season, we have seen him do a lot of work. Struggling to find his place in this game. There is a lot of pressure resting on his shoulders because, as we said, he needs to be the one to initiate those team fights and get something going for his team.
He's half the net worth almost of Yapaj. I think that's where it kind of stems back to, is the fact that he just doesn't have any gold right now. Actually behind Masaros and the Sand King, who's also been struggling. Now Neon, they've popped the smoke. They want to keep going. They understand how strong they are.
Dire's top tower is under
Toward that
attack.
top lane they go. Yapaj, he'll lead the charge.
At all.
On to DJ and for Clockwork. Your cogs up. Masaros is also around the Sandstorm. In fact, they're going to go after the big target. They go straight for the Sand King, into the Clockwork. And they are making it look so easy.
Yeah, they're just outplaying them completely here. Like, Fnatic does not find their place on this map at all. They're just trying to farm the Radiance up, but he's so far away from it. Still almost 3k gold away from it, 1500 away from the Relic. They just have no space to work with at all. Mid tower now, in big trouble. They still have a glyph to work with. But once the tower is gone, all the T1s are gone, the map is going to be so small for Fnatic.
And that's the real issue, right? Like, you're already so behind in gold, and what do you do when you've lost map control? Which they are just about to now. Yapaj, he will finish it off. You lose map control, you lose space, you have less places to farm.
This please.
That triangle's not even safe. Skem's running around and already farming it up. Fnatic, they can't defend their triangle.
They can't defend anything right now, seemingly. Like, they have a huge amount of team fight, and this is really where the lineup's strength is. They can't get anything started here. They need to somehow smoke up, get a good team fight going, because this game is going completely the wrong way. Out of control, almost here for this Neon side.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Got
A
so
couple
much
of core items
mobility.
here on DP. Almost Yule Scepter up. Yule Scepter almost up on Void Spirit as well. Once those two items up, you probably see another smoke. Just try to invade the triangle again.
Those items flying out now, and I think you are right about that smoke, Black. They group up mid lane again, just hanging around. In fact, they are starting to split up, never mind. But I think we will be seeing it very, very soon. That smoke up that you talked about. And there you go. They do pop one. Yapage, he's going to clear out the mid wave. Maybe even bait for the team as they stand right behind him.
Do it with flair.
He really
He's
can't
having an
die.
arcane rune. It's gonna be so scary to this next team fight. This Void Spirit is gonna be a very big problem. Phoenix, is he gonna get out?
Yeah, Jabs gets jumped on. There's the Yule Scepter into the Aether Remnant. Do they have complete control? It does look like they do.
Easy. Absolutely
Dire's
easy
top
for them.
tower is
Might
under
be
attack.
wanna pop the Exorcism here to get the tower, perhaps? But you still have a glyph to work with of course. You don't want to waste Exorcism at this stage of the game. It's still a very important teamfight tool. Top lane, they are seemingly trading the tower.
Dire's
Well, I say
top
trade.
tower is
So
under
far,
attack.
Neon is playing very conservatively.
Yeah, I mean, it's not exactly a direct trade by any stretch, because now the rotations are coming down bot.
Dire's top
They get the
tower
tier
is
1,
fallen.
but you're going to have to give up the tier 2 tower, and Fnatic, they know they can't really defend this. They're going to
Dire's
pop the glyph to
structures
try and slow it down, but the siege creep is probably going to survive.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And yeah, there
is
you
under
go,
attack.
Death. He'll tank the tower. Tier 2, there will be no defense. They're not even going to try.
Interesting item choice here by Moon, going for the Boots of Travels with already a pretty rough game,
Dire's top
meaning his
tower
Blink
is
Dagger will
under
be delayed even further. However, Sanking at least has his Blink Dagger now,
Radiant's
so there
bottom
is
tower is
potential
under
for a
attack.
huge epicenter Power Strike, which they really need at this
Radiant's
point.
bottom tower has fallen.
They do.
Dire's top tower is under
Go another
attack.
tier 2. Going down. TP's up top from Yapage. Looks like he wants to make sure his tier 2 top stays safe. Fair enough. Fnatic, I mean, you're just playing the farm game right now. That's all you can do. You need at least Raven to have that Radiance up before you really get involved. And even then, he's probably just going to keep farming up on that Raid King with the Radiance. He's got it soon at least. So at least there's going to be a bit of escalation for Fnatic with their carry.
This Radiance is going to be a big power spike. I'm just a little afraid that
Fills me with
the
nothingness.
supporting cast might not be strong enough for him. Although they do have big AoE ultimates, it's going to be very hard to lock down the Neon side here and find the correct targets. Because they have so many people that can just cut the backlines and make life hell for this Phoenix as well as this Puck.
Time indeed.
Ashrock
lane.
on his way, farming a Bloodstone. Once that's up, he is gonna be virtually unkillable. With the Lashrock behind him as well. Sorry, the Abaddon.
Skem special, that pos 1 left track. You know, Skem, he runs very unique position ones. I have very fond memories of the pos 1 chef. I talked a lot of trash about it when I was casting it the first time, I'll admit that. He proved me wrong very fast.
Yeah, he's not the typical hard carry player. As you said, he has this very special hero pool. He likes his Weavers, his Lashrocks. Even the Rickies, you know, he just likes to be in the action and starts killing heroes. Has always been his style. Which, you know, can be a limiting factor as the tournament goes on, because people will, of course, identify that as well. Yeah, and be more ready for this kind of style.
Very talented player, Skem.
Invisibility.
Fnatic getting a bit of space here. Raven has been able to farm up the Radiance now, so definitely good news for Fnatic. Neon, they have kind of let them be for a bit.
He's going to be on the Sanking here.
Saros Already been a tough game for him.
Dire's middle
Gonna
tower
find out the hard way, but oh, nice blink out. It's just not gonna matter. Yapachi's all over it. They've got the control, and look at the damage output. He just blew him up.
I mean, Lashak is just one of those heroes. It's like a pure DPS machine. And so is DP, really. Like, they have so much damage on this Dire side, just passive damage, which I spoke about before. Coil on the Pangolier here should be a pretty easy kill.
Leash almost about to wear off. I don't know if it is. They hook shot in. He is still alive, but finally does go down to Moon. They have lost another though. Japs is down, and now the Rave King Raven. Not looking so royal, and the tips are coming out. Neon. You start to wonder whether it's...
And he gets taken out immediately. Like, he did nothing that fight. Exorcism just eating through him. DP, one of the hardest counters to Rave King. And again, like, raises the question, why is a hero like DP not more highly contested in the banning stage, you know? Seems to just be a crazy hero performing every time it's picked, pretty much. DJ, a bit of trouble here, perhaps. Just gonna TP out. Just TP out.
Forehead. Daniel,
forehead
indeed.
Is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Fnatic moving through the river. Looks like they may have spotted out Diapage, but I think you can really kill him right now. In fact, Diapage is 250 gold away from an Aghanim Scepter. Oh boy. 20 minutes in, Yule's Ags up on the Void Spirit. Fnatic, that silence is going to really ruin their team fight. There's already so much silence with the Death Prophet. And now you've got a double silence coming out on the Void Spirit. They're going to smoke up beforehand anyway.
Silence too. They have so much silences.
There it is. There's your Ags up. They've smoked immediately.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Reincarnation still on cooldown. See who they can find here. Fnatic right now in a pretty defensive posture. Not leaving their base at all. Well, DJ did, and he pays the price for it.
I think if anything for Fnatic, at least it's DJ, right? At least it's your position 5 clockwork. It wasn't Moon, it wasn't Raven. And then now they know where Neon are, so they can go down towards the bot side of the map and just kind of avoid them for a bit.
Sure, if you like recall what happened in game 2, it looks very similar in this game now, except it's Neon in the driver's seat and not Fnatic. Fnatic just seems to be too scared to go even to their triangle to farm. And you can't blame them. The entire map control is going to Neon right now.
Top
now
lane
initiation is tanking here.
He's trying his best to split push that top lane and make more space, but every single time he does, he gets punished. This feels like it's all Masaros can do though. If his team's not ready to fight, he just has to do his job and split push lanes, but now the Roshan's happening. Without a Sand King, you can't fight this.
Yeah, Flock is not even trying to steal it. And let me ask you, MLP, if they don't feel ready to fight with 2 Blink Daggers online on their big AoE heroes, when do they ever want to fight?
That's a very good question, Black, and I don't have an answer to that, unfortunately. It's kind of like the last game. We didn't have an answer for the Alchemist. This game, I don't have an answer for Fnatic against Neon as a whole. I mean, 10k net worth lead, ages taken. What do you do? Raven eventually will scale on this Wraith King, but it's going to take a while, and now they're going to smoke. They're going to try with those double blinks you talked about.
Backdoor trouble here.
He is in trouble for full health.
Is under attack.
Oh no, they're going to go in anyway. Fire Strike is down. They've got the Abaddon. That is a hard target. The hook shot and instead onto the Pango, and Playhard is going to die, but Masaros has been caught again by the Remnant. Yapage not going to capitalize. He'll back off, but here comes Death Summer right onto Raven. They want the big boy, but Epicenter is in. It's not going to be great, however, right onto Genuel Masaros.
The egg.
Gets the back. Green Coil's there. Moon holds them down into the egg, but where's the damage output? Maybe it's coming in, Moon. He's been caught out. He's very low on that puck. He will die a second time. A dieback immediately. They do at least kill off Yapage. There's something for Fnatic, but a dieback on your mid puck, not going to feel great.
That's a really big feels bad, man. Like, there's just not enough damage to go through this DP with his BKB hood. Abaddon just keeps healing you up. The shield was very well placed on the Death Prophet, so he can pop his BKB through the epicenter. And your Leshak just seems unkillable at this point. With the Bloodstone, just too much spell healing coming out. And now they're knocking on the high ground. They still have a glyph available, but it's going to be very scary. Exorcism up to 20.
Yeah, I mean, your Page will know your Page. They're going in. They don't care. They're more than happy. They've got 30 seconds without Moon. Looks like they are going to be a bit cautious, though, without their mid-void spirit. But Neon eventually will just make their way back into that tier 3 tower. There you go. There's your Exorcism out now. Scam, frontlining. Just forcing them back. Fnatic. They've got to find a way to initiate into this team fight. They don't have Epicenter. They don't have
How do you stop them? You can't stop them. There's nothing they can do. They're just watching the barracks die. At least Wraith King is still farming on the opposite side of the map. But yeah, they just have to give it up.
Scam, he's just tipping them while he's taking their racks. He's torturing them. Moon is caught out again. The Raven is going to connect. The Rolling Thunder. It's all there. Moon. He just respawned. The tips again from Play Hard.
Mental warfare now as well. Puck died 3 times in like 2 minutes. Not a good look here by Fnatic at all. They're getting absolutely humiliated by Neon at this point. At least Exorcism is on cooldown now, so perhaps they can defend their second side of barracks. But Wraith King doesn't feel like he's ready to fight it at all. Still 2,000 gold away from his BKB. And smoke up though. This is like a desperation smoke here. They need to win this fight.
It is.
And DP is all by himself. Potentially.
Yeah.
Maybe. Probably not though.
Radiant
They're going the opposite way. It's hard. If he gets his BKB off, Puck TPing middle. Oh, you have to be so careful here.
Moon. It'll be fine for now. He won't jump in. Fnatic so desperate at the moment. Raven, he's getting close to the BKB. At least with the BKB up, you won't take so much damage so fast on this Wraith King. You can actually get some hits off. He's just got to get it up. Almost there. Bot lane, however, Masaros. Remnant out. Yapash, he's got him. The silence is going to make it impossible for Masaros to get away.
Like, Fnatic has been stuck in this loop of just trying to split push the side lanes for like a good 10 minutes already, and they just keep dying one by one. It's leading, like, it led to a 14k gold advantage now for Neon, and they seem to be just unstoppable. BKB picked up on Lash. Puck again. Oh, barely phase shifts the stun. They should be able to get out of here.
Is he though? Play hard on the chase. The haste going to be activated, and now he should be fine. Scary.
If that stun connects, he dies again. Potentially, it's just another barracks gone. And they bought a little bit of time for the Wraith King. He needs 300 gold for his BKB. Oh, clock is ticking though.
And it is. Tier 2 top tower going to drop. I was about to say, Black, I think Fnatic, even though they are dying a lot in those side lanes, they are doing the right thing. Right? That they understand that Raven is the only play now. That's the only way they're going to win. It doesn't really matter so much how many times you die on the other heroes. As long as Raven's farming, that's the only win condition I see now for Fnatic.
The problem is that DP is really strong against Wraith King. Like, even through BKB, those Exorcism Ghosts, especially if you don't have AC, are going to absolutely just eat you up. Like, he's going to die through BKB in like 3-4 seconds anyways.
Oh, your party's in. He's got jabs. Jabs. Oh, Burrow strike. Masaros, he's going to save the day. The egg is out. Maybe this is the fight. Play hard. He's gone. Yapaj, he's going to juke out the egg stun with the Yules. Ate the remnant. Hold one down. Raven, he's joined in. He wants to fight, but here they go. Neon, they'll turn right back around. Raven, he doesn't want to be here anymore. He wants to run, but the life, at least the first one's gone. Masaros, he's back in. Double Burrow strike out. Buybacks, big minute. Play hard. But look at your Wraith King. The king is dead. Moon. He'll get his way. Oh no. He is not out.
Used up.
He is gone.
Easy pickoff as well. When everything's going wrong, no Puck buyback, no Wraith King buyback. This is going to be another side here.
Oh, Neon. It's like after Neon lose a game, they get more hyped up. They get more excited.
Is under attack.
I mean, it just comes back to their drafts all the time. Like, Neon with DP looks like a completely different Neon. Like, game 1 they had DP, game 3 they have DP. Both games just look absolutely one-sided. So, you know, maybe consideration going further into the tournament. Just ban that hero against them because they're way too comfortable on it.
It's even crazier, Black. They're not even playing with keyboards. Go on their Twitter. They're playing with joysticks right now, Neon. I don't know how they do it.
I've seen that too. Maybe that's their strength. You know, maybe there's some extra buttons that a keyboard doesn't have. Maybe it sits more comfortably in the hand. Who knows? Like, it's the next level tech.
We'll have to have an investigation on Neon after this. These joysticks may be given the advantage here against Fnatic. We'll find out. Neon looking extremely powerful, however, joystick or not. I mean, 18k net worth lead, 2 racks is up. Black, give me some hope. Give me a win condition. What do Fnatic need to do?
I mean, he has the right idea on Wraith King. He's queuing up Moonshard as well as Rapier. He needs to go all on damage. He needs to jump a guy, blow him up immediately. But where are you gonna get 10k net worth from before Neon just ends this game? Like, money doesn't grow on trees, you know?
I guess they could ask Neon. Maybe they could take a loan out.
Leshrac here is all by himself, but he's so tanky with Shiva, BKB, Bloodstone.
Going in epicenter, it's a lot of damage. Hookshot, is it enough? Not quite yet.
They can't kill him.
To survive. They can't kill him. They can't kill him. He's going to turn right back around.
He's killing all of us.
Everyone is just burning alive. Raven, he's been left behind. He'll BKB TP out. But how demoralizing when you commit everything on one hero and he just won't die.
It's so unfortunate. Like, he used his Pulse Nova to farm the Ancient Camp, but of course, Pulse Nova being active means Bloodstone will provide you with a lot of spell lifesteal. They go with 4 heroes, and he just heals too much. They have no damage to kill him, and they use so many ults for him. Now DP ult pop. How do they defend this barracks MVP? How?
You're the analyst, Black. You need to tell me these questions.
I don't know. Like, this is way beyond my analysis capability. Like, I can't see a single thing.
Oh, goodness me. Death right onto the mid-racks. Raven, he's looking at him. He's trying to give him a death stare, but they don't care. Back in, Masros, he Burrow Strike, duels up, Scam, again to control the damage. It's too much. Hookshot, EJ's going to try. Cox pushback at Raven. Already 1 life down. There's Masros with the buyback now. And the Burrow Strike. They're going to continue trying, but Raven's gone.
He didn't have his BKB in his inventory. Like, he died with his BKB in his backpack. Alright, a little bit flustered here. But now, Mega Creep's coming out.
Onto the pump. Dissimulate there. Moon almost dies. Masros goes down again. They call it. GG's called. Neon Esports, or rather OB Neon. They do make it through to the round 2 of the lower bracket of the playoffs, and I'd hate to say it, but Fnatic, they are going to have to go home.
Yeah, unfortunate elimination here. SEA on SEA action. Now there's only 1 left alive. Neon, well deserved though. They absolutely crushed it in game 1 and 3. They did super well. They didn't let it get to them that they got owned in game 2. Super good mental fortitude. They deserve it.
Yep.
Well played.
They're one of those teams, you can't underestimate these guys. Sometimes, like you said, they look cold, but sometimes they look amazing. And well, with that, let's head over to the panel. Let's see what they thought about this game number 3.
Thank you very much, Black and MLP Dota. I would like to first open up this panel with a public apology to my friend Lizard. I won't look at him, but I am very...
Welcome on stage, Team Liquid.
Speaking of the bans, who do you think they're going to ban for Old 11?
Pango.
Pango, Mars.
And that's where I disagree a little bit with Neil is if he's getting Pango, I think he does look like the best off player in the tournament. If he's not getting Pango, I think he looks like a really good tier 1 off laner, but he's not that S tier.
Who's your favorite then?
Ice.
Okay, fine. Yeah. I haven't seen enough of Vici. You were in NADPC, so you got to see plenty of Ice.
Ice or Zai. I think those are the two that stand out the most for me.
I mean, they're still upper bracket, so it's a pretty safe bet.
Yeah, exactly.
If Old 11 doesn't get Pango, how does that match up to Boxy?
I doubt they give him Pango, maybe, unless they game plan for it. I think that's something we heard Puppy and Secret talk about. Like, sometimes you're going to bait your opponents into picking something because you think you have an answer for it.
Yeah. We saw in the last series, Puck was one of the answers to the Pango. Mike plays a lot of Bloodseeker, that's another answer. Sania plays a lot of Grimstroke, that's another answer.
So, I mean, and I think as far as Boxy's concerned, maybe we're going to see the two teams fight over the Mars. Mars has looked really solid, especially if Pango's banned. Both teams are going to want Mars. Tusk as a support, absolutely agree. So there is this, I think, a few heroes that are going to be very hotly contested, and of course, the Puck and Death Prophet, probably the two big meta picks right now that every team wants to play as well.
Who do you think, just based on paper, the stronger team is right now? They're completely different regions. One's number 3 in the DPC. The other one, I don't. Also, no, not number 3 in
Liquid
DPC.
were number 4.
I think number 4.
Yeah. My head says Vici coming in as a kind of more consistent, better team, but something tells me in my heart that Liquid just somehow they can look terrible, but then they come into this big matches, they play well. So if I had to predict who's going to win, I feel like I would just say Liquid, even though it doesn't make sense to me.
Liquid peaks higher, but they also have way deeper valleys than Vici Gaming do. So it again, I think that's why a 3-game series is good for them, because it's not even like the day kind of thing. We were saying, day 1 of wildcards is a really hot day for them, but even on a game-by-game basis, they can look like completely different teams. Liquid is the hottest and coldest of any team I've seen in a long time.
Is there a chance that we'll see something different? Maybe not techies different, but some other pocket strategy?
Always a good chance with Liquid. I think maybe the question is, do Vici go kind of out of the box all, or do they feel like they need to? Ultimately, what they've been doing is consistently, gotten them top 2 in wild cards, 3rd place. They started up a bracket. Yeah, they lost to IG, but I think IG just kind of had their number. So I don't know if Vici Gaming need to flex anything, mix anything up. But
yeah, this is deja vu because I think you probably asked me the exact same question during groups, Sumi, and then maybe even the same question during wildcards. And I was like, well, if there is a team to cheese, it'll be Liquid, and Vici will probably do their own thing.
I remember you saying that.
It's all coming back to me.
I'm hoping to see something just completely wild. Fnatic definitely kicked that off yesterday, but maybe Team Liquid will have something up their sleeve.
I think the big thing for me with Vici is don't go too out of the meta. If anything, I feel like that's where they lost last time. They picked an anti-mage. That's a hero I feel like hasn't looked very successful and just being punished just because you're versing, I think, a Storm Spear that game. I can't remember exactly what else they were playing into, but they need to play something just more standard, get their comfort picks.
and just play that kind of team fight oriented Dota.
And if Liquid don't want to mix it up in the drafts, maybe take a page out of their European brethren's book, do some tri-laning, do some in-game shenanigans, make some movement happen outside of just the heroes that you pick, but how you treat the first 7 minutes of the game or so.
Yeah, I think there's a few heroes Liquid can really do to throw off the lanes. Like, they really like the Enigma, which can kind of flex between roles a bit. They also really like Timbersaw, which is a hero that forces the opponents to make tough decisions when it comes to the lanes, and also just their picks. Like, okay, are we going to pick a bat right into it? Oh, we have to make sure we get this good matchup against Timber, because if you give him a free game, he's going to take over. So I feel like Liquid do have some really difficult heroes to play into.
It looks like Insania might have a little issue with his glasses, and you know the players have to be in tip-top shape to get that game started. So it looks like there's a whole team dedicated to getting those glasses repaired.
Boxing Taiga, Sharon Strats, bro, you want to be the 3 this game, or you want me to be the 3 this game?
I thought they were just catching up on the Dota anime. That's what it looked like to me.
I'm so upset that the Taiga interview that I did will not be able to air, because I know for a fact Taiga watched the anime, and he loved the anime so much that he said he was going to watch it in Japanese a second time. And so, well, I guess I can share the information now because it's not going to air. So I asked him what he thought of it. He obviously liked it quite a bit. I was like, okay, if you could have any one hero animated in the second book, which one would you go for? And he said Enigma. He was saying that both the lore fascinates him. He thought it would be really interesting to see the animation on how they handle Enigma, and the voice acting, because he loves Enigma's voice acting. It's Duke Nukem in Dota, so they have to have someone equally impressive for the voice actor in the anime, but that was his answer.
It's a good answer.
That was a good answer.
I like it.
How about you, Gods, if you could have one?
I'm thinking.
It's not Visage right off the bat. I thought that's your
I don't care.
That's your boy.
He is. We're playing Dota, but I don't think it'd be that much interesting to the anime personally. He seems kind of like a bit of a dull hero, just chilling with his birds. I don't know what he's doing.
You know what I want? While you think about that, Gods, I want to go the other way, and I want Marcy to be taken from the anime and put in the game.
Okay.
Marcy's the best.
I want Queen of Pain in the anime.
Dude, I mean,
look, I'm saying what everyone in Twitch chat is thinking, okay? I'm a man of the people, Tsunami.
The anime?
Do you not want Queen of Pain in the anime?
Or adaptations of the anime, inspiration from the anime. I'm seeing a lot of Marcy fan art.
You heard it here, everybody. Gods is officially your representative. Twitch chat representative Gods. People asking for Queen of Pain. Woo! Draft started. Thank goodness we can get off this subject.
No, I want to talk about it more. How about the Queen of Pain Arcana? What if they have both characters? One of them is
10 seconds remaining.
It's looking
Techies can do that.
5 seconds remaining.
Here's
Liquid's turn to pick.
There's Puck. I was unsurprisingly banned. Vici Gaming actually banned out the Death Prophet, and Liquid ban out, of course, Old Eleven's Pango and the Phoenix as well.
It feels like both teams have like a must-ban hero. With Vici not playing Io, they have to ban it. We've seen Liquid just dominate with carry Io, and Liquid not a team that they can play Pango, but they are not.
Vici Gaming's turn to pick.
They're probably going to be banning Pango first stage every single game.
Can I just say that your boy Old 11, his pose behind his
I know,
thing,
I love that one.
he's pointing to his brain. That is the massive
but he's
brain.
also flexing at the same time. He's got the brain and the brawn.
10 seconds
now
remaining.
I see why he's your favorite.
I'm telling you.
Shadow Shaman from Vici.
5 seconds
is this
remaining.
expected?
Team
yes,
Liquid
but also maybe not
to
expected
ban
as like an overall first pick. I think Shaman during the DPC League in China was like one of the most desired 4 positions, but kind of fell off and hasn't been valued quite as highly here. But they're going to go back to it, and I think it's just a comfort pick. It doesn't reveal too much. It's going to, force
10 seconds
Liquid
remaining.
to at least address it a little bit. You want to have heroes that can cancel shackles.
5 seconds remaining.
Do that just fine.
I think Vici picked Shadow Shaman in their bracket against, or in their match against IG at one point as well.
Yeah.
Alchemist pick.
Oh boy. Could be carry, could be offlane. We've seen different looks of the Alchemist. I personally think the carry Alchemist just overall looks way more solid than the offlane Alch that just pulls Ags.
Yeah.
it feels very hit or miss, the offlane alk, where you just pull Ags, you're very much
10 seconds
become
remaining.
useless later on. It feels like you only have 2 core heroes, so...
We saw how powerful the core alk, the carry alk did in the first series as well. Whew.
And I think this is kind of like, they give away the puck, but they have a game plan for it. The Shadow Shaman gives you that guaranteed reliable lockdown. We've seen a lot of this Shaman Lion into the puck. And the Alchemist is here that can just get enough items and tank up as a carry that you don't get ever really blown up by a puck. You get Dreamfield, you don't get it. You just stand there, you pop your Chemical Rage, and you just hold your own. And eventually you're getting a BKB.
I don't think they've given Poyoyo Alchemist, though. They did give it to Old 11. But I think after seeing the last series, I would be inspired by Carry Alchemist for sure.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That is very interesting. We've seen a couple of Darkseers in the tournament, but I don't feel like it's really stood out as like a highlight hero.
No, it was an Alliance go-to. When Alliance were struggling, they found some success with Darkseer. I would say that was when they started to look good, and then teams were like, okay, the only hero Alliance is doing well is Darkseer, let's just start banning it. It is a natural partner for the hero like an Earth Spirit. We've seen it pretty much always with Earth Spirit or Nyx Assassin, some kind of melee 4 position that benefits from the
5 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think if this is like a way to protect the Alchemist, so if it is a safe lane Alch, then they're like, okay, get rid of the offlaners that can make life hard for an Alchemist. And Darkseer would be one of them. Super high armor, he can just sit inside of Acid Spray, and obviously Ion Shell is a big nuisance for him. And if they want to put more into protecting the Alchemist, Monkey King maybe?
AA.
AA, yeah, for sure.
If it's going to be... That maybe tips the fact that it is a carry out, or you could try to throw him off by
it's a
banning.
decoy ban.
Yeah.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
So if Team Liquid were to pick AA, the AA Blast would basically counteract Alchemist ulti. Is that what?
Correct.
Is that okay?
Chemical Rage gives an insane amount of HP regen.
Team Liquid's turn
generally
to
considered
ban.
to be pretty squishy, otherwise he's kind of low armor until he gets a lot of items, and AA's Ice Blast just nullifies his survivability.
Team Liquid banning out Luna, which is what you mentioned earlier, Gods, as one of the supports that China likes to play.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
They went a bit away from it, I think, after day 1, day 2, where it was just winning games as like a go-to 5, but could easily see them picking it up once again. It brings a lot of team fight, a lot of magic damage.
They played DY Nyx Assassin, and I think I would like that support.
10 seconds remaining.
Against a puck.
5 seconds
I
remaining.
think the issue is then, I mean, not an issue, but you do need to pick a carry that, because Nyx is not going to give your safe laner the best lane. But that's where if Alk's an offlane, I was going to say Troll's good, but it's not really, because it's not a hero that benefits from the Ags that much. So you're kind of thinking about who are the carries that benefit from getting an Ag Scepter, which is where Monkey King gets banned. Void Spirit and Monkey are great bans, because to me those kind of channel this Alchemist into a carry role, because those are 2 of the better cores to pull Ag Scepters to.
But at the same time, Vici's like, no, dude, it's an offlane.
10
Look, I'm banning out
seconds remaining.
Timbersaw. I don't want you to pick Timbersaw into my safe lane Alchemist.
5 seconds
So I think
remaining.
both teams have their own idea on what's happening to this Alchemist, and we'll see who's bluffing.
Yep.
So based off of Vici's bans, it looks like a safe lane Alchemist.
That's what I'm
But based
inclined
off
to
of
believe.
TL's, it's a
Offlane Alchemist,
Yeah, but I think TL's bans also kind of force it more into the carry role, because like they're thinking, okay, it might be an offlane Alch, so let's ban the pairings, but now it basically needs to be a carry Alch more, because there aren't great heroes to pull Ag Scepters to.
Team Liquid had tried the offlane Alk factory against Alliance, I believe, and it didn't do too well.
Yeah, that's why Parker and I both prefer the carry out. It's just far more consistent. If you do get good pairings, if you get good timings, if you get good lanes, then offlane Alchemist seems unstoppable, but it's unreliable at best.
Would you really want to waste bans on bluffing instead of...
Team Liquid's turn to
Playoffs.
pick.
These teams have played so many games against each other at this
Vici
point
Gaming's
that I feel that
turn
that's
to pick.
the natural progression, is that you have your own meta between a series and between 2 rivals.
The Oracle pickup is for Insania, right?
Yep.
And
BT going to be the DY hero for the safe lane. I like this better than Nyx just because
10
it's security
seconds
lane.
remaining.
It is going to be a carry out. I think you needed somebody who can
5
just
seconds
basically
remaining.
give him a better time. Like, if ET gets some bonus damage and is fighting under acid, he's going to be right-clicking people for like 100 damage.
Yeah, but that's why I really like this Oracle snap pick afterwards. Just purge it off. Just purge off the buff.
Well, they're not going to lane against each other, though.
Well,
in theory.
In theory. But who knows? Because
Also,
if they want to try lane it up or something on Liquid.
Yeah, also, speaking of Liquid and where their lanes go, they're playing on Radiant side. What is this?
Oh,
We're so used to seeing Liquid on Dire. They are the Dire specialists. I wonder if that's something Vici Gaming consciously made an effort to take away from them.
That's a great point.
Does the Juggernaut pick me in that
Liquid's turn to ban.
I think we're probably going to see that Alk Shaman. Neil mentioned last time Vici picked Alk. It was off laner. Yeah, old 11.
That means that TL's bans were great.
Yeah. Jug is still probably the last remaining pairing, and not a. It's like
10
Jug's
seconds
oftentimes
remaining.
choice number 1 for Ag Scepter recipients.
5 seconds remaining.
Slightly higher than 55% win rate for Juggernaut overall. Pretty even win rate on Dire and Radiant.
Yeah, I've been a overall fan of just Jug in general this tournament. It's always looked solid. It never feels like a liability the way I think some of the other carries like Anti-Mage for sure has. But even some of the more quote-unquote meta carries have not been quite as reliable as Jug.
Yeah, yesterday Ame was making a strong case for Troll Warlord being my go-to, but
yeah.
I think Juggernaut's just easier to execute.
And Razor, is that going to be a Koikfa hero, position 2?
Vici Gaming's turn
usually
to
it's
ban.
Koikfa who plays it, but it can flex between different lanes. They may want to match it up against one of the side lanes because you're likely against a melee hero in the Alchemist or the Juggernaut. Yeah. So they may change where lanes go. We could see Mike head to the mid lane with Puck. That's happened
10
before.
seconds remaining.
Very flexible. It could even, I mean, Puck and Razor can also be
5
three
seconds
positions. They
remaining.
could be boxy heroes. So it really is a big mystery as far as what Liquid are doing with their lanes and player assignments.
Team Liquid's
So if
turn
you
to
were Team
ban.
Liquid, who would you draft to round out your team?
I'd be looking to some kind of a boxy hero to play aggressive with. Like, I think boxy...
Mars.
Oh,
yeah.
Mars is still in the pool?
Oh, wait, not against Jug, maybe not.
10 seconds remaining.
Beastmaster, maybe?
They just banned that one, I
oh,
believe.
goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh, there he
5
is.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice look for them. Give them a lot of map control and ability to play very fast-paced Dota. No real hard carries between the Puck, Razor, and Beastmaster, but that's kind of the Liquid way. We've seen this Puck go into these damage items, with,
Vici
Razor kind of
Gaming's
semi-carry.
turn to ban.
This is where they've gone like Veno in the past, Veno or Spirit. Where
Yeah, but they'd give that to Koikfa.
That's true.
The last pick Venomancer.
And Veno into Jug doesn't sound amazing anyways. That was more against the Monkey King and
10
Wraith King
seconds
as well.
remaining.
Liquid Last Man DK. I'd really like a
5
Storm
seconds
to
remaining.
Vici Gaming.
I think was that not banned? No.
I don't think Storm has been banned new.
Yeah, I like that a lot too. Definitely, I mean, you have an offline out. That hero does not make plays. ET Shaman, heroes that need kind of people to set up for them as well. So I think they do need that
Someone
initiation.
needs to jump on Oracle.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, Storm sounds amazing.
You have to deal with a few silences, but other than that.
Team Liquid's turn to pick.
Had that. Well, he played. I think he played that last time when they picked the Anti-Mage, maybe. So don't imagine Vici's going Anti-Mage, but we'll see what Liquid want to get here.
There are minimal options for Boxy at this point.
10 seconds remaining.
His Tusk is still an availability.
5 seconds remaining.
You know, Enigma's still in the pool. He's usually Tiger who plays it, but
Death Prophet ban.
I like Enigma against these like kind of 4 protect 1 strats. Like you've got this offline out, you're all in on this Jug, and then your Enigma's job just becomes BKB Black Hole this one hero.
Vici Gaming's
so let's try
turn to
instead.
pick.
The sack leaves Liquid a lot of room to kind of swap up their lanes here. It's typically been what I'm trying to think. Koikfa less usually.
Yeah, that's like the word association that comes to my mind, but I don't think they've played it this tournament even. I don't think they played
10
Lesh this
seconds
tournament.
remaining.
I don't think I've seen Team Liquid play Lesh this tournament.
5 seconds remaining.
So a lot of flexibility available on Liquid and Vici. I still think that they need someone to jump Oracle.
Yeah.
who would that be? Who's the best hero to jump?
I think
to
Storm
jump
is still fine. It'll if they send the Lesh mid, it's a little bit harder for Storm Spirit, but conceptually, someone who has easy initiation, the other spirits are banned out. Yeah.
Okay. Storm
Choose your
Spirit.
hero.
The other nice thing with the okay, this is gonna be Mickey Lesh. It gives him a Oracle partner. I think we just saw this Oracle. We never even talked about Oracle Husker just because I think Husker is just not a good hero anymore. Usually the Oracle's with the Death Prophet. We've seen a lot of Oracle Lesh though.
I'd asked Lizard the same thing. I was just like, does IG's Oracle need a pairing? He's like, no, they will literally just pick Oracle just because they feel like it. Doesn't really need a combination. But Liquid definitely like to be able to pair it with, like you said, the Death Prophet or the Huskars and stuff like that.
So we have two teams that have drafted some pretty interesting heroes. We couldn't really figure out where they were going at first.
Yeah.
But now that they've been
idea.
picked, we know where they're going. But who is going to take it?
I really like this last pick, Storm. I think that kind of sells me on Vici Gaming's draft. I'm not a huge fan of the offline out. We haven't seen that successful, but with the Storm, you mentioned the ability to jump Oracle. I don't think they've got a couple silences. I still think Vici Gaming have enough to take game one.
I really like this last Lesh pick. I think that they were prepared for a Storm Spirit pick, and this was a good contingency. Sending Boxy to the puck was one of my least likely options at the beginning of the draft, so I'm going to go Liquid.
Tiebreaker again, huh?
Yep.
You guys just really like to do that, huh?
Gotta put you under pressure.
All right. Well, I think it's Vici Gaming. I think I really like it. I'm a big fan, and we haven't seen Alchemist perform yet, so my hopes and dreams are going into that pick.
It's time.
Let's take it over to the casters, OD Pixel and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Yes, Vici versus Liquid and Lacoste. What are you thinking about this? I'm liking the Alk lineup, even though Alk's got a pretty terrible win rate.
We were checking the win rate, 21%. Not really sold on it, but the rest of the team looks really good. Like I like PYW and DY as a support duo. Probably my favorite support duo coming up from China. They're on their best heroes. Like you have this Elder Titan, you have Shadow Shaman. Slightly leaning towards Vici Gaming here.
Yes. All right. Well, let's see how the game goes. Take it away, boys.
Thank you very much, Sumi. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Game one. And so that's sort of what Vici has over on the side of Liquid. They do have sort of the bread and butter. They managed to open up with the puck. Boxy, of course, going to be playing it this game. And even sort of throughout the last picks of the draft, there's heroes that very much have to be prepared for Boxy making the moves right. This Storm can get caught off guard by good puck play.
Oh, for sure. For sure. Like, Storm does not really like to play into the puck coil. Taiga rolling in.
See what they can get to start things off at Liquid. They don't want to push any further up.
30 seconds to
One of them, they'll head back. Been trying to get aggressive, but Vici Gaming prepared for them on the high ground. Of course, elsewhere in Liquid's draft, they have those fantastic heroes to be backed up by same as Oracle. Mid-game, the potential to pop off on his Lesh. Same as just given the chance in mid-game fight to just get stuck in the middle of the shot. He's pretty much always able to use all of his mana to get the damage done. Around the bounty reaches Tiger. He's able to roll and take the bounty underneath the noses of the three members of Vici Gaming. Vici Gaming will turn over towards Quaifa. Quaifa takes some heavy hits here from DY as Bo. He's going to go down. For Insania as well.
Insania should be fine. Like, he has give Juggernaut. Like, I like him to be able to scale 11. Very impressive so far, especially on the Painful Lear throughout this tournament, even throughout the first DPC season. Like, he's been having some really good performances. Like, it's so little you can do as like an offlane alchemist. Like, you can farm that Aghanim Scepter, but that's pretty much it. Think about Liquid. I like the hero pairings, especially the Puck and the Earth Spirit. They always have something, you know, you can kick people out of the coil, break the coil. Same thing they're doing with the Bloodseeker to just increase the damage coming up from the Rupture. Love the Leshrac and Oracle. It allows Leshrac to be a bit more active. Like, he can go in, deal damage with his abilities and not care too much about just being bursted down, because there's always going to be this Oracle sitting behind you, and you're going to be the primary target for that false promise.
Do you like the way some of the lanes have been set up here? Who do you prefer this for? You know, Vici Gaming, they've got DY and PYW backing up Old 11 on the bottom lane. Tiger just going to overshoot the mark there with the roll. Doesn't manage to land the connection. But this tri-lane versus tri-lane down here on the bottom lane, who does this favour in your mind?
Sitting in Acid Spray could be a bit tricky because it covers like the whole area, -4 armor, just level 1, duration 16 seconds. Could be a bit tricky, or also playing like into Elder Titan as a tri-lane, but that stuff is dispellable. You know, you can dispel the damage with the fortunes, and something that Elder Titan does not like to play into. And on the top lane, Boyka bottom.
He's going to try and get in and start stealing the damage, but PYW... Kill on the Razor.
Big problem is Team Liquid support, they're still level 1. So is Razor, because they got that kill. DY now getting the pull off. This is pretty big. Like, bottom lane going really well for Vici Gaming. Just want to check how top is doing. Boxy, 9 CS, Juggernaut 8. Like, Box is going all in with the stats. Has +6 stats coming out from those branches and the circlet. Now DY TPs to the top lane. Wants to be able to secure a bit more of a Juggernaut's farm.
Now we'll see how much of a difference this makes to...
Yeah, it will force a rotation from Team Liquid as well.
Getting Sanya up here as well. So Boxy's also going to have the backup. Meanwhile, in the mid matchup, McKay 10 for 4 against their 15 for 4. Ori about a wave ahead in terms of CS. Having a bit of a better time. Which, I mean, is this sort of expected early on? I feel like sometimes we do see Lesh as being able to punish the Storm on the first few levels.
I've seen like this matchup go pretty much both ways. Sometimes you make a small mistake, then suddenly you get a couple of more CS, but Ori so far doing very good on the Storm Spirit, bringing the bottle.
Radiant's
a bit of a different game. Whenever I see Taiga playing the Earth Spirit top,
see Poyoyo, he came in with the Blade Fury, and then going to be able to punish that. Did come forward to try and take some of the creeps from the side pull, meaning that he didn't have the Blade Fury still up to actually get away from the chase of Boxing and Sanya. And of course, this duo, they've got a lot of catch and follow-up when they set up with the burst.
Yeah, especially when the Blade Fury is down. Yeah, he did not want to commit with that healing ward mid lane.
The gang coming in from Taiga.
This is what I was about to say, because Taiga, he always pretty much makes a rotation between like 3 and a 4th minute, not just to secure the rune, but a bit before he wants to give Mickey or Koikwa on a mid lane, like just a free kill. Rune is spawning, it's going to be top region rune. That would be pretty big if Mickey actually managed to get it.
Yeah, not to be the case. PYW making sure that Mickey's not going to have that advantage. Sitting down bottom. I mean, a very important because of the way that Vici Gaming did start this lane, you know, even though it is a Razor against a melee hero, an Alchemist, Old 11, he's got a good CS advantage, 23 for 4 against the 12 for 4, because of the way that Vici Gaming were able to set things up and make sure that Old 11 still had a good start, despite being against Quake's Razor.
The big problem was them hitting level 2s before, so they made an aggressive move. Now 11 also pulling the lane back. They're pretty much playing the bottom lane perfectly for Vici Gaming. Like, in theory, Razor should be able to deal with the 11. Has 2 points in Static Link right now, but the 11 is super tanky. Soul Ring has 10 Magic Stick charges, almost 1,000 HP.
Yeah, just sort of having that 1 point in the concoction always gives that threat where, you know, Quakefa starts going, Old 11 can get the concoction cooked up, and then always that potential TP backup from Vici Gaming makes Quakefa think twice about how aggressive he gets.
He stuns himself.
We're able to play into the shadows as the night time kicks in. 11 can't quite find the connection. See, Tiger did come over, took away the bounty rune away from Ori, stopped him from getting that refill.
Like right now, it doesn't matter if you like stun yourself, but you need to be worried about the later stages of the game. You know that concoction should not connect on yourself. Scan from the Radiant, like they want to know what's going on the bottom lane. Like, where could they possibly be? I mean, they're there, they're in the game, they're just farming the neutrals. This Alchemist is having the freest game of his life, like, especially as an off-lane now.
He's having just as good a farm as if he was the safe lane. And the thing is, at the same time on the other side of the map, so is Poyoyo. Both of these side lane cores having pretty perfect farm, whereas Liquid, Boxy's a little further behind, and so is Quakefa in comparison. Mid lane, Mickey. Trying to get some pressure on the tower. Gonna get the zip in. Let's have the backup of Instania. Ori getting taken out pretty low by the damage output off Mickey. But there's 4 heroes here surrounding the left track. They'll bring him down. Instania not being able to do enough at level 3 to be able to save him.
Nice read there from Daiga. Like, he was paying attention to whoever used their abilities is just gonna TP out, but still a pretty big kill on the last track. They even rotate 11, so that's like a 4-man rotation. Still, Poyoyo on the top lane doing fairly well. Pretty much the same amount of farm as
Radiant's
Boxy's.
top tower is under attack.
Boxy has that foil already, but does not have a TP for another 50 seconds, so should... you know, Storm Spirit needs to be careful about pretty much the only thing is the puck rotation, the puck foil. Other than that, like, he can't get away with the zip.
Just smart reads so far from Vici Gaming when it comes to what Liquid's trying to do. You know that now if Mickey does try and go for more damage onto the tier 1, it's very likely that Vici Gaming will be happy to come in with the defense again. Try and do their best to make sure that he doesn't get away with a potential early objective. Farm. Big ins here for Old Lad. He's already having a great time. He's going to be working, of course, straight towards that first Aghanim. It's over in the mid lane. Tiger try and get in on the two of them with the backup of Mickey and Instania, but Ori and DY more than fine. Liquid struggling to find any action around this mid lane. It's giving a lot of space and time for Old 11, as it really is going to be a very, very quick first Aghanims this game. We'll see who we
were talking before the game, like, who's going to get this one? You're like, there's no way there's anyone else than Jug going to get it.
I mean, I think you're right. If it is going to be as early as it looks to be, it's going to be more effective on the Storm.
What I miss? I feel like, Juggernaut is not going to be joining fights. It might actually be the Storm Spirit who's going to get it. Like, they have some really good Ags upgrades for this game. Like, if even on position 5, like Elder Titan, still going to feel good. If you can farm that, like, he's going to deal a ton of damage.
Oh, for sure.
Team Liquid going in, taking the tier 1 tower on a mid lane with the last track 3 points, and needed more than enough.
And absolutely for DY, especially when you consider, how much spell immunity is going to do for you against Liquid's lineup. It's going to make this sort of support pretty much invincible if Liquid try and make a jump on him. So yeah, a lot of Ags to get farmed up Old 11. We'll see how many he does want to build up before he starts to build for himself. Normally we see sometimes just the 1, maybe the 2 if he feels that there is 2 that he wants to prioritize getting out. We'll see how many Ags he wants to kick out before buying things for himself.
If he wants to only get 1, he's probably going to get it to the Juggernaut. Because like Juggernaut's not going to get any fights. Still, you want to give them that stat, which is really nice, makes him more tanky.
Yeah, and it does help with his farming. Even though might not be in positions to use Swift Slash
quick slash on the creeps.
Well, they're the extra 10 edgy.
I know,
a little bit. And hey, Swift Slash and the creeps, it's not always that terrible.
Especially with the Battle Fury. Imagine they have like a big stack, you use that mini slash, or quick slash, quickie, whatever you want to call it.
Absolutely, and with the having the mana regen of the voice over the Battle Fury and having the Royal Jelly as well, you can afford to be throwing out your abilities all over the place to farm the creeps. On top lane, Boxy trying to get this lane pushed in. Does have Tiger behind him. It's just a 1k lead at the moment for Vici Gaming, as both Mickey and Boxy still farming very well. Quofa only slightly behind. Quofa also going to move up to the top lane. So Liquid, they really want to try for these early tier 1s. They were, of course, already able to finish off the mid lane. See if they can get the chance to pressure down the top.
Stupendous!
Battlefield spawning, it's going to be 2 for 2, it seems. Making
a setup straight away. That's the combo. Liquid love it. Any sort of ability to force break the coil, they'll pick it, they'll draft it, and they'll execute it.
Yeah, they just love abilities that they can like reposition enemy heroes with. Like a tiny, even though it's not that popular, they still play it, especially with the Bloodseeker combo.
Invisibility!
Alchemist getting closer to that Ag. Like after he farms this camp,
look at the creeps he's getting.
These are the best ones.
The 2 best camps. The Mud Golems, the Summoners. It's a lot of money. I mean, that is going to be it. So an 11-minute Aghanims already up and ready to go from Old 11. What do you reckon then? Jug or Storm? Who's he giving to? I think the safe bet's Jug. And I think the big brain play would be Storm.
If I had to, say the number, I would say 70% Jug, 30% on the Storm Spirit.
Because I think the thing that sort of makes it unlikely for the Storm, because he's only got the 1 point in the Vortex, right? So he's not going to have an incredible duration with the AoE. So probably just going to go to the
Jug's damage right now. Like, he also doesn't deal damage with that.
Or maybe a plot twist. He goes to PYW.
Are scanning.
No, that
was
not the
Is
one,
under
you know.
attack.
Let's see.
I mean, Ori
He's
wants
still
it.
holding it. Ori,
yeah, there we go. You're right. Bang on. So here we go. 11-minute
Love it.
Aghanim Storm.
Dire
The
structures
big brain
are
move here from
Yeah,
Vici
look at his
Gaming.
mana pool. Like, he's super tanky.
Yeah.
Like, if he changes power treads to strength, it's gonna be like 1700 HP.
Dire's top
Here we go. Liquid trying to start off the action. And into the middle they go. There's the axe
Here's the ward
Bring it
break.
back to two of them. They're going to drop down the ward. PYW goes down onto Mickey and Sega with a false promise. Keeps Mickey alive. The Dream Card drops down onto two. The Pox is coming in from the side. They've lost three. They've lost four. Oh my
damage
goodness.
Coming out from Leshrac is just a bit too high. This is why I like this hero pairing so much. You allow Leshrac to go in and just tank the damage. Insania also has that healing salve running on Mickey. Like, Mickey, they just clean them up. I love the Aghanim Scepter on the Storm. It's only level 1. Like, once you start getting levels, it's going to be the great setup, especially for ET Ulti, ET Stomp. It's going to be much easier once you get to those extra points, but good team fight. Liquid.
Yeah, brilliant stuff from Liquid. I mean, I think Vici Gaming were maybe just a little too excited after they got the Ags done on the Storm. They're like, right, let's look for a fight. And Liquid, they probably, I mean, they're like, oh, that's cute. He's got Ags on Storm. I mean, they got to pull on the two of them, but other than that, a terrible fight for Vici Gaming that they themselves did choose to take.
This is the dream game for Storm. Like, you got the jelly, you have fairy trinkets, someone gave you 3 eggs 11 minutes in, but you need to deliver. Like, you need to be able to do stuff with the Storm Spirit. Team Liquid, like, not giving them any opportunity. Storm wants to be able to, like, pick people off, and they're just holding hands right now.
Yep, and they are going to go full in on the next Ags. As you say, if he wasn't giving it to Jug, you absolutely still want to get one done for Poyo this game. So Old Levin's going to be working on that next.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So we have at the bottom, Spoil being dropped, Boxy, and he's going to have to set up onto Ori, and they've got him. Quick moves from Liquid, as obviously this is the sort of the way that they can punish a lineup that's doing sort of this off-lane out. Effectively, you are down one core hero who's just going to be AFK farming.
They just killed him twice. He's worth a lot of gold. One thing I would like to see in the next patch is, if possible, this gives only 4,200 to your net worth, but it doesn't take up your slot, so technically it should give 6,200.
Pressure coming in on the bottom mid cap. They have to take down another tower.
Dire's bottom tower
Edict
has fallen.
I think this axe on certain heroes, like, gives you false sense of security. Like, yeah, you're super tanky, you feel like you need to do something, like repay the Alchemist, because he's been working hard, like he's been working double shifts in the jungle.
I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I think Ori's going to be sort of saying, sorry, no refunds, because he's invested in him and he's just died a couple of times. And this is not what Old 11 paid for.
He's like, dude, I'm retiring. Like, you need to give me something back.
Yeah. It's time for Ori to start farming him up a moonshot. As bottom lane, Ori, he's dead again. Oh my goodness, this was not a good investment for Old 11.
Well, now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it would be a safer choice if Juggernaut died.
Give it to the. At least the Jug's going to just farm with it. Ori's trying to find action. Liquid's just killing him every single time. I mean, he definitely went for the high risk investment this game, Old 11.
I think as an Alchemist, you should be able to have like one charge to take away the Aghanim Scepter. Like, if you feel like he's not doing what he's supposed to do, like, yeah, you had your 5 minutes, you showed me that you're not worth of my time, not worth of my axe, like, I'm giving it to PYW. That should not be the thing, I'm just trolling. Top lane, Juggernaut spin TPing out. The problem is they have no abilities that go through spin TP, so that could be a bit problematic. Juggernaut tends to get a lot from the map.
We got Liquid. I mean, Liquid, they know that they can get away with some really nice aggressive moves. They've got a perfect draft to just run at Vici Gaming and get the kills. Old 11, he's nearly got that next axe done. And that definitely could help fix the sort of the lost investment on the Storm. He gives that to Poyo. That's going to be a bit more of a safer long-term one.
Well, maybe he starts doing the same thing.
I guess he gives it the axe and then suddenly Jug just keeps going in.
Feed away a couple of kills. Bottom lane still standing. There's still a tier 1 tower. Seems like Team Liquid does not want to fight there, but they want to kill Alchemist. He's very close, 600 gold away. 11's map awareness has been amazing throughout this tournament so far.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Absolutely, just having the one death to him this game, and you know, for all the things that are going on, he's making the axe at a very good pace.
Quickly as I
Bottom
go.
lane, Liquid on the hunt. See what they can find here. PYW is still in the trees. Tiger is going to come hunting, and he's going to be able to find him. He'll drop the coil, stop the TP. Poyoyo is heading over. See if Poyoyo can do anything in return. He's going to come over the Omnisage onto Tiger and roll away in a phase shift. They'll be able to split the damage. Send him over towards the creep. Poyoyo's not going to be able to get a kill out of this.
Boxy has been very active on the puck, involved in 9 out of 10 kills. Like, he's been making Storm's Bridge game pretty much miserable. Okay. I love this build. Eternal Shroud on Leshrac just feels such a great item. It makes you so tanky. The only physical damage that they have pretty much is coming out from the Juggernaut, and you consume so much mana, like you get some mana back as well. So that's pretty dope. He also has an Essence Ring, more mana regen, a bit of intelligence, and of course makes him more tanky. They don't have the best Roche taking lineup on Team Liquid, but like if they take one more fight, they kill 2-3 people, they could easily turn that into Roche. Koikwa, Falcon Blade, SNY, super farmed on this Razor as well, going into BKB. I love that. I've seen builds with Falcon Blade and the Yield Scepter. Not a big fan of that. You know, you invest so much into mana regen. Hero doesn't need that much mana.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Has got that next stacks complete. He's going to be waiting to give it over to Poyoyo. Poyoyo, Battle Fury, working on the Manta. They'll head over and let's see if they can get something done. As they'll make the moves up towards the top lane. See if Vici Gaming can tackle Liquid in a team fight. It's Liquid, they're pushing for the tier 2. See what sort of a jump they can get. Ori with the Orchid ready to go.
Orchid still 1 point in Vortex. That's 1 point for
He's actually going to be the one to start the action off. He's in with the Dream Coil on the two of them. Point for Mickey, couple of the wrap around the circle. What's happening? Drop down. You want to be getting right. Mickey will be able to finish him. He needs help. Insania's trying to get over to him. He'll buy some time with the self-kills. Can Insania get the false box on in time? He can. Mickey will be kept alive. They've lost Foxy. They've lost Insania. Tiger rolls over towards Ori. The follow-up stun's there for Mickey, but Liquid's got to run. Tiger and Mickey on the retreat.
Good Shadow Shaman ulti, like straight on the top of them, and they deal. Like, you can't really focus this ward at this point of the game because you don't have anyone who has like a huge amount of attack speed. And in the end, good also ulti coming out from the Elder Titan to zone people out. Oracle managed to get an ulti also on this Leshrac, keeping him alive, but still feel like the team fight coming out from the Vici Gaming is super strong. There's a ton of minus armor coming out from the Acid Spray, like there's also minus armor. Natural Order, only level 1. I want to see if all the 11 decides to get one more Ag, or is it just going to be a Blink Dagger? Has a Blink Dagger queued up, so wants to be able to just go in and set things up.
Yeah, do you imagine sort of after the Blink, he'll go back for Selected and Solar Crest and stuff and just build up items other than Aghanim's? I mean, so how important is it going to be to get one for DY, or do you think you're just not thinking about that until later on?
You need to start thinking about yourself. I think you need to be a bit more tanky. Like Roger 11 kind of broke right now, to be honest. Has only 5,000 net worth.
Blink's done. And of course, level 15 now has got his abilities maxed out, so jump in with a concoction. And it's going to hurt. Give good time for setup to follow up.
I would like to see one Force Staff on the supports of Vici Gaming to be able to deal with the Link on the Juggernaut. Like, they don't have any repositioning abilities, so like the Force Staff, a lot of value coming out from that item. Ori finally starts putting some extra points in the Electric Vortex 3 by now.
I do like this from Old 11. He is going to pick up the shard on the way this game.
Oh, that's also really good. Just removing the silences is going to feel great.
Excellent as well. The attack speed going to be hugely beneficial on Poyoyo. So doubling up his investment on the Jug, and that's a smart move to do. It's Poyoyo. He's going to be the one to carry them this game. They can pull it off. Yeah, bottom, look at the start thing. They'll get the drag on to Mickey with the pullback of the Vortex. Mickey up in the air. There's a tackle from PYW. Locks down Foxy. Foxy's gone. Mickey getting low. He's into the trees. Quite for getting a good static link off onto Poyoyo. Takes away about 70 damage.
Buyback, of course, from Insania. Like, Vici Gaming, they understand we're super strong. We have these 2 Aghanim Scepter upgrades, like we should keep fighting. And also there was a Mechanic Rune on the Storm Spirit. He's getting closer to the BKB. Like Boxy needs to get Aghanim Scepter. It's going to be such a great item. Keep them in place while Leshrac is doing the damage. Same goes for Razor. Like what's Shaman going for? Blink Dagger. Okay, that's completely fine. DY also getting some extra minus armor, bonus armor. A lot of value that they're gonna get from that shard on the Alchemist you talked about. Then I see the Lotus Orb. Like, this is probably the best item you can get on the Alchemist right now.
Yeah.
Remove the silences, great against the static link, just a great pickup.
See how quickly you can get them online for the team. Well, Liquid, Mickey. Just getting that build up for the Bloodstone next. Given that spell life still comboed with the False Promises, and pretty much guarantee him a full HP reset every single fight.
Yeah, just a ton of synergy between that and the Oracle ulti. BYW looks pretty dead.
Just trying to push out. Gonna drop the wards. That won't be too much of a threat for Mickey, as will allow BYW to get out.
Manages to TP out.
So it allows him to keep himself alive.
Space created for the Alchemist and the Juggernaut. This is the big issue. Like, Juggernaut can pretty much always do that. Just go in, deep, get some extra farm, TP out with the spin.
Go for that Scardy next, which of course will be super nice against these heroes like Mickey, relying on that spell life still. Being able to stop him from having ease kiting you and really shutting down some of his survivability. It's BKB done for quite beyond. Liquid are going to want to try and use this to their advantage. Get a fight going before Vici Gaming's allowed to finish up their next items. Mickey, Tiger and Quaggy, Vici Gaming, they're playing smart. They're back
they know
underneath the tier 2.
And smoke from them. They have level 3 Juggernaut ulti. Storm Spirit does not have a BKB, but he can set things up with the Vortex easily.
He's going to start things. Oh, yo. He's going to have to get out with the Blade Fury. They've dropped the Dream. Oh, yo. He's going to have to get out with the Blade Fury. They've dropped the Dream Cold down on top 11. They've caught PYW out in the stun. PYW goes down. A long static link on hold 11 as well, as he's going to be losing all of his damage. Quite for them to build it up, take him out.
Vici Gaming, they need to be able to get the first jump with the Shaman, with the Storm Spirit. Shaman was thinking about, do I buy back? Old 11 also caught in a bad position. This was the BKB reveal coming up from the Razor. Team Liquid, they should not be underestimated. They still have a ton of damage. Boxy getting closer to the Aghanim Scepter. That's going to be the big one. That's going to be their next power spike.
And it was a bit of a difficult fight for Vici Gaming to take. Obviously they knew that Liquid was moving around. They didn't expect it to be that close. You saw Poyoyo, he actually popped the Manta just before they saw each other, so he had to instantly Blade Fury and back out of there. Couldn't risk fighting with the Manta on cooldown. And
they had no
way to remove the silence.
They were holding the high ground, but had no vision, didn't know what was happening. Shadow Shaman gets caught. This is the primary target that you want to kill for Team Liquid.
Radiant are scanning.
Quite put, as we see on the Razors, Satanic is part of the build. So that his tankiness increases, and that if he does get disabled, if he's got that link off, he's still going to have good sustainability.
Remember when Satanic gave status assistance? Fun, good old fun times, huh?
Pretty much every game, every carry. I used to see it back then. Definitely in a bit more of a balanced place now. It wasn't sort of a period where no one was buying Satanic at all, but we are starting to see some heroes find the use of it and the ability to really still benefit from its active in ways that sort of makes them unkillable in the fights if they get their the ability off that's going to allow them to sustain with that. Vici Gaming, they're checking out Rush. They're going to try and do this here. They're going to drop the wards. They're going to go for the Roshan. Liquid might not expect this, as it's not necessarily the clearest of a Roshan lineup. Committing the wards and obviously have to jug at the front line with the healing. Well, they have good ways of staying pretty healthy whilst they do this. Pretty much at full HP.
They also have a ward inside the river to scout things out. Yeah, Liquid is not aware of it.
They're not aware.
It's going to be a free Roshan. Storm Spirit will pick it up. The best Aegis carrier in the game. I want to see some aggressive moves from Vici Gaming right now. Like, I want to see them smoking up, initiating a team fight with the Storm Spirit. Shaman getting closer to the Blink Dagger, but still needs like 3 waves to be able to farm it. A lot of drawing on a minimap. Insania. It's like I'm cosplaying Grimstroke. I'm just drawing on the minimap, checking what's happening.
Tower is under attack.
Turn and Quaker offering up a bit of input there. Nice to be drawn up top. Looks like with them not moving up, they're probably just indicating that they know that Vici Gaming is likely to make the move on this top half, and understandably so. The tier 1 still stands on this top lane. So they know that Vici Gaming is going to want to look to take this out, especially now that Vici Gaming has the Aegis on Ori.
Radiant's
to look to get back on track to taking down these objectives.
Radiant structures.
There's also still a tier 1 tower on a mid lane. 27 minutes in. Lotus Orb still not yet done. 11 needs like a minute to be able to farm it. Puck has the Aghanim Scepter on the courier. 11 will be ready to dispel any kind of silence. He also wants to blink in. Just kidding, stuns himself.
Not able to get any sort of catch. Boxy. It's always going to be very tricky, even if he makes the jump.
Radiant's
He's going to be quick with a phase shift every time.
Behold!
Also another big item coming up from the Juggernaut. Scotty, almost done. We'll have it in the next 30 seconds.
I'm not too far from the Lotus on Old 11. So a lot of important items just about to be done for Vici Gaming. What are we getting close to on Liquid? Mickey very close to having the Bloodstone. He's going to have that very shortly. Quaker a little further for the old Satanic, about 2k gold. Of course, for Boxy, as you say, yeah, the level 13 is going to be the important one. Just about a few creeps off from having that. Both teams have been, again, it's a very close game, 13-8 in it. There is a 3k lead for Vici Gaming. Of course, that's sort of expected with the presence of the Alchemist, the speed that Old 11's been boosting their team network.
Vici Gaming just waiting to get all the items. They're not really synced. They were waiting for that Scotty. They also want to have PYW's Blink Dagger, which is going to be a pretty big deal, just going in and getting the hacks off. So there it is. Like now it's go time. They still have Aegis up and running for 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Ori scouting things out with that Invis room.
Scanning.
He's ready to jump Boxy. This is a big kill. If he stays one more wave, like
I think he'll play it safe though, surely. He's going to do it.
He's going to go into the trees.
Yep. Poyoyo showing, Boxy's not falling for this. He knows that Poyoyo is not alone. Tried to get the catch on Tiger, but Tiger's away. Boxy will be able to clean out the next wave, cut that away from them, but one does pass through.
My finest creation on the top lanes, keeping the creep waves. It's being pinged out. They might need to be able to set up something known as the Tinker Ward, so Shadow Shaman with the Blink Dagger can catch him up. Boxy just killed 2 creep waves, so they can't push the top anymore. They need to rotate possibly to the mid lane and get that tier 1 tower finally.
Liquid doing a good job of making it very hard for Vici Gaming to get that aggressive play going.
Radiant's middle
avoiding
tower
it and splitting their attention up across the map. They can do around him. Poyoyo stepping up to take this. See if Liquid want to try and defend. Over in the river. Okay. The setup onto Ori. Tiger's going to try with the follow-up, but Poyoyo has turned up. Now he's ready to turn things over towards the 2 of them. He gets the pull back on the 2. It's an easy setup. Ori just steps in, grabs both of them. Boxy and Mickey are gone. Tiger, he's got to roll out of here. The rest of Liquid desperately try and run away. Poyoyo's chasing them down. He's hit with the Blade Fury. He's got that slow onto the Quaker. Crusader trying to help him out. He has got a false promise to keep Quaker alive for now. Another good concept from Old 11 coming in. The shackle lockdown there onto Quaker. Vici Gaming. They'll surround and take down the Razor. No amount of heals that will save him. Crusader tries to TP out. Will manage to do so himself.
Man, what a fight from Vici Gaming. Like, they had the vision on the high ground with the Serpent Wards. And they're like, he's not going to use the Omni Slash right there. It's just going to be a quickie. And it was a full Omni.
Oh, it was. And it just, the positioning from Liquid not too hot there. Both Boxy and Mickey being caught right next to each other as Ori gets an easy setup with the Axe Vortex.
Axe Vortex plus a fleet from the Juggernaut. The Scottish flow, they're not stopping. They lost to Aegis, but it was all worth it.
30 seconds without Quaker. You know, he's been going fully in on the purchases, does not have buyback goals. So Vici Gaming, they're going to have a good shot taking the tier 3. We'll see if they want to stick around for the Rex as well.
I think they're going to respect it. They do not want to overcommit, should be careful. Waiting for that Omni Slash would be pretty big. Shadow Shaman wards on top of that. I talked about like the 4 staff. I see one being queued up on Elder Titan. Still gonna take a bit of more time to actually get it. If they could keep getting jump on Boxy or Oracle, like Boxy is a big threat. Landing down that coil, Oracle will most likely just use the ulti on the Leshrac, because Leshrac deals the most damage in the team right now.
Yeah. Haste! I know 11, he's going to go for the Eon Disc next, and I got to say, I really like the way he's building up this thing, and making sure that at all costs, you know, if he gets jump plus someone else, Dispel's going to kick in, he's going to be able to still cast that Berserk Potion, get it out into an ally, and effectively will always be able to save himself plus one of the other cores in any of these teamfight situations.
Like his gameplay so far, the itemization has been perfect. Getting the 2 Aghanim Scepters, getting the Way of the Sun with the Berserk Potion or the Lotus Sword. Whip, there's the Lotus Sword already on him.
Tiger's going to try and roll in straight over towards Poyoyo. The concoction out onto Tiger. They'll come out with the first switch slash now. The Omni Slash is a big one on Quaker. Quaker has to be saved right now by the false promise. Now by some Tiger. Ori comes in with the Vortex drag onto the 2 of them. Jump on for all left. The follow concoction. They're on top of the 3 of them. Ori getting low and taken down. He's out for 80. Poyoyo trying to turn things over towards Mickey. See if he can chase him. Old Lemony's got another concoction to Brewin. Pre-YW sets up the shackles. They've locked down Mickey. Mickey, he's out. 2 dead on Liquid. Both falls down. Tiger trying to roll away, but a flick ball from Old Lemony gets him into position, blocks off Tiger's escape. Poyoyo in on top of him with the blade through. PYW's got the catch with his shackles.
Buyback from Tiger. It's tough, you know. Razor goes in. There's already a Lotus Orb. We praised 11 for this game. He precast the Lotus Orb on the Juggernaut so that the Razor cannot steal any damage from him. Instant Omni Slash on top of Razor. Of course, we use the False Promise on him, and it's just too much damage. BYW is not the best of these fights. Like, his positioning has been amazing. Has the spider legs on top of that to be able to position himself better. And like, you want to get those multiple X's, multiple shackles in the team fight. That's exactly what he did. Full MKB now down on Poyoyo.
There's the push. Liquid. No buybacks on these 3. They're just going to have to let this one go down bottom. Old 11, he's hunting. He knows someone's going to sit here. Finds Instania. He checks it out in the tree line, and they'll be able to easily cut him down. A quick switch slash from Poyoyo takes Instania out. Vici Gaming, they'll get the bottom racks, and they should have time to even move over towards the mid and do some damage here as well.
6 seconds without the Insania, but he still has a buyback. But this should be the barracks. Poyoyo just deals so much damage right now. They have a Lotus Orb, they have a Burst Potion.
He's going to be able to force out the buyback.
That's also completely fine.
He's going to jump in. Sim can start coming off. Voice for trying to move forward as well. They've got the concoction cooked up. They fire it over towards Mickey. Mickey's in trouble. He needs to have the splitter. What's that juice? Is the platform. They're both drawn down as soon as they return to the fight. It's over. GG is called as Mickey and Quaker out of the game yet again without buybacks.
Oh, that was such a clutch play. Boxy, he goes in, lands a 2-man coil. Not enough. They did not have a follow-up damage. This Lotus Orb, the best pickup that the 11 could get to this game. Like, they should be pretty happy about how this game went for them. Like, from the start, he manages to get the free farm complete on the bottom lane, hands that Aghanim Scepter to the Storm Spirit. A couple of deaths on the Storm, unfortunately, but they managed to come back. Like, once that Mini Slash is also online, they start fighting, they get the Roche, and completely just dominate the game from there.
Yeah, it really did. It just started to fall apart completely for Liquid, even though until that mid-game, Liquid were keeping up in farm.
Yeah.
But the last 3 fights, and as you say, just old 11, the way that he was jumping around, multiple concoctions and potions going out, left, right, and center, to the enemy, to the allies, they just couldn't quite deal with it. They weren't able to get on top of anyone, and Insania, he sort of just had his hands full. He had a lot of cores that he was trying to save, but in those last 3 fights, Mickey and Quaker, they pretty much died at the start of every single team fight.
Yeah, because Juggernaut just deletes them, PYW Shaman, also like controlling the team fight. They had so many tools to disengage and engage a team fight, especially with the Storm Spirit. Just some crisp stuff coming out from Vici.
Yeah, some brilliant plays coming out in that second half as Vici Gaming, they'll take this first game against Team Liquid.
Thank you very much, OD, Pixel, and Lacoste. Hey, gods, when we were in the green
Hi.
room, you were making some interesting faces during that match. What was going through your mind?
It was a entertaining but at times frustrating game to watch.
Why is that?
Offlane Alchemist.
Jungle Alchemist, you mean?
Jungle Alchemist. It felt like Vici Gaming didn't fully understand what they were trying to do basically for the early to mid game. They got these Alchemists so incredibly farm, pulled multiple Ag Scepters, and then tried to fight with a 11 minute level 1 Vortex. This fight here, I'm watching this fight. I'm like, this Storm is actually about to initiate with an Oblivion Staff Ag Scepter level 1 Vortex. And they get wiped. Of course, it's level 1 Vortex. This was not a power spike, as we say. You usually want to fight around your timings. This was not a timing for Vici. Storm and Jug, both great Axe heroes, but they're great mid to late game Axe.
Sure.
And Vici Gaming tried to fight too much. End of the day, they win this game. They played really well. Their draft, they had a way better draft. That's why I thought they were going to win this game, but they did not play this game very well in the early game.
Yeah, I'm with you. The sentiment is there that you don't need to give the Storm the first sight of Mags. The Alchemist could have gotten the dagger first, and I think the game would have been the exact same thing pretty much. So it was the pieces were all there. Just maybe they put the puzzle wasn't quite solved, but they figured it out in the end. Partially because Liquid didn't have a carry, which is typical Liquid fashion, and so they couldn't really take objectives. They kept trying to fight because they're like, well, we have great skirmish heroes. Why would we try to bother taking objectives? Let's do what people always do to us. Let's invade the jungle all the time. And then they were like, oh, it's past 30 minutes. We don't have anyone who can actually go toe-to-toe with Jug. All we can do is maybe static link him, but he's jumping around everywhere inside the Swift Slash and Omni Slash. So I agree with you. It was definitely a peculiar opening from Vici Gaming, and I was like, I don't really know where this is going, but they had an idea, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, Liquid, I think, played their draft well. They did a really good job. The second the Storm goes Axe, they killed Storm like 3 times back-to-back. They just kept hunting him and saying, you point out, was he just, that net worth boost means he's giving up more gold.
Exactly.
So, Liquid understood how to play against the offlane Alchemist, but, they didn't. I think they didn't draft well against it. They needed a late-game carry of their own.
Towards the end of that game, there didn't really seem to be that much of a gold differential between the teams. Do you think that is a testament to the Alchemist, or was there something else in play to make that happen?
I think that was Liquid overall doing pretty well. The problem is the gold distribution is just so good on beat. Like, Storm had no real, kind of had counters, but Storm was just, one of the best late game heroes. And a Jug who gets an extra item slot because he's pulled an Ag Scepter is just unstoppable late game. They had no answer for Jug. They had some answers for Storm, but Storm is still a big problem. Those two heroes with all the farm, you don't need farm on your Shaman. You don't need farm on your ET. That's like your Vici Gaming just is way stronger, and it's kind of like they have a 10k gold lead because their cores have more farm than Liquid's.
Yeah, I didn't even... That's a good thing that you pointed out about the slot freedom also, because I know there are multiple games that you and I have watched where the Jug doesn't get spider legs.
Yeah.
And he's just stuck with a slot jamming up his inventory because he's like, I have to have boots. And so not having to have the scepter jamming up a slot because you got it gifted is another great boon for them. And I think Liquid structurally had the right idea. They just didn't have the heroes to end the game after they had the right idea.
All of this considered, who do you think would be the MVP for Vici Gaming?
What's it going to be?
I don't know. I know you best offlaner in the tournament.
Best offlaner in the tournament. Best jungler in the tournament. I would like to go with
he jungled in hit creep. For jungling Alchemist.
That's what I'm talking
Neil,
about.
what have you done? You're ruining pub games all over the world here. These offlaners are something like, sweet, I can just sit in the jungle.
I can't wait for my mid Shadow Fiend to get a 7-minute Ag Scepter with 10 souls. That's what I'm looking forward to. That's what I live for.
These offlaners thinking Alpha, they don't even have cores to get Ag Scepters. Oh my gosh.
I'm telling you, you keep saying offlaners. These junglers are going to be big.
Yeah.
They're not even you do the ranked roll queue in jungle.
The one thing you notice that is kind of funny with the jungle offlane Alk is that it goes ignored. Whenever Alk is carry, it feels like teams are hunting and begging the jungle, contesting stacks. Because it's a Jug, because it's a Storm, Liquid focused all their attention on those two heroes, and Alk just kind of got to free from the jungle.
Maybe that was it. That was the point of the first scepter. They knew it wouldn't do anything. They wanted to show it off in that first fight, be like, hey, check it out, I got a scepter. I only have 1 point in Vortex, but I'm a Storm Spirit. You really want to gank me now?
Yeah.
Well, if all of you now at home are looking forward to trying out your brand new Jungle Alchemist with the return of the jungle to Dota 2, you can check out JBL and gear up your gaming experience while you're in the jungle with the all-new JBL Quantum Series gaming headsets and PC speakers. You can find out more on jbl.com or follow JBL_SG on Instagram. We will be back with Game 2 of Team Liquid versus Vici Gaming after this. Maybe, but
only for
we
this,
have another game.
Only for the sanctity of Dota.
Yeah, exactly.
Overall, I mean, he predicted Vici, but the way that they got there, it doesn't questions how we feel about this patch, I guess.
Yeah, and I know you brought up, are we going to see something a bit different, kind of cheese strat kind of thing? And it was Vici who went with the cheese.
That's true. I thought it would come from Liquid.
Yeah.
Two very evenly matched teams. In fact, for those of you at home, there is a one esports fantasy league going on for the Singapore Major that you can participate in. And for this series specifically, the odds for Team Liquid and Vici Gaming were 50-50.
Oh man,
dang!
I guess
even.
Statistically, that would make sense. Group stage and wildcard, they split both 2-0s. So it's only fitting if this goes 3 games.
It is. That's pretty much what we're looking at, maybe, based on the odds. What are you thinking?
Odds? I don't know. I feel like Vici has figured out how to draft. That was their issue in the second time they played Liquid.
Okay.
I think Vici's play overall has impressed me a lot more than Liquid. Drafts, I just think have been their letdown at times.
Mm-hmm.
They came in with a clear plan. Not sure they're going to get Alchemist again. Nope, it's banned. But I do feel like they're in a pretty good spot here. And they're in a good spot to get themselves an Old 11 Pango.
Oh, yes, that is true. Yeah, I guess that's the trade-off. Wait, no, did they ban Phoenix?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so it was the Phoenix Pango, okay.
Unless Liquid's first picking it to block it, but...
Do you think they would pick Pango? They could pick it for Boxy, right?
They can play Pango. It's just not a hero they would usually rate as a first pick, but it's very much maybe a if, we give Old 11 Pango, we're in some trouble kind of situation. Or they're going to first to pick a hero that deals with Pango.
Right. The Bloodseeker, Grimstroke.
We saw Wyvern even come out.
Oh, yeah.
The Team Liquid ban on Alchemist, was that a direct result of the last game?
Yeah, their souls are a bit crushed and hurt by that one.
They were
They're a bit offended by what they saw.
Offended. These Chinese themes.
And the puck comes out from Team Liquid, and DP is banned on Vici Gaming side.
Puck was, again, another answer to the Pango, but I still think it's worthwhile to get the Pango for Old 11.
Maybe it doesn't have to be the first overall pick. They could.
Vici Gaming's turn to pick.
Tiny.
Second pick it.
Yeah.
I don't think there's really any questions as far as which offlaner Vici Gaming.
Earth Spirit from Liquid, which they could go for again if Liquid want the same opening.
10 seconds remaining. Team Liquid's turn to ban.
Void Incarnate.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
Before. I've never seen that before. I don't even know what the scaling, because sometimes the level 6 scaling is weird on these ultimates, because you're not supposed to get a scepter that early on, so Icerock doesn't really scale the scepter to go to level 6 a lot of the times.
Yeah. Tiny.
Team Liquid's turn to ban. Vici Gaming's turn to ban. Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
That's update. Tiny has been picked 6 times.
Okay.
All single other team has picked Tiny.
Okay. Usually that means it's
Team
very much like a
Liquid's
specialist
turn
kind
to
of hero.
ban.
And I think for Liquid it kind of is, but at the same time it's not like a signature Boxy hero. Boxy or Tiger hero. Here who's been playing it.
And usually I have confidence in those kinds of picks if those heroes have been out of the meta for a while, but Tiny was meta very recently. People remember how to play against Tiny.
Remaining.
Because I know sometimes when like Jakiro becomes popular on a certain
5
team,
seconds
people
remaining.
don't remember oh man, Ice Path early
10
on actually
seconds
lasts
remaining.
for a really long time, but everyone knows how to deal with Tiny.
Yeah, that kind of says to me Tiny is not really
10
good enough to be played on the
Vici
Fortress of the role, but
Gaming's
Liquid
turn
are
to
picking
ban.
it because it's a comfort hero. And does have that synergy with the puck, because I think most of the times they
Liquid's
have
turn
picked it
to
has been
ban.
with puck.
Yeah. Targeting old 11 in the bans from Liquid, banning out Mars and Pango, and Vici actually giving the respect ban to Insania's Coddle.
Would you say that Coddle
10
is
seconds
Insania's
remaining.
best support? Because Insania's played a bunch of different supports throughout the tournament.
5 seconds
Death Prophet,
remaining.
Crystal Maiden, Oracle, Abaddon as well.
I think Coddle is my favorite of his. I think Crystal Maiden's actually my second favorite for his. But Coddle's the one that I see him have. He never has a bad game on the Coddle. But rarely do I think it's worthy of the ban, so that's surprising that Vici Gaming are.
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
The Mars ban from Team Liquid? Does
10
that
seconds
say anything
remaining.
about Vici Gaming's comp?
I think it's Liquid's
5
looking at
seconds
them
remaining.
and thinking, what are the offlaners that Old 11 wants to play that can pair well with the Shadow Shaman? They even banned Legion Commander now, which is a hero you just don't really see. I think Vici played it maybe once. They actually won with it, which, I feel like is a feat in itself, winning with Legion Commander in competitive Dota. Kind of like Liquid winning with Sven, there's some
That's
heroes
true, that's right.
you just don't expect teams to pick, let alone win with, but...
So they're banning out Tsunami's favorite guy's heroes then.
He's still got his Sand King, though. And I think Sand King Shaman could also be a real pain in the ass for this Puck. Because it seems like Liquid is trying to protect Puck. I don't know why you would ban Legion Commander otherwise. There's nothing worth press the attacking off right now. I guess, yeah, you can break the coil and press the attack it off, but that's not really a big deal. It's mainly for the duel that you want to get rid of Legion.
Yeah, and I'm surprised they didn't look at any of the other roles for these bans. Like the ET for Vici Gaming has just been their bread and butter 5 position.
For sure.
I imagine they're just going to be looking to pick that. I don't really see
Turn to
many
pick.
better heroes just kind of secure that safe lane with. Brings you team fight, brings you control, just gives you a bit of everything. Synergizes with basically any other heroes you're picking because you can boost up with the natural order.
Team
damage,
Liquid's turn to pick.
Monkey King.
For now, Monkey King for Vici. This time gets through. Last game banned with the Alchemist this time around. Gonna imagine Poyoyo gonna be playing this one.
Poyoyo has played a lot of Monkey King recently, specifically in this tournament. Would you say this is one of Poyoyo's
10
best
seconds
heroes?
remaining.
I think it's China's best carry hero. Although I keep flip-flopping
5
on a day-by-day
seconds
basis, I
remaining.
keep saying, Terrorblade's actually the best.
Terrorblade,
Oh,
okay.
Troll was actually the best. Oh,
Yeah.
Monkey King's actually the best. But I think Monkey King, I think I had said this yesterday, between Monkey King and Troll, I think Monkey King just fits into more matchups. I think Jug is the most universally pickable carry. I think Monkey King is a close second. And then Troll, a little bit more situational, and Terrorblade, you kind of keep going more and more into the woods with that.
Throughout this tournament, Monkey King has been picked 23 times with a win rate
Vici
of
Gaming's turn
61%.
to pick.
Juggernaut is
Spirit.
down at 17 with a 59% win rate. And Monkey King is the top picked position 1 hero for this tournament.
Makes sense. That's
The
what it
really
feels
nice thing is Monkey King is that it alters your opponent's draft. It's kind of that Nyx Assassin thing where there's certain
10
heroes
seconds remaining.
you don't want to or just can't pick into it because they get destroyed in lane.
5 seconds
and it also
remaining.
makes you think, maybe we should pick a hero that can catch it on trees, for example, like the Storm Spirit. So you have to address it. I think some of those other carries, like the Troll, the Jug, they don't force you into avoiding certain picks. If you want to pick an offlaner and they have a Jug or a Troll, generally you can play most offlaners into those heroes.
So with the Storm Spirit pickup, does that mean that Puck will be going in the off lane, most likely?
Yeah, I think so. Should probably just be a Quake for Midstorm.
Team
They could
Liquid's
do
turn
make a
to
safe
pick.
lane. Puck.
Meeks Assassin.
Is this
I
even
do
an
like Enigma.
Insania puck? What are we... the
Team
Enigma
Liquid's
pickup
turn
here.
to ban.
I'd say Mickey Puck, Boxy Tiny, Taiga Enigma, Quake for Storm, and then
You think they're not picking a carry?
this is Liquid.
That's what I was just
I
about
mean,
to say.
But there's not picking a carry, and you still they've had a Bloodseeker still. They had a
10
Razor still. This
seconds
time,
remaining.
No, I mean they
Vici
played Mickey
Gaming's
Puck a ton of
turn
times
to
before.
ban.
but with a
Nanomancer.
Bloodseeker though.
Those are both semi carries.
Yeah. But I feel like they don't have that. I mean, Storm, I guess, kind of is a semi carry. How do you take towers? How do you take Roche? I think they need. I feel they need a carry.
Okay.
Is there the chance that the carry is
10
their last
seconds
pick and that
remaining.
they will actually pick one, or does this current draft not allow for that?
Yeah, so I
5
mean,
seconds
God's saying
remaining.
that if they pick a last pick carry, that means that Puck is going to be Insania's hero, which is kind of weird.
Or the Enigma could be his hero. I think if they do, we've seen a lot of 5-position Enigma. We just haven't seen
Team
Liquid.
Liquid's
but-
turn to
I
ban.
it would definitely be a bit of a curveball, but it does to me and I think Vici is looking at their draft if they don't pick something with some physical damage, tower taking, Roche doesn't have to be a hard carry like the TB, but if they might want a hard carry. I think Liquid's draft is going to really fall off,
Yeah.
10
and you can't push
seconds
the tempo
remaining.
because you don't take objectives.
5 seconds remaining.
So then, of the support pairings, you prefer Enigma as opposed to Puck? as a 5 position.
Yeah, I think Enigma with farm like in the 3 positions looked a little underwhelming this tournament. Although you are playing into a lineup that has no counters for a BKB Black Hole, so giving Enigma farm priority in those situations does often feel good.
Though pre-BKB, this Nyx Assassin is going to be the bane of Enigma's existence. Just
Vici Gaming's turn to ban.
Okay, wait. This might be a really, really dumb question. I apologize in advance. What are the odds that Tiny will be the carry for Team Liquid?
It's not crazy. I still like Tree Volley as a spell for scaling into the late game. And Liquid is the only team that picks Tiny, so I'm sure they know the ins and the outs of the hero. But
it's unlikely, but it's not crazy. Agreed. I think the hero with the tree thing has been
turn to pick.
There you go, Sven.
The blue team.
The blue team and Tiny.
Yeah.
And they're on Dire.
Vici Gaming.
Maybe that's why they lost last game. They were on Radiant. They're like, oh no, what's going on here?
This looks like a 2015 EG draft with Sven and Enigma Storm. I could just see Sumail playing Storm. Fear playing Sven or Ortiz, whoever's playing carry at the time. This is just like, and then, I guess the puck with the Storm don't make sense, but
10 seconds remaining.
So team control on Team Liquid side, right? With the Sven stun,
5
Storm,
seconds
Vortex,
remaining.
Enigma stun, Black Hole, Tiny, Avalanche, puck, ulti.
A lot of teamfight control. They've got a good carry now. Feels like Vici really wants some kind of way to control heroes through BKB for both Enigma and Sven. They're going to need to either kite or just disable these heroes. That's where Beastmaster ban, I think, was really good.
Could go Prophet. I think Liquid specifically picked Sven into
Core Prophet?
Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, but I don't think you want to run Core Prophet, though.
One of the
that's
Sven
true.
eats it
They
alive.
need an offlaner, yeah.
One of the questions that got asked was, where's the answer to BKB Black Hole, right? Does this answer that at all?
Not really. It gives them a good hero in lane. It's pretty...
You may now select your hero.
The Slaughter is pretty good against BKB heroes because you've got the Bash, you've also got the Corrosive Haze, so you can make them a lot squishier, and you kill them with physical damage, which is what Monkey King brings to the table, and even to a small extent the Void Spirit with his ultimate, although not really fully the case, but I like the Slaughter pick, and it's something Liquid actually used against Vici Gaming themselves when Vici got too greedy with their carry. Their Slaughter is this fast-paced hero that can really control the game, allow you to take Roche early, and really just boost up all your damage.
Which team has it? The drafts are pretty different. We have team fight and team a little more well-rounded.
Sven's 100% win rate, right?
On Dire. I think on Radiant.
On Dire, on Radiant, I think it's been picked once and it didn't.
Lost?
Yeah.
Okay, so.
I'm not sold on 5 puck. You and I have talked about, we always talk about the flex potential of puck and then rarely see the flex potential of puck. We saw it a little bit last series, but not this low farm priority. And I feel like ease of execution is on Vici's side, so I'm going to pick Vici.
I'll also pick Vici. I think they've got the momentum. The Monkey King is the pick that sells it for me. It's a really good Monkey game, and the Slaughter is just going to make Monkey's game even better.
Well, we can't have everybody voting for the same one, right?
Okay,
Let's go Team Liquid. They have Dire. Let's go. But how about Odie Pixel and Lacoste? Let's see what they have to think. Gentlemen.
Yeah, we're casted from North America from now on. We do not want to be associated with the EU. Just kidding. I think Sven was an okay pick. They needed someone who Vici Gaming will be afraid of, where he goes in, they don't have the real answer for the BKB, they don't have the answer for the BKB Enigma Black Hole, so that could potentially be a big problem. They just need to get out the laning stage, either even or with a slight advantage, and keep playing. They're in here for a bit earlier time, and they look good on Sven.
They did. It did work out for them before. I'm still a little hesitant about Sven as a hero, so I think we're going to really find out this game if it was maybe a bit of a fluke, that one win where they did manage to execute the strategy around it, or if it really is something that they've heavily practiced and they can pull out here against a very scary looking Vici Gaming.
Well, let's see if Vici Gaming can take the win and close it out, or if Team Liquid can tie it up and bring us to a Game 3. Gentlemen, Odie Pixel and Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you very much, Simi. Because, Lacoste, you were sort of saying the other day, you do feel, even though other teams, they don't really want to touch this Sven, it is still a carry that does maybe have some untapped potential that teams are not realising.
Yeah, this hero, most of the teams are not playing, because that's how it goes in Dota. You see, the top-tier teams not picking a certain hero, you do not want to go for it. You know, there are heroes that are stronger, definitely. That's
30
Sven, like you and me
seconds
were
to
like
battle.
discussing before the game started, and they were like, yeah, it seems like it should be an okay Sven game. They pick it, should be good. Mickey starting with Orb of Venom. I mean, this Oov could potentially be an Oof in this lane.
Wow. Well, we'll see how much sort of time he's going to be able to spend right-clicking Old 11 and chasing him out. Of course, Old 11, not necessarily the best of heroes that you want to trade hits with as the off-lane slider. And do you sort of like that finish? You know, there was a few ways they could have gone Vici Gaming with Old 11's hero to end things up. The slider.
I don't think there was a hero that could potentially, you know, break the BKBs, something that Enigma and Sven will be afraid of. At least they will put some pressure in the lane. Like 11 should have a good time. This is Puck position 5. Like, that's not the greatest 5, especially when paired up with Sven. So I could see Vici Gaming dumpstering the top lane.
They certainly did a very good job last time of securing Old 11 a good start. So BYW and doing this duo lane against Mickey and Insania. So the other lane matchups, Ori and the Void Spirit against Quake for Storm, and of course down bottom, we're going to get DY supporting Poyo-Yo against Foxy and Tiger. Of course, we do tons to see from Liquid, making that with a switch around where Foxy's probably going to be making more moves around the map. Tiger is going to get the priority farming on the Enigma this game.
That standard Team Liquid stuff. Foxy will be playing Tiny because there is Taiga on the Enigma. It feels like he's a much better player on Enigma. The way they play when they have like self-sustainable off-laner like Enigma or a Timbersaw, you can see a lot of rotations coming out from their position 4, which will be Boxy this game. Void Spirit, however, not the easiest hero to kill because he already has a point in the Simulate. I like that. So you don't care too much about tiny rotations. You're always going to have enough time to actually dodge it, dodge an avalanche, possibly get out of toss range.
As sort of Tiny as a hero, where does he sort of sit for you at the moment? Because it's very much a hero that Liquid will pick up, but a lot of other teams, they'll never touch it.
Like, the hero is nerfed, his combo is not as strong anymore. The problem is you can buy a raindrop, you can see like everyone getting a bracer. There's also neutral items that makes you even more tankier. The hero needs constant like mana. Like you need to have clarities running on you. If you're not having a good of a start, you're gonna fall off so quickly. Top lane, 11 doing good as expected. You know, Mickey 9 CS, but if Insania goes and tries to pull, there's going to be an instant rotation coming out from Vici Gaming. Like they're going to start playing aggressively. Shadow Shaman has boots already a bit limited on the mana. Not going to stop this pull. Rotation from Boxy, level 2, full mana pretty much, so he has enough for the combo. UIW, you might have seen that rotation.
Okay, did still have the Stormhammer on cooldown after trying to throw out an attempt for a range CS. Didn't even get that early, unfortunately, for himself as 11 was able to make the deny happen. See if having the three of them up is going to change anything for Mickey. So far, a repeat of last game where Vici Gaming just did an excellent time of getting Old 11 with a setup where he's able to have a really good start to the game.
Look out for falling. He's going to be able to get the toss. Toss is the Hellbear Smasher.
Old 11 and BYW able to trade a favourable amount of damage back the way of Boxing. Okay, just having to step back with the war cry. Having the lockdown on Insania. DY in position if they got enough to change, stun them the crush into the bash. They've done it perfectly, Vici Gaming. As they come in, they'll get Old 11 first, but not only pretty much the free farm, the first kill of the game already here. Old 11 up to a smashing start.
So much control coming out of this the tri lane. Next set, should be going back to the bottom lane. We're also checking if there are any stacks right now. Team Liquid definitely loves the stack fight. It's also a decent hero to stack with, but then you can't leave your Sven alone. So top lane goes really well for Vici as expected. Old 11 off to a good start. Getting the power threads, abrasion, tank. He doesn't care too much about Puck. He's level 2, banning for illusory, or even if he decides to get something like a raindrop, should be really valued in this lane. Because you don't die. Like, you cannot die. Next assassin, securing the rune. Arcane on the top. That will be picked up by Ori. And on the bottom lane, he was causing a lot of problems for Enigma. Burning the mana. This is like something that Enigma does not like to play into, especially early on, because there's a lot of mana.
And look at the outcome of the CS down bottom. Well, actually, on that bottom top lane, they're trying to make moves onto Old 11. Coming with the avalanche, but Old 11, he's tanky. Belt of Strength, Bracer, he's even ready to start running back. These three heroes just don't have the first for Old 11. 11. Confidently stick around, and Liquid's got to be careful because Vici Gaming has got turnaround potential with their 3 heroes. Yeah, down bottom, Poyo he's 31 and 14 against the 13 and 9. You know, it's a point now where he can be left alone.
It's like he's playing the Nigma.
I mean, he's destroying.
He's got. Having a really good time. Monkey King is a melee hero, but with an extra range, he can get closer to those Eidolons and just kill them. Also, not the greatest micro, just feeding away a couple of Eidolons there.
See mid lane. Ori trying to get aggressive on Quoit, but he's not going to jump in deep with the dissimilate. Doesn't want to risk it. Quoit will have to back off. Bouncing waiting for him on the high ground. Ori going to try and make sure that Quoit's not able to get there. Nicely done, and now Quoitfer, he's going to have no chance of getting this rune. Has to head back to base as Ori bullies him out of lane.
That was such a nice play from Ori. You know, having Arcane Rune actually helps quite a lot. Wasn't level 6, if he was level 6, that's an easy kill. So far, all lanes going well for Vici Gaming. I don't see any stacks being made. Since they were like trying to contest the top lane with the Sven, could be a bit problematic once again. Sven saving a point, bottom lane.
Making an early move there, Quoitfer comes in, he's level 6, he's ready to chase down Poyo. He'll be able to do it. You know, knows there's going to be tough times to be had around him, but EY hanging around back. Just himself has just hit the level 6, and Quoitfer looks elsewhere to open up some action for Liquid.
Mid lane, nice. What a good carry phase there. He knew that it was going to be tossed on him. Sets things up, extra stun. Still Monkey King, the king of this game. 44,
Dire's middle tower is under
CS,
attack.
but I would have called the rotation. Enigma getting closer to level 6. Eidolons deal a ton of damage. Going into Necro, we'll have that in the next minute. They need to set up some vision for Monkey King to see the rotation on the tier 1 tower on the bottom.
Top lane old 11. Setting things up, on to Insania. The Shackles, Boxy heads over with the Avalanche. Will be able to put a stop to them as they'll jump back over towards PYW. Another bash comes out, and instant youth. They're able to take down Insania before he could jump away.
They're just so tanky. Slardar's like strength gain is pretty high, 6 per level. So good. Also has raindrop power strength, Ranger makes this hero so tanky. They have so much control.
Let the world end now.
It matters not it feels like even with the 3 of them up here, old 11 is he's just never going to be a target you can kill. That moment has passed in the lane stage. As they're going to have to look towards other means to get themselves back in the game, get Minkay some farm. He's already heading to the jungle. This top lane has just become a bit of a nasty place for him to be.
When they see Tiny on the top lane, they could try to get like one more kill on him, but they could also potentially invade the jungle. Look at this. This is going to be big.
I mean, it really is. Vici Gaming making perfect movements across the map. They know Minkay's backed up to jungle. No hesitation there with Ori and PYW sweeping over and taking him down.
They also placed a deep observer ward already, which scouted the Sven. Might get de-warded, but you know, they could also think they did it blind. Slardar having a good...
The hidden path reveals your demise.
Time we can leave him alone. This is the problem with Tiny. Like, you have a position 5 who's under-leveled. He doesn't have the hero to play with. Sven will be in the jungle, so it's pretty much the Storm, the only hero he can play with.
I mean, that's the thing.
Someone has to be on. Someone has to be on the top as well. So to not waste any kind of XP, a lot of pressure on the bottom. I like that from Taiga. 4 points in demonic conversion.
Radiant's bottom
Eidolons,
tower is
Necrobook
under
unit.
attack.
I think this is just a free.
Dire are scanning.
Tower.
Dire's top tower
I think
is
a
under
lot of
attack.
pressure on Tiger as
Radiant's
on his
bottom
Enigma. It's
tower
been
is
something
under
that
attack.
Liquid have definitely relied upon in games, tough games that they've had before. And with the start so far, definitely eyes are going to be on Tiger to make big plays later down the line.
Radiant's
can
top
be that
towers are
game-changing
fortified.
hero in a tough matchup.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Top lane
attack.
DY on 11, hunting him for boxing.
Radiant's
With the
bottom
level
tower
6,
has
they'll have
fallen.
the damage, but they set up with the
Dire's
stun.
top
Or he's going to come
tower is
across.
under attack.
Still though. So 11 finish him off.
Kind of surprised they didn't get the kill. Making a rotation.
If that was you, you're like, I'm walking all the way up here. I'm patient.
Then kill on the Sven for Pablo Shaman. Yeah, he's getting that even shot for sure. Like, want to be safe. Be sure he's not getting away.
Tier 1 tower taken down by
Dire's
Vici
top
Gaming.
tower is under attack. Dire's
Types
top
of one
tower
3k
has
lead
fallen.
already at 9 minutes in. A free farming Monkey King, Poyoyo. Having a beautiful opening to this as Liquid just haven't been able to pressure him. We're going to start
Radiant's
getting some movement
middle
from Tiger.
tower is under
Dealt with
attack.
the bottom tier 1, bringing the
Radiant
push over towards the mid with the
structures are
Necro Book and the
fortified.
Eidolons. If Vici Gaming is able to deal with this, DYMP, whatever you begin to set up a defense box, he's waiting for an opportunity to maybe get a toss back. But DYMP is a tricky target with Spike Carapace and the stun if he heads in.
And a burn on Koikwa. Nice item for a position 5.
BYW is to lead him with the Hex. Serpent Walls to chop down Liquid, they're able to back off. Carry the Vortex pull on to BYW.
Yes, oh my god.
Wait, I didn't even see it.
That was the quickest black hole of the Wild West, for sure.
Oh no, that was rough.
It's very hard for him to capture the black hole. You know, there's Remnants, there's Shadow Shaman, and especially Carapace. Nyx Assassin can just walk in to the black hole and stop it.
I mean, they instantly put to a stop. I barely even saw it. Let's have a look. How short was it? As you say, everything coming in. Tiger tries to turn, and as soon as it's done, really instantly put to a stop by DY, I believe, with the Impale.
Stupendous!
I mean, that must have been like a millisecond after sort of the cast animation had finished, and he actually began to channel it. As, yeah, it was gone sooner than it started.
Apparently, you can cancel the abilities when they're not even, used already. This definitely was something that I've not seen in the last 15 years. So go to top lane, Storm Spirit, and again, defeated. Also, Ori going for the Yule Scepter. Like Storm Spirit against you, you kind of already know what you want to go for. You want to be able to get rid of the Silence, the Storm will go for the Orchid, and you also threaten a kill on time. You catch the Orchid into the Remnant.
Dire's bottom tower is under
like right now,
attack.
Void Spirit feels like the strongest spirit.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely, definitely one of the hottest in the games. Just such a nice fluid hero to jump around with. You see it being played by these incredibly skilled players. But they're just such a handful to deal with. Stop playing. He moves on to Old 11. So he does have a Dream Coil, but Old 11 with that hood, never really the target they're going to commit on right now. It's always going to be able to live long enough for a counterplay to come in from Vici Gaming.
Sven is not a hero that likes to play from behind. There are a couple of stacks right now that he's clearing in the triangle. Still catching up, not as farm as he would want to be. Needs 1,000 gold to finish off the battlefield. Then there's going to be a cleave coming out from him. Boxy, level 6 on Tiny, still far, far away from a blank dagger. 11. Just tanking up. I'm not sure if they can kill him.
And they're trying to go on him. Drop the Dream Coil.
Snap the
coil. The full combo there from them all. Will get the kill. He's already trying to jump into the counterplay. Doesn't want to actually commit any further.
Radiant's
Just leaving go.
Thought there's going to be like
middle
an
tower
earlier
is under
rotation,
attack.
possibly Void Spirit jumping in, and then they need to maybe fall back, but with the 4 heroes, they have enough to actually bring him down. 1k gold lead for Vici Gaming. Storm getting closer to the Orchid, so there's going to be a great pickup, especially against the Shaman,
Dire
against the Nyx
are
Assassin.
scanning.
These heroes do not like to play into silence. Why?
Quick moves from Insania.
He has his down there. Yeah, was ready for it.
It's coming. And they're definitely going to have to start making some aggressive
Dire's
moves on
bottom
Battle Fury. If they let this Monkey King get the space, Poyoyo's going to have no struggle sort of keeping ahead of Mikkei's fight.
Taiga this time around going for next of 3, not getting a blink. BKB because like the warriors get stronger, you can outpush the lanes always. Great against Nyx Assassin, you can devord with it. I think it's a good pickup here instead of just getting a blink BKB. Smoke from Team Liquid. There is that
Dire's
Orchid
middle
that's still
tower
not
has
revealed.
fallen.
Assassinated.
May you ride on nether zephyrs.
great against mixed assassins.
So they're able to continue to farm. Stay on the map halfway on towards the Aghanims. He's going to be a very tanky boy.
There is nothing for you anywhere. And gold are linked.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I take that. Revealed.
Quickly as I go.
It's the timing that goes, of course. Oh, let's see. I think he gets something going again, though. Back off for a second, but a dream pod could be enough. Insania. Look at the setup. So moving on to old 11. What's over from Ori? Counter plays inbound. Once he gets jumped.
Is under attack.
Oh, yeah. He really wants to
ready.
fight.
He sees Enigma.
Oh, what I miss?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Here I am.
Radiant structures are fortified.
See if he can catch it. He's going to look towards Insania. Setup's there. Got enough mana, just enough for the Remnant to come out after the Yules. Ori. Down Insania.
They're getting a lot from the map. They kind of close the gap. Net worth right now is pretty even. Sven's farming quite a lot. Has that SNY. Done going into BKB. We've seen, I believe, same build from him in one of those games.
Yeah, I think
where
this
he
was
like
pretty much
not
the same last
get
game.
Aghanim Scepter at all. Went for a Blink Dagger, like turned that into Swift Blink eventually.
We see you.
He did. He picked up the shard once the Ghost Scepter started to come out. But other than that, this is sort of the build that Mickey likes to go for. In the stats, supply will be, and then we'll see him really get the damage item.
There's a big difference what position 4s bring into this game, PYW. They have anti-tinker wards on the top. Like, he's level 10, has an Ether Lens. What he brings is just like a lot of control, while Tiny brings burst, possibly. Most of the time, he's just going to be dead after using his one combo, because he's playing into these melee heroes. Mid lane, Ori having a much better game than the previous one. Scepter, travel, holding that Aegis, going into Aghanim Scepter to be able to control them even further, like jumping into back lines. You know that this Puck position 5 will not have any defensive items.
And Senia's just got to be a little more careful, was blindly shoving out the wave with the orb, and of course DY just able to find the easy setup with the max characters.
I thought Insania might go for like straight up Aghanim Scepter because he had 2,000 gold. Didn't get anything out of it. Like, don't get me wrong, Blink Dagger is really good, but if you get like Ags on a position 5 Puck, you just hold them in place for Enigma, it's a great setup. They have no ability to go through BKB, so you could hit potentially a timing with Sven BKB, Enigma Blink, maybe even a BKB. They have this Axe system in place. There is no counterplay to BKBs.
to make the moves here, Liquid. Tiger's got the black hole. Level 2 as well. Can they get the jump? Insania trying to start things up, but smoke will dispel Ori. It's going to be found as Insania pokes his head in, drops the silence, will also drop the coil just down onto one of them. Quaper zipping into the back lines. Tiger's trying to head over. The Wukong's come on. It's going to come out from Poyo. They've got the catch on Quaper. He's able to zip away though. He's out of the wards, he's out of the Wukong's command. So that's 2 ults down for Vici Gaming. Liquid, they'll still want to fight this. As Mikke is charging over towards Ult 11, they close the gap on the side. Tiger still sitting on the back, waiting for an opportunity to get in and catch them all. With the pulse down,
Tiger still waiting with that black hole. Like, this is the perfect hero to kill. Shadow Shaman, try to take him out. Unfortunately, he had no attack was available, but they got a good jump. Team Liquid, they're looking strong right now, especially once they get the BKBs. They can also get rid of a lot of the vision. I see 1, 2 observer wards from Vici Gaming right now. They can keep fighting, like they can fight once again. Like even if Sven does not have ulti, he still deals a ton of damage.
He's got the setup. Quaper wasn't ready for that. Jumped into the wave to try and clean it out, and DY. I was ready, hiding with the spike carapace.
Nice toss. What did he buy? Did he buy a Blink Dagger? Can he be this farmed? Where's his career at?
Most of them, I think, just started working on. Off the back of that fight, Poyo. He's going to nearly have the Daedalus. Still some easy towers for Vici Gaming to take as well. The tier 1 still stands down bottom. They'll make their way over. Ult 11, a recipe off the BKB. Ori Kaya Sanj complete, so he's now rather tanky.
Coil.
If they do get their hands on him.
Trying to go on Ori. Will not snap the coil.
There it is. 29 minutes in. Poyo continuing to be insanely farmed. Nearly 20k net worth. Daedalus done. I'm so used to seeing game after game of PYW Shaman just getting the catch every single time, and in multiple situations, even when they get the jump on him, he still somehow finds the way to live and get his spells off.
Have you started to think about where you want to move if Team Liquid loses? Like, what's the region?
What's the region?
Yeah.
Oh, I think they seem to have a lot of fun in SA. Top lane.
I'm down.
Yeah.
Applying for citizenship right now. BYW also going into Eon this. That's going to help quite a lot against, like, because Team Liquid has a great way to initiate a fight. Like, they jump you, there are no save whatsoever on Vici Gaming, so they need to be able to itemize to take care of themselves. I love that. I love what I'm seeing on Ori. He's also going into Abyssal Blade.
What a lane PYW. He's able to find the setup. Mickey, he was pushing out this lane completely on his own. PYW is easily able to find the setup.